Good morning and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike. I hope you're all doing well this morning. I want to once again thank everybody for helping this channel get through 300 subscribers at the time of this live stream. It is at 306 subscribers, and I thank you all very much for watching any of the movie reviews, episode reviews, gameplay, even the box score. And I know some of you aren't baseball fans, but you still come by and you still leave your likes and your comments, and I really do appreciate that. So, this morning on Pacific Forum for Pop Talk, I have a few stories to talk about here. And one of the stories is, of course, Star Wars Rogue Squadron being removed from Disney's release schedule as far as Star Wars Lucasfilm is concerned. Then the other story I have here for us this morning is Scott Bakula saying he won't return for the Quantum Leap revival. Then another story I have here is Amazon greenlighting Ridley Scott's Blade Runner 2099 series. And of course, I have an article here that's talking about NBC Universal and Warner Brothers Discovery merger, what this could mean for WWE and AEW. And I just found this to be an interesting story, so I thought, you know what, we can go ahead and talk about it this morning on Pop Talk. And then the other story I found is from Bounding into Comics, and it says Sony claims Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal will have major negative implications for industry. Microsoft insists Call of Duty will remain multi-platform. And another story I have here, and as I try to always say, I know I don't always say it, but if we don't get to all the stories in this edition of Pop Talk, the links for these stories are in the description below, so you can read them at your own leisure. But this other story I found for this morning was Chainsaw Man anime gets US premiere at New York Comic Con. And another story I found for this morning's edition of Pop Talk is Dark Crisis ends, Batman and Spawn clash, Superman celebrates an anniversary, and DC's December solicits. So let's go ahead and start with this story. I'll go ahead and include the link to this article in the chat. This way you can read it as we go along. And if you decide you would rather read it at another time, well, that's cool too. I do hope you're all doing well this morning. And let me get this article up on the screen here. And if there's any sound quality issues or anything like that, please let me know and I will do my best to correct those issues. So, this morning we have an article from CBR.com. And of course, as I said, with its headline, it talks about Dark Crisis ending, Batman and Spawn having a crossover, Superman celebrating an anniversary in December, and it says Dark Crisis comes to an end, Batman and Spawn have epic showdown, and Superman celebrates a milestone. And this was published on their website a couple of days ago. It is by Brandon Schrader. It says DC Comics is ending 2022 with a bang as Dark Crisis reaches its finale. Batman finds himself standing shoulder to shoulder, shoulder to shoulder with Spawn and more in the publisher's solicitations for December 2022. Dark Crisis on Infinite Earths concludes in December with the major crossover event's seventh issue, which puts Nightwing Dick Grayson in the center of a newly remodeled DC universe following the events of Dark Crisis on Infinite Earths number 4. Before the series ends, however, Mark Waid and Dan Jurgens will explore the infinite DC multiverse in Dark Crisis Big Bang, which brings together characters from numerous realities together in one book. Article goes on to say Superman is celebrating a major milestone with Action Comics number 1950. I mean 1050. There's another error. So two errors so far, which sees Kal-El back on Earth following his time on War World. After reuniting with his family, Clark and his son, John Kent, will team up to take down one of the Man of Steel's greatest foes, Lex Luthor. December also sees the Dark Knight cross paths with Spawn for the first time in approximately 20 years. Originally announced during San Diego Comic Con, Batman Spawn number one comes from writer Todd McFarlane and artist Greg Capullo, and sees the titular two characters clash after the latter of the two is turned into the Court of Owl's new weapon. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn is about to meet 100 different versions of herself. Stan Lee's Just Imagine makes a return. DC's Vampire War comes to an end, and more. And of course, gives you the full solicitations down here as far as who's all contributing to Spawn number one, Batman One Bad Day, Catwoman, and Batman versus Robin number four. They also have Catwoman number 50, Batman number 130, and Detective Comics number 1067. We also have Batman Gotham Knights. And let's see. The Riddler, Year One. Batman, Superman, World's Finest. And Superman, Son of Kal-El. Let's see what else got here, if anything. Action Comics number 1050. And Dark Crisis on Infinite Earths number 7. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not going to go through the rest of the list. That's why I put the articles in the chat and in the description below. But if you feel so inclined to check out these comics and judge them for yourself, do so. I'd love to hear your feedback on them when these issues do come out. I don't know that I'm going to necessarily run to the comic shop or shop online to get these comics. I'll wait till the word of mouth comes out and see whether or not they're even worth picking up. That's just how I do it anymore. Either word of mouth or when I'm watching an episode of a TV series, 3 episodes, and if I'm not hooked by the 3rd episode, I don't continue on with it. Now, I might come back at a later date, but as far as when those episodes are first airing, I won't go back to it if I've watched it for 3 episodes and I'm not hooked. I'm not drawn in. That's just how I do it. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to our next article here. And I'll try not to read every last bit of an article. I'll try to, you know, leave a little mystery. So if you want to read it for yourself, you don't have to hear me read the whole thing. 'Cause I know that takes up a lot of times. So let's go ahead and talk about Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron being removed from the schedule as far as Star Wars movies are concerned. Let me go ahead and put the link into the chat. And if you'd like to join me on the panel this morning, the invite link is pinned to the very top. And I do want to say good morning to Jet Sparks. How are you doing this morning, sir? So we have this article from Cosmic Book News, and of course, you have already heard me say the headline. You can see the headline, and let's see what it has to say as far as this movie being removed. And this article was published on the 15th, and it's by Matt McLean. And it says I just told you Patty Jenkins' Star Wars Rogue Squadron might not happen. Well, when I saw the announcement for it just last year, I was thinking, I don't know if this is even going to happen because we've had announcements for movies before and they don't happen. TV shows, they don't happen. Games, they don't happen. So anytime I see an announcement anymore, I take it with a grain of salt. And it goes on to say, I'll just read it from the beginning again. I just told you Patty Jenkins' Star Wars Rogue Squadron might not happen, and now it's learned Disney has removed the flick from its release date schedule. And before we continue, I want to welcome Anonymous to the panel. Of course, can welcome Anonymous to the panel without playing this video. Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
You really suck.
Well, if you want to do your own version, it says Pacific sucks. By all means.
I need to. You guys are right.
Don't blame anyone else. You were the one that told me you were watching a streamer, and he started doing that. And then I told you, the gears started turning in my head. And
that's not an invitation, Mike. It's not an invitation.
It may not be an invitation, but I saw the pitch and I swung at it.
I had to throw a meatball, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So how are you doing this morning?
I'm fine, man. How are you?
I can't complain.
Well, you probably could.
I could, but nobody wants to hear it.
No, nobody wants to hear that. Everything's peachy. Life is grand. We live, we die. It's all good.
And what? It's all rainbows, butterflies, and unicorns, isn't it?
Yes. I woke up this morning and ate a lollipop, and I crapped out ice cream. I didn't eat it though, but just to be clear.
I would hope not.
But it's all good.
And let's see. Jet Sparks is saying you always take rumor with a grain of salt. Yep. So yeah, I'm sure you already know that Rogue Squadron. Well, sorry, but your flight's been canceled. And welcome, Jet Sparks. How are you doing this morning?
I feel all sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything is wonderful. It's what I feel, and we're together. I know I'm a terrible singer.
He's even breaking out into song, man. That's a wonderful day.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm not going to spoil your mood. I'm not going to spoil that sunshine. I'm not going to be the dark cloud hanging over your head.
Oh, no. I actually play that song in my head when I'm viciously murdering people.
Okay.
Wait, what?
What?
What is that out loud?
What?
Whoa.
Who are we talking about?
Oh, that. What?
Yeah.
Just let's move on.
All right. So Rogue One has been removed from the release schedule, and I know I called it Rogue One. It's all tied together. Come on. Rogue Squadron was supposed to release December 22nd of next year, but that isn't happening anymore. It probably never was going to happen, especially after what happened with Wonder Woman 84. Deadline reports that the Star Wars Rogue Squadron release date has been dropped because Patty Jenkins couldn't commit, and references a report from November of 2021 that says Jenkins is reportedly figuring out her future schedule, which includes directing Wonder Woman 3 at Warner Brothers and Paramount's Cleopatra. At the time, it was also reported Patty Jenkins parted way with Lucasfilm and Star Wars over creative differences. Well, Jenkins is no longer directing Cleopatra either, and Wonder Woman 3 is years away, if it happens at all, much like Star Wars Rogue Squadron. We can also add that Patty Jenkins' IMDb shows she is not directing any new projects, so what gives? And
Nobody
of
wants
course,
her.
no. After the disaster that was Wonder Woman 1984, everybody's rethinking if she's even capable of directing a good movie. That would be my guess.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she can direct. She just can't write. I mean,
True. I
she
mean,
did direct Wonder Woman, which was pretty good.
yeah, but
And
she also wrote Wonder Woman 1984,
yeah,
and
right, exactly.
yeah,
That's the whole. Ooh, hey, back up. Wait a minute. Hold. She. Oh, yeah. Maybe we shouldn't give her full control over anything she's doing, and um, yeah. So they're hesitant for sure. Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, they just kicked her out. So
Yeah, I think translation is they basically said, "Oh yeah, your movie's not woke enough. You're gone." And of course, he probably thinks, yeah, she probably also said, "Oh yeah, it'd be a good honor to my father because he was in the Air Force." Like, no, how dare you honor a man? You're out. It's basically also that as well. It's if she wasn't gonna make it woke, if it wasn't gonna have a female character that basically makes all the other men look like idiots, yeah, you're
it
not welcome
wasn't
to
all
Lucasfilm.
female. Well, I mean, it was supposed to be an all female cast, right?
Really? Huh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard that it was supposed to be or either all female squadron or like a majority female squadron.
Even though Rogue Squadron, basically, again, Luke Skywalker himself was a part of that squadron.
Right.
So he mostly was with a whole bunch of female pilots. So massive retcon from Legends, and one of many that, of course, Disney has done. Which again, everyone, the new canon, it's not all that good. I know Legends himself has its problems at two, but that's where some of the best stories in Star Wars is in Legends, unfortunately, and I can't believe we have to refer to it as Legends. I just prefer to call it the old EU.
yep. And I do want to say good morning to Bush McFadden. How are you doing this morning?
The Mighty Boosh.
Yeah, and of course we have that infamous line, and that basically is known for being a meme that is in the actual movie. This life can be good, but it can be better.
Yeah, I mean, we could all say that about our lives. It could be good, it could be better, but you know what? We keep pushing on. We keep going through life. Life isn't about being easy. Life is hard.
Yeah, I know, but some people basically live life on easy mode. But the thing is, when they're faced with challenge, they're either gonna cry about it, or they're just gonna say, "No, hell, no, I can't do it. This is unfair. All this other stuff." Hey, stop your whining and start doing things.
Well, that's a whole generation or two worth of, living on easy street by parents who didn't let them go through trials and tribulations as a kid, didn't
Yeah, I
give
know,
them
but
the
the thing is,
participation
thankfully for me,
trophy.
I pretty much did go through that by, when I was going through school. I've had my struggles in life, but thankfully I've worked through all of them.
Well, it's not every kid, obviously. I mean, lots of kids out there are subject to the struggles of being poor, struggles of having one parent, all the all the being bullied, blah blah blah, everything that you could think of. Some kids actually do, but the people who are prominent or in power or whatever, they live. Most of those lived on easy street. They get to make the decisions of what's going on in the world. They get to
It's a
complain on Twitter when things are doesn't go their way like they're used to.
Yeah, because they're used to people kissing their butts.
Yeah.
Exactly, but I'm not gonna kiss your butt. If you start talking down to me, I'll probably put my foot up there.
Where it needs to be.
Sorry. Let's continue on.
And the article says Patty Jenkins and Wonder Woman 1984 to blame. And the author says, I think what is going on is that all this has to do with the huge failure of Wonder Woman 1984, which bombed big time at the box office and for HBO Max, and with both critics and fans alike. Yeah, I didn't give it a great review myself. The first Wonder Woman was so well received and such a good movie that those who ran Warner Brothers at the time decided to give Patty Jenkins complete control over Wonder Woman 1984. Big mistake. Reportedly, Jenkins butted heads with producer Zack Snyder on the first Wonder Woman regarding the action. Snyder and writer Alan Heinberg, who is also a comic book writer, came up with the story, so Jenkins removed Snyder, his stunt and VFX team, from 1984 and got the lame ending she originally wanted in the first movie. And then the author goes on to say, well, Wonder Woman 1984 was a huge bust and a woke one at that, as Jenkins in part based the villain played by Pedro Pascal on Donald Trump. It's also been said that Kristen Wiig's Barbara Minerva is based on women Trump supporters. And the film features lots of man hater moments. The film just comes off as an insulting, complete mess, which it was, utter garbage, which it was, in my opinion. And everyone who saw the film reacted in kind. Yes, I did too. I've got the review up on the channel.
Mm-hmm.
So, with Wonder Woman 1984 failing, Patty Jenkins has been removed from all her projects. It's not a coincidence. Deadline does offer they hear Star Wars Rogue Squadron is still in development, but yeah, we've been hearing the same about the Ryan Johnson Star Wars trilogy since the release of The Last Jedi. It's not happening. It also goes on to say what is also interesting is there is no mention of the Taika Waititi Star Wars, which, similar to Jenkins and Wonder Woman 1984, might not happen as a result of the failure of Marvel's Thor Love and Thunder. The Game of Thrones creators also left Lucasfilm following the poor reception to the last couple of seasons because they were found out to be hacks. Star Wars Rogue Squadron was first announced at Disney's Investor Day event in December prior to the release of Wonder Woman 1984, where it's thought the film is supposed to follow a female starfighter pilot and her experiences and journeys amid being surrounded by male pilots.
Oh, maybe I was wrong. Forgive me. I will always admit when I'm wrong. So
yeah,
just the one girl.
It's the thing. Yeah, trying to prove that women are literally great at everything. Another Mary Sue type character, aka literally almost every female character are analogs for Kathleen Kennedy. I bet she's gonna have brown hair too, just like her.
It's a She-Hulk all over again.
Mm-hmm. And Bush says it's like a health inspector walking into my kitchen saying the fridge has expired food and the dishes are dirty and I scream, racist, sexist phobe in his face. Yeah, it's the same old song and dance. And, you know, it just gives credence to why I like Top Gun Maverick so much more because there was a female pilot in there. But guess what? Just like her male counterparts, she was the best of the best.
Exactly the point.
And she wasn't better than them.
No.
Exactly. Because you put this in the hands of some very feminist SCW type director, they would basically make she'd probably be flying circles around Mav.
Yeah, and they would not only that, but all the men would be putting her down and keeping her back and all that crap too. So it's the same old trope. They can't figure out anything else. It's
seriously. Do you want to make a good female character? I mean, just look at like Sarah Connor in the original Terminator films. That's how you make a female character, or Ellen Ripley.
Yeah, there's a way of going about it, and you don't have to keep saying, "Oh yeah, she's the best." You know, she's the best female character at this, best female character at that. No, with Ellen Ripley, we saw it on screen. She didn't have to brag about it. We saw it. She showed what she can do.
And it wasn't that she was the best. It was that she stepped up to do what needed to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And, she wasn't perfect. And she had to learn stuff because this was
Yes.
not her forte. This was not her area of expertise. So, Hicks had to teach her how to use a gun, but she was inherently strong and motherly, and she did what she had to do.
Yeah,
And
and that's what makes it, and that really complements how like the natural female strength. Women naturally are nurturers. Also, another thing about something physical about women is that women are also naturally more flexible. And the
Mm-hmm.
crazy thing my dad pointed out also, and he actually firmly believes this and supports this, and I can probably agree with him with it, is that yeah, there should be more female pilots in the Air Force, or being pilot. There should be female pilots and more female pilots in general, because if you're doing all those maneuvers and stuff, I think women can probably take those G forces a lot more than a man could, because they have like lower frames. So something like that. I don't know exactly how it is, but at least that's what he said. His words, not mine.
well, if they can do it, they can do it.
And I do want to say hello to Sir Blue Wolf. Welcome. Nice to see a new
Morning.
face here. Morning or afternoon from England. Nice to see somebody from across the pond. And let's see. Bush is saying, and she wasn't better than Maverick, the title character. No, none of those pilots were better than Maverick. Spoiler alert, it was Maverick that had to prove that the job could be done before they actually went on their mission.
Mm-hmm.
And Bush also says KK would have made her whoop Maverick instantly.
Yeah.
True.
Because basically that's what Kathleen Kennedy's a big adult crybaby who wants to say I can be as good as the big boys. That's essentially what it's stacking up to with her.
Yeah, she would have won all the training missions. She would have beat Maverick at least 2 times, during the training montages and crap. So yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
I could do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Put RPG and kaboom.
And Bush is also saying Ellen Ripley was also a woman. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
the floor is made of floor.
And Bush is saying hello to Blue Wolf. And Bush also says Ray isn't Galadriel, isn't She-Hulk, isn't womanly or feminine. No, and I'm sorry. I know I've only watched clips of She-Hulk, but from what I've seen, I'm going, who greenlit this? This is bad.
Obviously, people who live in the modern age and probably believe in that whole crap about hookup culture, which I absolutely detest. In fact, I actually wish I could literally just take a baseball bat and bonk that person who mailed those social media, all those apps on the head. I really wish I would, but only in a perfect world where that could be possible. I can only dream.
Yeah, these are women who want to do the hookup scene but can't. The showrunners.
Mm-hmm.
You seen them? Yeah, the people are swiping left. I don't even know how that works. Swipe left to, get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Actually, there was one I actually tried, but of course, again, I just figured out quickly that this is like overwhelming, and 2, it's a waste of time. I tried this thing, but it actually matched people based on the Mayor Briggs personality types. And I think probably given what the questionnaire answered, I probably have one of the rarest ones. I am an INTJ. Introverted, intuition, thinking, and judging. But also, again, everything is just it's still all superficial and stuff. I mean, I try to be as honest I was in my bio, but of course nobody really wants honesty on those dating apps. They will just say the most BS things. And of course, they're trying to make themselves sound interesting, but people are really only going off of your profile picture. Again, it just shows how superficial this stuff is.
Yep, that's the first thing they look at, and and believe me, that if you don't pass that test, they're not seeing your bio. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I already know that.
And here's a thing, you know, Sparks, you mentioned Sarah Connor earlier, and the thing about Connor in the first Terminator movie is she was a waitress. The character
Yeah,
starts out as
she
a
wasn't a
waitress.
military leader. But I think getting to know Kyle Reese in that short space of time, it taught her to be strong, and that's what we see her as the badass she is in T2.
Yeah, she learned from that experience. She grew from that experience, and yeah, she was thrown into a mental institution because they thought she was crazy for seeing robots from the future, but she wasn't lying.
That goes to show the actual reality of human condition, because there are people who will step up and do what's necessary. Those are called leaders. You know,
Yes.
people nowadays, those people in Hollywood, they would, if a Terminator came for them and Kyle Reese picked one of them up and like, oh, it's come with me if you want to live, they'd be sitting there bawling and crying and don't know what to do. Oh my god, and then she'd get killed. That'd be the end of them.
Yeah, and basically the people who do complain about stuff, guess what? There's only one thing you're gonna do. You're probably gonna get left behind, most likely.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be with me in a group, I'm not saying necessarily I would have to lead, but if I have to, I will step up. But again, if you're gonna complain and you're gonna be dead weight, you're getting left behind.
And that's what most of them are, because they wouldn't have a clue how to react to something like that, and they would freeze and just be a target. They'd be target practice for whoever's out there trying to get them. They wouldn't know how to defend themselves. They wouldn't know how.
Oh yeah, you won't believe. I actually saw a thing on Twitter where this guy was like just like trying to punch something, but he was doing it so weird. I'm not sure if that dude was like gay or not, but it's just like it was just so painful to watch. It's like, seriously, I mean, this guy, he looks almost like him, but seriously, the critical drinker looks like he could beat the crap out of this guy, no problem.
Well, he's Scottish, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you not screw with the Scotsman ever,
especially a drunk one.
Yes, exactly. I mean, yeah, he does look. I mean, sunglasses and all. He looks just like critical drinker, probably, but like frail and skinny. But again, I know this ship like the back of my hand. It'd be essentially that.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things in life you should know is self-defense. You never know when you might be put in a situation where your life is in danger and you have to defend yourself.
And not only that, you have to have a mentality. You have to have be able to let go of the fear of fighting, the fear of throwing a punch, or the fear of getting punched. I mean, because if you're getting in a fight, you're gonna get punched. So you need.
I say if someone does have a problem with me, if you want to really go up and fight me, I say try. But the thing is, if I get angry enough, trust me, I probably will kill you. That's just fair warning from me.
That just got dark.
And so
yes,
yeah. In other words, don't make Jet Sparks angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
God dang right.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next article here. And it's from Superhero Hype. And it says, Scott Bakula says he won't return for the Quantum Leap revival.
Because he read the script.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that? The guy who's playing, wasn't that Glenn from The Walking Dead? And
no, it was a different guy.
Oh, I thought that was him. It looked like Glenn.
All them Asians look alike.
Wow.
I'm quoting Rush Hour.
Oh man.
I know I've seen Rush Hour, but wow.
How about no?
I'm not racist, really.
Okay, all right. Well,
Please believe me.
all right. So this is coming from Superhero Hype, and it says nearly 3 decades ago, Scott Bakula's character Sam Beckett made the choice to continue traveling through time in the series finale of Quantum Leap. Later this month, NBC is launching a revival series that shares continuity with the original show. The new lead character, Dr. Ben Sung, or Song, Raymond Lee, was one of the scientists that were hired to find out what happened to Sam. However, it doesn't sound like we'll get a definitive answer on this show. In a new post on his Instagram page, Bakula has revealed that he will not return for the revival series. Says here from this post to Quantum Leap fans around the world in an effort to quiet the rumors and move on, wrote Bakula. First of all, thanks for hanging around through the decades. Here's the simple version of what's going on with the Quantum Leap reboot and me. I have no connection with the new show, either in front of or behind the camera. It says in January, the pilot was sold and a script was sent to me because the character of Sam Beckett was in it, which makes sense, right? Also, so many of you have been asking me the last several months, how can you do Quantum Leap without Sam or Al, for that matter? Well, I guess we're about to find out. That's the story. As the show has always been near and dear to my heart, it was a very difficult decision to pass on the project. A decision that has upset and confused so many fans of the original series. And the article goes on to say, regardless, Bakula extended his best wishes for the cast and creators of the new revival series. However, the idea of anyone leaping around in time and walking a mile in someone else's shoes remains a very appealing concept and so worthy of exploration, especially given the current state of mankind. In that spirit, I am crossing my fingers that this new cast and crew are lucky enough to tap into the magic that propelled the original Quantum Leap into the hearts and minds of generations past and present. I wish them good luck and happy leaping. Of course, there's Scott Bakula and Dean Stockwell. The article finishes up by saying Quantum Leap will premiere on NBC on Monday, September 19th. Are you disappointed to hear that Bakula won't be back as Sam? Not if he's not interested. If the guy's not interested in reprising his role because he wants no part of it, well, that's his decision.
I don't want him associated with this. You know what this is going to be. You know it, and we all know it. So,
Yeah,
and he knows it, and he doesn't want anything to do with it, and I don't want him associated with this.
And also, technically, Quantum Leap. Every single time he points, every single time the episodes are pretty much like a period piece. So it really needs. So every place he goes to needs to reflect that era of time. But everything in 2022, they're gonna judge everything and do everything, even in those eras, by 2022 standards.
Yeah, they're going to bring modernity to the 1950s and the 60s, and it's gonna be out of place, out of date, and it's gonna be stupid.
Yep. And I'd rather have copies of the original show to be able to watch instead of watching a reboot that nobody asked for.
Yep, I got my Blu-rays. You can't take them back.
Mm-mm. I mean, there comes a point where you can't go back again, and there are certain series and movie franchises you can't go back to because it's not going to be as good as the original.
Yeah,
and they came out of the gate already. They white people need not apply. We want a Asian dude. for the lead character. We want a non-binary to play in it. We want this woman, that woman. It's I am severely disappointed that Ernie Hudson threw his hat in this ring. Maybe it's not going to be as awesome as he thinks it's going to be, but I don't know. It's just another.
It also depends on how much they offered Ernie Hudson, and sometimes money talks.
That's true. But man, they haven't learned the lesson though that being a part of this stupid woke crap is really kind of hurts your reputation with most people. And I think Scott Bakula understands that. Mm-hmm. Although I'm not going to go ahead and say that he's not woke, because he might be just a little bit, because even Quantum Leap, the original, had some of that in there. Even back in the day, I mean, it wasn't like it is now. For Pete's sake, it's nothing like it is now. But yeah, back in the day, the whole thing with TV and movies was pushing the homosexual agenda, and they had a little bit of that in there. And there was a couple episodes where gender bending and it's okay to be gay kind of thing, and that was that was all they did. But they took it like a million miles farther, nowadays. So it's, and when you live in Hollywood, you tend to, you get your downloads. This is what Hollywood's about. This is what I have to push. This is what I'm about. So I don't know. He may be more sensible than that. He may not be an NPC, but I haven't seen anything. I mean, he may be smart enough to keep it to himself. I don't know. There are a few up there that don't like to tick off half their audience. There are some smart ones.
True. And it's just me asking a question. But I wonder if another reason why Scott Bakula said no to coming back is because Dean Stockwell's no longer around.
Oh yeah. That also may be the reason. Yeah, because didn't that actor pass away?
Yeah, he passed away last year.
Yeah, I'd say that makes a lot of perfect sense.
And good morning to Gap After Dark. Gap, if you want to hop in the panel, you're more than welcome. And let's see. Which is saying, and Tony Montana wasn't a race swap. The character was Cuban. He was just played by an Italian American. Petrino acted like he was Cuban. Crazy, right? Yeah, because he's an actor. An actor can play any role they want because they're acting. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter if you're in front of the camera or behind a mic and you're acting. You can be a character you want on camera. You can voice a character you want on camera. It doesn't matter who you are and what you look like.
Yeah, and that's why voice acting is such a good venture for some people. I mean, no, there are actual live action actors who have branched out into voice acting, but it's all the same. Some people have made it a career out of it. Hell, a lot of films and animation have made good careers. I mean, just look at somebody like Jim Cummings, for example, the voice of Winnie the Pooh himself. He's made a
Winnie the Pooh. All hail Megatron, Frank Welker.
Yes, Frank Welker, Peter Cullen, Tara Strong, Scott Menville, a lot of amazing actors. Even Greg Sipes. They've all made
Cree Summer.
Yes, Cree Summer, who started off on A Different World, but then branched off into voice acting, playing characters like Susie Carmichael on.
Oh no, Cree Summer been voice acting since she was a kid. She was the original voice of Penny in Inspector Gadget.
Oh right, I forgot. Totally forgot about her, and her voice has not changed since then.
Frank Oz, you say?
Yes, Frank Oz as well. Yes. The
Yeah.
voice of
Mel
Yoda
Blanc.
himself and also voices of many of the Muppets.
Think about all the characters that Mel Blanc voiced, whether
Oh,
it was for
definitely.
Warner Brothers
That man is
or
literal
other.
god. That man is literal god tier. That he can do all those voices. Same thing with all the actors who were on The Simpsons. They voiced multiple characters. Like Harry Shires voiced multiple characters. Definitely Nancy Cartwright playing the voice of Bart Simpson and Nelson Muntz.
Hank Azaria.
Yes,
Mhm.
but of course now they think that Apu is problematic because you have a white guy voicing an Indian character.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Dan Castanella as Homer and Krusty.
Yes, and there's also that crazy theory that they're probably one and the same.
Well, they do look alike.
Yeah, but the only difference is that Krusty's Jewish.
So he says.
Yeah, but he had that We had that big golem in Treehouse of Horror, and even then, once he finally started realizing that what he was doing was wrong, they gave him a wife voiced by Fran Drescher of all people.
Well, she can pull off the voice. She did it for years on The Nanny.
Oh yeah.
And good morning to Gap After Dark. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike, Animas, Sparks.
Gap.
I've got a new intro for Animas.
Oh no.
You can be
Ooh,
Animas because
yes.
you were born this way.
I chose to be anonymous.
You did, you did, but yeah, I was listening to y'all talk on the quantum leap thing, and I haven't watched it. There's just some shows that you get stuck in your mind, and you're like, anything else but the original won't do.
Yeah, and I know.
And the reboots usually are horrid.
Well, don't really say that, Boosh. I think Hank Azaria, he also did a live action role. He was the Blue Raja on Mystery Men.
Hank Azaria is a very good character actor. What TV show did he play on?
Well, he was also in Wayne's World when Wayne and Garth are pushing their Wayne stock, and the whole time Wayne's talking, all Hank Azaria's character is doing is sorting out records and going, well, that's fascinating stuff.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Trish McNeil. Yeah, she also, I think she voiced a character on a show I did a retrospective on my channel called SWAT Cats: The Radical Squadron. She played the Deputy Mayor Calico Briggs.
Well, Tress McNeil, I know she's been in other television animated series, Tiny Toons, Animaniacs.
She voiced the role of Babs Bunny.
And Dot Warner.
Oh, yes. True.
And she voiced the voice of Animas.
Huh?
I'm just kidding.
She's that good.
Never knew that.
She's got range, man. I'm that good.
I said Mystery Men there, Boosh.
How many articles did I miss?
Don't say that. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, he was in live action roles.
We talked about Rogue Squadron basically being shelved, even though we all pretty much see that coming.
Oh, so they shelved it? Wow.
Yeah, because Patty Jenkins isn't going to be directing it, and they removed it from their schedule, and who knows if it's ever going to be made, just like Ryan Johnson's trilogy or Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie that he keeps saying that it's going to happen, and
Oh, please
well,
don't let.
it's not going to happen.
Yeah, please don't let him touch anything Star Wars. What about Andor? Is anybody going? Is anybody interested? And I just think it's funny. Oh, not funny. Disney ironic that they're going to basically drop 4 episodes in one shot.
That's basically what I think about when I think of Casio keyboard. I'm just get bored to sleep.
Well, why should I be invested in the series where I already know what's going to happen to the main character?
Well,
Yeah.
House of Dragons, people are still watching it.
I mean, that's good for the Game of Thrones fan. I'm not a Game of Thrones fan. I never got into any of the George R. R. Martin books or even the Game of Thrones series.
Well, I stopped watching Games of Thrones, I think season 5. So I don't really know what happens after that. And I heard about the horrendous ending, but I kind of like the House of Dragons.
Yeah, I'm gonna break with everybody. I know some people are like, I know what's gonna happen to him. That's fine. I'm not downing you, but as long as it's a good story, I don't mind finding out what took place before to lead up to what happened. As long as it's a good story and it's well done, you know, an interesting, well made story. Even if I know the ending in another way, that it could be very interesting and it could be very entertaining. Like a lot of people are, like I said, they do like House of the Dragon. It's so far they say it's. I mean, I didn't like Game of Thrones is not my bag. Okay, so I didn't watch it, and now that I know the last 2 seasons, I'm glad I didn't watch it. But like, I mean, you take Star Wars for instance. We all know the first 3 were great, so we went to the prequels, and we all wanted to watch the prequels. We knew Anakin was going to turn into Darth Vader. We all knew this, and all the bad things that happened. The Jedi were all going to be extinct. But we wanted to know how he got there.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's better to actually know how a story played out. Like, again, when I first heard about the character of Darth Bane, well, this guy's pretty cool. Powerful, dangerous Sith. He's probably the one who created the rule of 2 system. But dang, how he goes through the entire trilogy of his books, dang, he does some pretty impressive stuff while he's doing it.
Yeah, I agree. And, I liked Rogue One. I actually liked Rogue One.
Same here.
And I just think it looks good, and it doesn't seem to have. I don't want to be fooled, but I don't have faith in Disney. But it does look off. Andor looks awfully damn good and dark and greedy-ish, and it doesn't have the usual suspects involved. So, I mean, I'm interested. I'm actually interested in it. I haven't even watched Mandalorian, or Beta Fett, or
Oh boy, yeah.
or Pronoun Obi-Wan. I haven't watched. I haven't watched any. I haven't watched any of that, and I don't think I need to watch Andor. But it looks real good to me. Yeah, season 6. Yeah, I heard that, Bush.
Yeah, Gap. I'm gonna warn you now that they've already come out and said things that it's pointing towards woke modernity in
Lord. Okay.
in Andor. So just to warn you, I mean, you can go look it up. There's some interviews with one of the ladies or what have you, but yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid about, because I don't have Disney Plus, and they have been annoying the crap out of me every freaking day, and they even unsubscribed, $1.99. Disney Plus, and I unsubscribed. I put it in the spam folder, and somehow it still ends up in the freaking inbox. And I'm like, oh
Yeah, it's
my
like
god,
they are that desperate to hold on to you, and even if you say no, we don't want it, they say no, you are stuck with us. We basically own you, and we own your money already.
I signed up when it first came on, and then got rid of it immediately because I was like, why do I need Disney Plus? And that was when it first started. So that's why they're bugging the hell out of me. I mean, every freaking day it's like, the $1.99 offer is going to expire soon. Please hurry.
Sounds like my cable company. It's like I got rid of them like 2 years ago or a year ago.
Yeah,
And
basically. Sorry.
not only do they like try to email me my old email, they freaking send me crap in the mail trying to get me back.
Yeah, I cut my cable service, but they said to me, or at least when like my dad helped me set my stuff for my apartment up. They actually said, "Oh, they say you needed to have like the cable included." And no, I said no. All I just want is the internet. I don't really care about watching TV anymore.
Oh yeah, Sparks. I lived in a place like that, and she's like, "Well, you're going to pay for we got." What did we get? Oh, we got AT&T and DirecTV, and I'm like, I really don't want DirecTV. She said, well, you're still paying for it anyway, and I was like, that's not fair. Take off the cost for the DirecTV off my rent bill. Damn it.
Well, technically, yeah. Well, I know I'm using Xfinity, but the thing is, still, it's just the same thing. I know I finally managed to uncouple it because now that's like because it's an unnecessary charge. Now I'm paying exactly $114 even every month for just the internet.
What? Wait a minute. Did you say 114.00?
No, $114
For the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also plus I got the 200 megabit tier, I think.
Wow, I got 500 megabit for 100.
Wow.
I get a terabyte on my phone, and I can tether, and that's fine.
Well, I know one thing. It sucks, but I mean, if I had Verizon FiOS here in the town I live in, if they had one of those there, that'd be perfect. I could just literally just use that.
Well, I can understand where you're coming from. If you only have one choice in your area, like, you obviously do, and I do, then you're kind of stuck with what you got.
Yeah, unfortunately, but at least now it's more it's somewhat manageable. But I think one bright side I got is I think I got that custom cart you get in like CTR Nitro Fuel. That if you're a Xfinity subscriber, you get one of their own special cart they put in that game.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an incentive. Hey, Superfan. I've been hearing from a lot of YouTubers that CenturyLink around the country sucks. Big ones.
Oh yeah. I know people that actually got CenturyLink in the area when they were offering their internet service, and they're all, don't ever go with CenturyLink.
Yeah, let's hope
as much as we gripe about Spectrum around here, Spectrum's far better than CenturyLink. And I do want to say hello to Superman Adam Shahan, and I also want to say hello to Killzone 772. Welcome.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine, and he's a mod on my channel.
Nice. Well, welcome to the channel.
Oh, Sparks, I liked your last video.
My open mic talking pinheads?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was good.
Yeah, I know. Still, I think I'm also really proud of the thumbnail. I just took that screen grab of that one joke. That one joke where Patrick. I actually want to use that clip for if someone has a birthday and comes on Talking Pinheads, and just use that clip.
I loved it. I watched it twice. I was
like, thanks, Gavin. Again, you're welcome to come on.
Okay, anytime. Well, I appreciate it, but I like your channel a lot. I like your perspective on things and the way you put it together.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But yeah, I got AT&T, and believe it or not, it's actually good. And I'm out in what they consider the boonies. And
yeah,
But I did learn real quick, do not allow other people. What's that thing where, if you allow your service to connect to a local networking thing and people can suck your bandwidth while you're not using it or something?
You can just try to use often use that VPN stuff.
Yeah, and I'm like, nah, nope.
No, that's not. It's. I don't say that again, Gap.
It's something to the effect of, like like the Ring doorbells. It can grab some signals from other neighbors and stuff. Like a community hub,
Tethering?
yeah, kind of like that. And I'm like, hell no, on that. You're sucking my speed I'm paying for. Forget that. My bandwidth. I was like, no, I pay for that.
Rural areas, I don't see how that can happen. Usually, like cable companies, they share bandwidth with a group of people, like a node they have on a power pole or something. If you're in that area, then all you guys are sharing bandwidth. Most of the time, people aren't using it all, so in peak hours and stuff like that.
Yeah, but also another thing is like back when I was still living in Nashville, AT&T owned pretty much all the cell towers and lines in the city.
Yeah, but if you're on cell internet, then that's a different story too, because that has like a 20 to 25 mile radius that everybody's using that's on that system.
I'm only 22 miles and then south and 25 miles south of two big cities. So I don't know, consider why they consider us rural, but they do, and then they had that feature on there and I'm like, hell no, take it, show me how to block it off, because it was, doing that dreaded circle spinning. And I called and they're like, oh, well, you need to shut off this. And I'm like, thanks for telling me, other people can suck my bandwidth. I appreciate it.
Would have been nice to know before the system was installed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And of course, when I had lightning strike and blow up the AT&T box outside the house, they were not happy. And I'm like, well, it wasn't my damn fault. It was like,
you think that's crazy? Like 2 years ago, somebody actually bombed an AT&T building in downtown Nashville, and all the internet was out for like days. And I mean, that was right around the time I was actually planning on leaving to drive back up here to Illinois, drive back home because I was visiting family for the holidays. And I mean, I was pretty much flying blind. I got like sidetracked and went all the way to Indiana, for crying out loud.
Not good.
Wow. Oh, that title of that article.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting, and I thought, you know what, this could be perfect for Sunday's Pop Talk.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. I don't know if you guys watch wrestling. I used to watch it with my grandpa, and that's what, when he was alive, he was all into that. And of course, he controlled the remote, so we kind of got into it.
I don't know. I mean, my sister was into a lot of stuff. I think she was still into wrestling. Heck, I think this is something I kind of found out when I first heard my second nephew's name just before he was born. He was born just a few weeks ago. But they named him Kalen, and I found out that they inadvertently named him after a wrestler named Kalen Croft. So there you go. But I know my sisters were big WWE fans of my first nephew. I think he's really gotten into it, I think. And heck, that might even be a future employment if wrestling is still going to be a big entertainment market in the future.
What?
Oh. Is everybody confused here? Sorry.
Sorry, I wanted to show that I am a wrestling fan because I do have a couple of wrestling clips.
Oh.
Really? Yeah. Macho Man Randy Savage, Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion. I am the Lord and Master of the Ring.
God bless that man. God bless him.
We got a real good chat here. We got Jet Sparks and Otto Mouse, and we got that crazy Gap After Dark, and of course we got excellent people in the chat. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't collect wrestling figures, but I'm looking for Brutus the Barber Beefcake because apparently it's on clearance at the Ollie's bargain store, but people are selling it for $109 on eBay, and I'm like, crap! I need to find me an Ollie's and go buy a few and sell them.
Well, I think there was one that opened up like in my old neighborhood that I grew up in down in Tennessee.
That's super fan to stretch, and then one happened. Yeah, it's horrible. But I did end up liking the guy who says "woo" all the time, and I remember Brutus Barber, the Beefcake, of course, Hulk Hogan.
Ric Flair.
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here. I'm the man.
Who's the man? Not you.
Yes, and behind the scenes, it was like, holy crap! You guys have no idea what you see on TV, what goes on behind the scenes. Hell.
All the drama behind the scenes, you know.
Oh my
Oh no,
gosh!
I'm not gonna let this guy go over on me. Hell no.
Oh, it was more entertaining actually than the shows were, even though the shows were entertaining at their height. But um, behind the scenes, it was something else, and to watch them rehearse their skits and and stuff like that, and they're like, "Yo, Gap, what would you think?" And I was just like, and they're like, "Yo, you never say anything, bro," and I'm like, no, and I really didn't want to say what I thought. So I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, that's the thing that I have too, Bush, is with Spectrum, there are times where I've streamed and it goes just fine. Then other times I've tried to stream, whether it be Pop Talk or even a game, and I'm having all sorts of issues. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the actual? Go ahead, Gap.
I'm sorry, my internet's lagging.
So you are facing the max headroom problem with your internet.
Or you're facing the problem where somebody's speaking, but you're watching their webcam and they're perfectly still. And no, it's not a picture that they just put on screen.
Yes, it. Yes, it. Yes, it. It is.
Well, all right. If you want to believe that.
Okay, let's get into this article.
I am. I'm just sharing it out with the chat for anybody who wants to read it.
All right.
So this article is on comicbook.com and it says NBC Universal and Warner Brothers Discovery merger. What would this mean for WWE and AEW? Now, this is just a rumor, but I thought it was a very interesting rumor. It says the entertainment industry could have seen, I think they meant could have seen another monopoly in the near future. As reported by Kim Masters in The Hollywood Reporter, industry observers believe that Comcast CEO Brian Roberts is looking to merge NBC Universal and Warner Brothers Discovery. If this is something that Roberts does indeed pursue, negotiations would not be able to begin until April 2024. While the obvious implications of a merger this massive revolve around the external competition, as these two titans coming together would rival Disney in sheer size, there are variables from what could change one specific industry's landscape: professional wrestling. The biggest wrestling promotions in the world today are independently owned, but each have television agreements with one of the potentially partnering parties. All Elite Wrestling airs AEW Dynamite and AEW Rampage on WBD channels, TBS, and TNT, and holds its pay-per-views on Bleacher Report Live, while World Wrestling Entertainment broadcasts Monday Night Raw and WWE NXT on NBCU's USA Network and holds monthly premium live events on Peacock. Goes on to say, chances of a crossover between the two promotions have always been written off as an impossible fantasy, but a merger like this would theoretically bring AEW and WWE under the same television umbrella. The reason that remains a hypothetical is because AEW is currently seeking a television renewal with Warner Brothers Discovery, as its current contract is set to expire sometime in 2023. AEW president Tony Khan has touted AEW's strong viewership with Warner Media, but it remains to be seen how much the new regime at WBD values his product. On the other side, WWE's television deal with NBCU expires sometime in 2024. Even though the USA Network has been the home of Raw for decades, it's worth noting that Fox initially sought the rights to WWE's red branded show before it opted to purchase SmackDown instead. If Fox is impressed with SmackDown viewership come Raw's deal expiration, it could flirt with the idea of adding WWE's Mondays to its calendar. Going even further, the WWE network is only on Peacock until 2026, and WWE co CEO Nick Khan has already teased the idea of working with Netflix at some point in the future. Goes on to say, we believe Netflix's appetite for live programming will only increase after the introduction of their ad tier, Nick Khan said earlier this year. As we all know, the strongest CPMs are those sold against live programming. Regardless of what the television future holds for both promotions, let's play with the idea that AEW and WWE are still on WBD and NBCU when the potential merger goes down. As evident by recent House of the Dragon and Shark Week branded specials on AEW Dynamite, it's clear that WBD fancies crossing over its properties. Depending on how much leverage WBD would have in this merger, executives on the WBD side would likely entertain the idea of bringing together the two promotions for a televised special. Beyond that, AEW has run multiple wrestling crossovers before, and they've done it with several promotions actually. They've done it with New Japan Pro Wrestling, they've done it with Impact Wrestling, among others. And of course, it's going to list a few of them here by noting this past June Super Show with New Japan Pro Wrestling, AEW versus New Japan Pro Wrestling Forbidden Door. And that's what they call it in wrestling whenever two wrestling promotions end up working together, which isn't all that often. But they call it the Forbidden Door policy. So you'll have talent from one wrestling organization come in and they're still under contract with the wrestling promotion that they work for, but they also sign a deal to be on this pay-per-view. So say, hypothetically speaking, this merger actually happens and AEW and WWE decide they're going to put on either a television event or a pay-per-view event. You could potentially see CM Punk, if he's still associated with AEW, depending on the investigation between the backstage fight that recently happened at the All Out pay-per-view happens. Say he's still under their employment. You could potentially see CM Punk back in a WWE ring and going against someone like Roman Reigns, for example. Because, something like that, that Warner Brothers and NBC would want, the top talent from both organizations. Who wouldn't? And it's like, when you're watching sports, you want to see the best two teams, the stars of those teams, going off against each other. So I do want to say hello to Joker Voice. Glad to see you here. And let's see. It also goes on to say it also helps chances of a crossover that this potential merger would likely also combine HBO Max with Peacock, as evident by this past summer's announcement that Discovery Plus would soon become a tab on HBO Max. if there's a world where AEW Double or Nothing and WWE WrestleMania are being streamed on the same platform, it's only a matter of time before executives begin discussing a combined super show. Yep. So, it's still something that wrestling fans have always thought of. And I'm going to bring up the Monday Night Wars. WWF versus WCW. We always wanted to see a show where the two promotions collided. To have, that match between Sting and The Undertaker, or Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Goldberg, just to name a few. Or, have Harlem Heat go against the Hardy Boys when they were in WWF. Dream matches. There aren't very many dream matches left. I mean, the one dream match that a lot of people were petitioning for WrestleMania back in 2015 was Sting versus Undertaker. Instead, we get Sting versus Triple H, and Triple H goes over on Sting, which I still, to this day, as a fan, say no. Sting should have gone over on Triple H, but WWE didn't ask my opinion. And I do want to say hello to Morai Kitty. Welcome. I've actually been on 2 streams with her, thanks to Potato Revan. And I also want to say hello to Lorenzo Sleazik. Welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What is a honker?
Do we need to have this conversation?
Oh, okay. Because I that's what I thought it was. Yeah, unfortunately, I saw plenty of honkers in the WCW, and I didn't want to, but they like to show it off.
If you got it, flaunt it, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the WWE and the AEW are not sure, or the executives aren't sure where they want to go with anything.
No, I mean, with Vince McMahon retiring last month and Triple H taking over talent relations, Triple H has been trying to bring wrestlers who were released by WWE back, who aren't under contract with anyone else.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Too bad Andre the Giant wouldn't be alive. I'd like to see him go up against The Miz.
Dude, I'd like to see Andre the Giant go up against John Cena just to slam his ass on the ground and pin him. Personally, sorry for the A word. I don't know. PG-13.
No.
Okay, I apologize. I do apologize.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I have a disclaimer at the beginning that says this content may not be suitable for those under the age of 18 due to adult humor and language.
I understand. Yep. I know. But again, I don't know you very well. I do apologize, my friend. Again, thank you, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, because that's how I didn't have my glasses on. So, trying to read from the Twitter and where it was. But yeah, man, I love wrestling. If you didn't know. So, yeah.
Are we talking wrestling?
Wrestling? I love wrestling.
Oh, hello, everybody. My first
yes,
time
we are,
here.
Mr. J. How you doing, Joker voice?
Hey, Joker. Hey, Superfan. Yeah, we know you love wrestling. I want to get into collecting that stuff because it reminds me of my grandpa, and I watched some of the matches with somebody in the UK, the AEW, just so we can talk about them. But I don't really watch the WWE. And Vince McMahon on a vacation, on a retirement, forced retirement.
I will say that I have been a WWF WWE fan since I've been watching since WrestleMania 1. Currently, I am a huge Liv Morgan simp, so I will not apologize for it.
Nor should you. Sorry, nor should you have to, brother. No.
No, you don't have to because she's good at what she does in the ring.
I mean, she has. I mean, talk about someone who has paid her dues and has just been. At one time, she was basically a glorified jobber, and now she's a smack. And now she's a. And now she's a. And now she's a champion. So
Yeah, the woman's champion. Yeah.
Paying your dues, and this goes back to my love. I mean, because her favorite wrestler growing up was what I consider the greatest female wrestler of all time, Lita. So,
Oh my God, Lita. Yeah. But what do you think about China? I remember China.
China was such an anomaly because she was huge, and she was so much. She was so much stronger than any of the female roster that it's to have her lose a match to another female is kind of like, really? So that's kind of why they pushed her toward the men's side, and for a while she shared the Intercontinental title with Jericho.
Yeah. Which I believed it, though. Didn't you believe her versus Jericho more so than some of the girls at that time? Again, if you were to take a Lunder Blade and put China together in the ring, I bet you we would have got a hell of a match.
I bet you're right. I know you're right. That would have been a hell of a
match. Like, both of them could wrestle, but a Lunder Blade, man, we needed her in the 90s, the 2000s. You know, she was ahead of the time.
Alundra Blaze, Medusa, yes.
Yeah, brother. I'm an old school wrestling fan more so than the new. I've watched a little bit of AEW, a little bit of the NXT, stuff. I mean, I am a huge. I watch wrestling daily, but it's usually old WCW, old WWF. Just because I'm an older guy. I'm 47, so I enjoy.
I'm older than I am older than you, sir, and I have not watched AEW because I don't have cable. I stream all my
ditto. I'm lucky because of Angela Straven. I get to join the watch parties when he does them and be that's the only reason I see AEW, though. And then of course with Tony Tone Deaf, and we always are talking wrestling. Those of you that know who we are, that's one of our biggest things is because we're huge wrestling, as you can see.
Yes.
Yes. If you don't know who I am, yes, I am a huge wrestling fan, along with a Joker fan, because I don't know of very many people that have a 6-foot clown sitting behind them, but I am one.
Well,
nice.
People love the clowns. I'm just
show your belt. Show your belt, super fan.
Which belts would you gentlemen like to see?
The biggest one, that last one you showed on stream, the big huge ass one. I think it's the biggest one you got.
Well, I mean, we've got the $1 million belt over here. We have got
the $1 million belt. Nice.
Yeah, let's see the championship.
Yeah, let's see the $1 million belt.
And this thing is all metal, and it's heavy as shit, by the way. BTW, it's got some weight to her. We have to move the E-Tep Wakulian things out of the way first.
Well,
we can't damage the E-Tep. We've got, and I do apologize. I have so much stuff, but we've got the Lego Joker hanging out here. I got to get him out of the way. But
very nice.
Yes. We do have clowns here. We love clowns. This is one of the most beautiful belts we all grew up watching and seeing. And to be able to actually own this thing, and it would be ridiculous to actually strap it on you because, I'm 6 foot, gentlemen.
That is gorgeous.
And this is going all the way down to the ground.
Wow.
So it is a full belt. The back of the belt is all leather.
Okay.
For the yeses or for the dollar signs. But yes, it is a beautiful, beautiful belt. Always wanted one. I have one.
Nice.
But it was.
How much does it weigh?
I really, really wanted. I mean, how would you not want the $1 million belt from Ted DiBiase?
Right.
And again, and it was couple $100 back in the day. I think I picked this up for about $250.
Wow,
shop. But that's one of them. The European belt. I'm not a big fan of these newer ones. When they did the WWE logo.
Yeah.
But I did love the European one.
That's
Because
the
it just looks so much more prestigious.
that's
Yeah,
the,
look-
that's the NXT
Actually,
belt.
this is the WWE version versus the NXT version because they had two, one for each. And I
Okay.
did put Triple H on mine just because it looks better with the skull.
And
But yeah, it was.
and
I
and-
like this whole thing, this style of plate. I
Yeah.
like it like this, but I don't like it with the W. Like,
Okay.
not a big fan.
which I'm just gonna say props to Mandy Rose for holding two titles now.
Yeah. Same with Steiner's son, Braun
Yes.
Breaker. He's got both the NXT title and the
UK title.
Yeah, this one, the
Yeah.
United Kingdom NXT title as well. He's got both of them, and
Nice.
the NXT belt's an actual pretty sharp looking.
It
For
is.
being what NXT is, it's a pretty sharp. It reminds me of the old IC titles and whatnot with
Right.
prestige anyway.
Yes.
Personally.
Yes. Yeah. The new IC belt looks terrible.
Oh, I do not like the new one at all. No, sir. I am with you. I wasn't even a big fan really of the '90s IC Championship.
Oh,
I
the
kind of liked it more the Savage style myself.
the oval. looking
Yes,
belt.
the oval. I mean, it was an okay belt, but it never like they made the China version. That would be the one I would buy, the Signature Series China version. Just to A, because I miss her. She was great in the ring as well. But to me, that was the end of the pinnacle for that. But I know other people had it. But I never was a big fan of that title itself. I preferred Macho Man's.
I liked it. I liked when the Warrior had it because you would get a different color strap like every week.
Hell yeah. Get the yellow.
Yep.
Did the blues and the purples. Yeah, that was the one thing that, like, for our generation, it was really cool to see the belt on it with a different strap.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it
taking a
made
shot.
the belt stand out too. And
Taking a shot
you're,
now.
you're talking about Macho Man's Intercontinental Championship. That's actually one I bought on WWE Shop, and I was lucky to actually get one that had the WWF block letters and not WWE
Right.
block letters.
And then I also don't like the tag team championship belts either.
No.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, now I'm okay with when they did the penny version because I have one.
Yeah.
Like, I like the penny. I've got it sitting on my door over here. I like that fact that it was more the copper coloring than the gold. It was something different.
Boosh.
Again, it was different. But when they went silver and then the red and the blue and then to I wasn't a big fan.
Now I will say that the United States title looks good.
Yeah. Now, out of U.S. titles, though, okay, we've got the WWE version. You've got the Cena spinner. You've got the actual U.S. title, which to me kind of took over the Intercontinental title.
It did.
And U.S. was more WCW because the WCW belt was really pretty back in the day. A lot of people remember Goldberg with it, but even pre-Goldberg, like that belt to me, again, it was very pristine. You had history behind it. And then when they switched to the WWE, I did have the WWE version. It was a knockoff version that I made the men's room title with stickers, mailbox stickers, mind you, but it worked. But it is a very pretty belt, a very pretty title. When you feel proud to be an American, when you see, if you have that belt I agree. I loved that version that they had. I'm not a big spinner fan version.
Oh, that is when my hatred of Cena started. When all those damn spinner belts just needed to. I don't know if I can swear on this stream or not.
Go ahead.
The first time I saw a spinner belt, I was just like, "Fuck off!"
Yeah.
I have a
I do
question.
want to say welcome to Bush McFadden.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
What do you mean spinner belt? Like the rims? Like there's a spinner on it?
Yeah,
Yes.
John Cena's got spinner.
Oh my god!
Yeah. It actually
Talk about a virtue signal.
A little bit, and then
Black people like spinning things. Let's put this on a belt.
and then even some of the like the Stone Cold Championship belt. I was like, nah.
But I have that belt on the wall. I also have the Rock's belt on the wall.
Why does that not shock me?
I wanted the Smoking Skull Championship.
Yeah.
I'd like to say hello to Gap After Dark, Sparks, super fan Adam. I haven't seen you in a while.
What's
hey,
up,
Mike, and No Mass. No Mass.
Hey, Mr. J.
Oh, stop it. You're going to make me blush.
Hey,
the
Bush.
best Harley I can do. It's not that good. My voice is a little too deep for her.
I've even got
You
the
said it,
Mick
not me.
Foley belt, guys. I'm sorry. I loved Mankind, the first version.
Oh,
I
the
love
hardcore.
Mankind.
Yes. The hardcore
Cactus
belt.
Jack was fun. I like Cactus Jack when he played that.
Bang, bang.
That was fun. When he had the big eagle belt when they redid it.
Oh,
they made
yeah.
the Mankind version, and I did buy it. It came with like I like Mankind pre-Socko. Socko was funny, but I like the original scary talking to rats Mick Foley.
I like
the one that hung out in the boiler room.
Yes,
I actually liked the hardcore title belt.
Oh yeah. The fact that was, Mr. Perfect took Hogan's, big gold eagle and smashed it, and then they turned it into the hardcore belt. Yes.
Yep.
Badass it was.
Now that is someone who should have had a world title, who should have had the WWF title around his waist and got shortchanged was Kurt Hennig.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect.
And then
you could even say that about Rick Rude too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rude did good, but Rude got the heavyweight championship in WCW. But then he got hurt. But I'd like to see Rude with the WWF title, the old school winged eagle.
Yeah.
I could have, but because he was the heel, so it wasn't going to happen. High Z-Cold was all Vince would give him.
Right.
Sadly.
And plus at the time it was the Warrior who was champion, who was so over that you weren't gonna.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't sacrifice that. Why would you? You're making bank. The Warrior was crazy, even though he did blow himself out after like 5 minutes of running to the ring and whatnot. At least he made it to the ring. Samoa Joe can't even do that.
Cocaine wears off.
So I've heard that. I know nothing about it at all. It was all for research. It was for a science project.
Yeah, scientific purposes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. With no science.
Oh, there was science.
Yeah, science. It's scientific method. It's a hypothesis. Really good high. Here's the experiment. What happens if I mix cocaine with this other drug? That's the result.
What happens if I mix cocaine and strippers?
Ta-da.
Answer a great time.
Woo!
I think you're
Did
supposed
you say
to say
cocaine and strippers? The Nature Boy is here for the cocaine. Well, you did say cocaine first, so there you go. You
well, I mean, I do live in Las Vegas, so I'm just saying.
You like? Oh, so you're over with Tony Tone Deaf then area? Nice. Okay, cool.
Cool.
My answer would be Vic McMahon.
Yes, I mean, okay. So now that the Vince is quote unquote retired, and the recent bringing people back, do you think Triple H is like, okay, all the stuff that you were doing of late, Vince, did not work. Let's go back to what does work.
Okay, here's the point, and I would, and if this is for anybody that watches wrestling and is a fan too, please, the entire panel. And if we're killing this because of wrestling, let us know. We don't want to.
No. I've talked about wrestling before on the channel, so it doesn't bother me.
Once the
some questions
started, fans, it came overtake. So I wanted to. Okay, so my thought on it is the problem with current wrestling has been it's more about product and brand, like the wrestler's brand and product and the wrestler themselves and the storytelling that us, the older generations, have watched and loved. You go back to Billy Graham, superstar Billy Graham. You go back to, Jesse the Body Ventura eras and stuff. And it was more wrestling and about wrestling. And as it's evolved, it became wrestling and marketing. But like, as I said, to me, now it's all about the marketing and your brand. And I think that's what was wrong. And some of the again, we can't trust what we're really told. We don't know what was Vince and what is now, Triple H. What he had in the fires, but nobody was happy. And I honestly to God, and I'm sorry about the dogs, feel it's because
go
we
kill
went away
that
from
squirrel,
storytelling
please.
And that kind of a thing, and push the brand version instead of the character version.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
You get a BB gun, take care of that squirrel. The dogs will stop.
Well, it's you, Boosh. They're excited. It's Little Miss. It's Frank's daughter. They hear your voice and they're all excited. Like, it's Boosh. It's Boosh.
Well,
he's back. He's back.
Who could blame them?
I know, right, brother? That's the thing. My wiener dog clan loves you, Boosh.
Oh God, I'm glad you said dog after that.
Wow, whoa!
That was a pause.
You're not used to me, but I've been doing this a long time, baby. There's always a pause. It's the wiener.
I actually had a question for the wrestling fans. I was there for the Attitude Era. I saw lots of stuff before that as well. I kind of fell out with it. A friend of mine lived, the next street over. We used to hang out. We used to play basketball together. He got me into wrestling, so I saw a whole lot of the Attitude Era. I like Diesel. He was one of my favorite guys. They turned him into an absolute dickhead. I don't remember. I think they were one of the first places to throw women in there like crazy because I remember China back in the day. A sad story with her. I don't think I've seen any of the woke nonsense going after WWE. If it's happening, I haven't heard anything about it. But that would be like prime real estate for them to lose their goddamn minds.
I haven't heard anything about it.
They did the woman's thing. They had the all woman's pay-per-view, and it's not necessary, as you said, man. It's not really. I'm not going to say that that's woke, but they were pushing the females, and the problem with that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let me say that first and foremost. There's nothing wrong with that, but Vince McMahon himself was not a fan of the female wrestlers. That's why we didn't get it. It was right.
He is also not. He was also notoriously not a fan of tag teams.
Yes,
I mean,
correct.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because that's one of my favorite aspects of wrestling is tag team. Wrestling.
I mean, it's kind of well known that Vince likes cartoonishly freakish specimens of human beings.
Yes, this is true.
I mean, even someone. I mean, even someone who was such a fan favorite like CM Punk, Vince hated him because he wasn't like a Braun Strowman.
Right. Vince, let's face it. Vince likes big, jack, muscular, built guys, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
For wrestling, it makes sense. When you look at Savage in the Spider-Man movie, I got you for 3 whole minutes.
He is
3 minutes of playtime.
Yeah. Like you're not. I'd be doing the same.
You're going nowhere.
Yeah, I'm hiding. You can't get me. I'm up here.
Right.
That's a nice outfit. Did your husband make it for you?
And then you also have someone like Lashley, who is just a genetic freak.
Oh, dude, I saw him live. I've seen the Big Show live. I never got the privilege of seeing Andre because I know that Show is a little bit shorter than Andre and was a little bit smaller than. But I saw the next big thing, which was Brock Lesnar and the Big Show, and to see those guys, even if you're not like right next to them, because we were quite a few rows back, but to see them in the ring, because a lot of people don't think about the man. Okay, they look taller in the ring because you're a good 3 feet, 4 feet off the ground to begin with, right? So a lot of people don't take that in, but I know how tall I am and some of the wrestlers are in real life that I've stood nose to nose with, and I'm like, okay, and then I see them in the ring, so I can do the math and figure it out where I would be standing with them. And yeah, but Brock Lesnar is the scariest, fastest moving man I have seen in my life for his size. I watched him scoop up Billy Gunn and treat him like he was just a little kid. And now Billy Gunn is in AEW, and he makes a lot of the younger kids look like little children, like he's just slapping around a bunch of girls.
Yeah.
Even his own 2 sons are smaller than he is.
They are large people.
I remember
very big people.
I remember I was working a sales gig when I was in LA. I was in the Santa Monica area, and I had just finished doing a sale, and I'm coming back out to my car, and there's this really nice car next to me, and out of the corner of my eye, this big guy comes out, and I instantly know who it is, and I'm just like, feel the bang, and the guy looks up, and he was like, "What's up, man?" And so I talked to Diamond Dallas Page for like an hour, just hanging out.
That's pretty cool.
That's because DDP is a pimp, dude. Like, he is legitimately a nice guy. Like, you know, you take the wrestling persona away. I met him at Horror Hound a few years back and got about 5 minutes with him, not at a table, just walking by. Right. Got to shake his hand, meet him, you know, thank him for, you know, everything he had done, not just in the wrestling business, for the older wrestlers that didn't OD and that he helped, you know, Scott Hall and all the people he helped afterwards.
Jake the Snake.
And so many other people, though. You know, he helps people all the time. It's not just the celeb. That's the thing that people don't understand. They're like, oh, it's the work, or it's this or that. No, he's out there giving 110% because the man cares. It's about humanity. And I love seeing these older wrestlers nowadays that get to come and hit the scenes now, because, you know, wrestling was different back in our eras, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they would wrestle and then you wouldn't hear from them. Then they pretty much, like the movie The Wrestler, they wrestled themselves to death.
Right. Which
it seems to be true of a lot of these like full contact sports. I've met football players when I lived in South Florida. I've met UFC fighters. I went to school with a UFC fighter. They're just happy people generally. Like, every now and then you get guys that are just total jackasses on camera. The football players, you know, those are the ones that make the headlines. You're not going to get some guy out there being like, oh yeah, you know, I just love the team. This is my humanitarian efforts. They don't get the headlines. The ones that get the headlines are like, you know, Michael Pittman beat his wife again.
Yeah,
like,
because that's the whole thing, though. Journalism nowadays, they don't care about wanting to get facts. They just want to sensationalize crap for the sake of
ratings. And that's but they're showing it because it's very disingenuous. They're showing those stories to get headlines because they want people to show. They're like, oh, look at how horrible this human being is, but it's not representative of the league. And I think it's terrible. It is very disingenuous. It is harmful because people see this and go, okay, this is what football is like. Colin Kaepernick is a perfect example of what happened. They lost 82% of viewership for the NFL, or subscribers for the NFL ticket. AT&T spent, I think, $8 billion buying DirecTV specifically for the NFL ticket. Then Colin Kaepernick's doing his bullshit, and it's on every single channel all the time, and people stop subscribing.
Football, between
so did I.
And then the advertisement change.
It wasn't. I slowed down with the Kaepernick stuff, but I really just stopped altogether paying attention to stats. I used to go to NFL.com all the time. I used to follow players. I used to watch ESPN. I used to watch ESPN2. I used to follow podcasts that were talking about different teams, where things are moving, who's going where, looking at different stats. When they started putting a grapist on their helmets and on their jerseys, celebrating him and talking about how he's the victim, that was it. I stopped following everything football.
And what they did to Drew Brees.
Oh God! And what they do, that they're doing it to Aaron Rodgers now too. It's like these are great people. Look at the humanitarian efforts they put forth. And they get all of their aggression out on the field, and so that, you know, it's not around other people. And they're genuinely nice human beings, and they're just completely destroying their lives because they don't align politically with whatever the nonsense is the media wants.
Well, they did the same to Tim Tebow.
And
Drew, exactly.
Well, Tebow did the right thing, whereas Drew Brees did the wrong thing. Drew Brees apologized.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Tebow
that means you're admitting guilt,
and that's a good thing. Hey, the guy takes people to prom. That's amazingly good.
Right. And the problem is, once you apologize, you can never apologize enough.
Correct.
Basically bend the knee.
The apology
like now
never
admit,
goes away.
Now admit you're sexist.
Yeah.
Now admit you're racist. Now admit you're sexist. Now admit you make too much money. Now donate all your money to charity.
Right.
Now go on a struggle session. You know, now you've got to be a complete simp to the party. Heil Biden. You know, all this nonsense. I hate it. I wish they would go back to, let's report on what happened during the game rather than the announcer's political beliefs.
How about just football, Boosh? Can we just have football again? Where it's football and people,
Morning,
actually
Chris.
playing the ball
Hey, Chris.
game, not all the other bullshit. Can we have football? No need.
It makes you wonder, why doesn't John Madden just rise from the grave to bitch slap all those newscasters that are working nowadays?
I'm surprised he shows up as a ghost naked and just fucks with them. Like that is really what I hope happens.
Okay.
That's not how you call the play.
No,
It's like, hey, Jared, you got to get a guy off. You're tight end. That's a good tight end there you got, man. Here's some tough acting to acting.
Yeah, you know what? That's
and he's just naked.
That is an image. That is an image I will need to take. I will need to bleach my brain from now.
Whiskey.
Yes.
I'm surprised you guys aren't talking like about the biggest leak in like years right now.
And that is?
Well, let's just say a certain $1 million game got leaked last night at 2 a.m. Me and Cash.
I'm gonna get to that, Crit. I'm gonna get to that. I saw the DM this morning, and
me and Cash were doing stuff last night, and I was gonna go to bed. And as soon as I get off VC, I messaged Cash. Cash, come back to VC. Something leaked. And he came back, and he's like, "What?" And he's like, "You gotta look at this." And he's like, "Is this Saints Row?" And like, no. It doesn't look like Saints Row.
I know nothing about gaming, so no.
I know about Saints Row.
I love Saints Row, but I didn't like the newer game. They didn't.
I mean, literally, it's just the basically your average like woke Twitter user from the West Coast.
But I told Cash, look at the lighting. Does that remind you of Red Dead Redemption 2? And he's like, yeah, and then he started to connect the dots. And that's pretty much where I'm going to stop because I was.
Well, no, what game are you talking about? What's going on?
Grand Theft Auto 6 got leaked.
Oh, yeah, we know it's going to be a female character, which. I hope they do it the correct way, which is look at how Trevor behaves, look at how Mike behaves, look at how Franklin behaves. Franklin, by far, my favorite character. He was the only one that won a complete jackass. He just had some asshole friends. Pardon my language.
Yeah, but the thing is, I like that Franklin really made it big in like the online DLC with a partner.
Agent I'd never like Lamar. Lamar can.
I would be careful. Take-Two has been taken down. So let's not look like a law of it. I got screenshots here.
Well, if you got the screenshots, then I won't even bother clicking on the links.
Don't.
Here, Pacific.
But I want them to do the female. I don't care if it's a female lead, but what they're going to do is go woke with it, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
She's the best at everything. She's untouchable. The story is going to revolve around. You can't show a woman getting beat up like Trevor gets beat up, or getting shot like Michael gets shot. You can't show another character talking down to her like they do Franklin. Gotcha. They can't do that because it's
you're killing the game though, bro. That's the problem.
Correct. That's exactly correct.
You can make your own character and do your own thing through these games anyhow.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna finally take that away from us too. I mean, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many crazy characters in online.
Well, that's online. That's not really. There's some linear storylines, but it's not really like that. The campaigns, the single player campaigns, ever since Grand Theft Auto 3, and then Vice City was really great too. They were well scripted. They were well acted. They had like
but they want to make it Jameson they want to make it woke. Like they would say, oh, there's absolutely no black cops. What about Officer Tenpenny? He was a crooked cop, and he was black, and he was voiced by Samuel L. Jackson himself.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't a crooked cop because he was black. He was created as a crooked cop to begin. You got to make sure you got to cover yourself.
You have to look at it from my perspective because I've been playing GTA since it was a top down.
Yeah,
there are no good guys.
Yeah,
none.
Absolutely no. But
no one's a good guy. If you say, "Oh, you're portraying this race or this gender or this ideology or this political party as bad guy," everyone's a bad guy. There's no good guys in this game.
Exactly.
Isn't the name of the game Grand Theft Auto?
Auto theft is in the title.
So it's kind of implied that everyone's a bad guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's the truth. Burt Reynolds was a skeezy real estate developer. He was clearly Republican. The Jenna Jameson character was an airhead. What was her name? It was like sexy something with 3 X's in it. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Jenna.
But they had the Yakuza in GTA 3. GTA 4 I didn't own. I played a little bit of it. Well, that's just, I mean, Italians are bad guys. The Yakuza are bad guys. The Hispanics are bad guys. There's no heroes in this game.
Yeah,
but they're going to do that if they have a female character be the lead,
right?
Because they cannot be shown to be anti-female in this day and age. So I'm not going to buy the game. I'm going to wait for the reviews. I didn't wait for reviews at any of the other games. Vice City, I bought as soon as it came out.
Damn right.
GTA 5, I bought it the next week after it came out because I needed money.
So some further developments about this leak. So this was apparently there's this app called Slack where it's a business messaging app, and all these businesses do, they connect with each other on this app. And one of the companies was Rockstar, and so they would use this app to connect when they were working on this game. And apparently a hacker got into Slack and not only stole the source code for Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, but basically stole the build for GTA 6. And now he's blackmailing Take-Two to or he'll sell it or something like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's gone that way. But it's the biggest leak in gaming history, maybe. If GTA 6 is leaked, like the build, I don't know what that's gonna do to Rockstar, because that GTA is kind of their moneymaker. And
well, I mean, it's kind of, and again, we're going off, you got to also question the info you get. How much of it is 100% correct, and how much is it we're just being fed down a rabbit hole? Sadly, I hate to bring that up. To what extent do they have missing? Is there ways? Because that sounds like massive lawsuits if somebody gaffled it from. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, especially for a company like that, that's horrible. But then again, if they're going to make games like this, I hope they go under. I'm sorry.
I agree with that perspective. You're screwing over your fan base. Look,
absolutely.
And what they do, like G4 TV is a great example. They have these ideologies they push forward, and instead of getting rid of the ideology because they can't, they're forced to do it. They start taking monetary losses and they start firing people. They're not going to be firing the higher ups or the woke people that work at the company. They're going to be firing the developers. The game quality is going to go down. The graphics are going to go down. They're going to fire the writers. The writing's going to go down, and no one's going to be buying your crappy product. G4 TV kept on Adam Sessler and what's the Frost Urine? Frozen Piss.
Yeah, she's still there.
Adam Sessler used to be cool. GTA G4 used to be cool until
because they talked about gaming instead of fucking politics. Like, you don't have to inject your politics into everything. We don't need it in sports. We don't need it in school. We don't need it in our entertainment.
It's 2022. Of course they have to.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is, dude.
Get done with it.
Once again, I say, bring on the meteor.
But they fired
Carlin. Yeah, man. I'm just gonna sit back with a joint and watch it. Whatever happens.
But they fired all of these developers and writers for G4 and producers and sound people instead of the people that caused the backlash.
Yeah,
it's like I work in restaurants. I've managed restaurants. I've worked bar. I've worked in the kitchen. I've worked at the front. I've been a waiter. I hate being a waiter. I've managed people that work at restaurants. It's like you have a waitress out there spitting in customers' faces, and you fire the cook.
Yeah,
like what do you? Stupid.
Everything's
just so stupid.
That of course she Frost. I mean, again, she's got the look of someone who probably would not feel out of place in a biker gang, and she's got all this crap she's saying, and she has the gall to basically gloat about saying, "Oh, I survived." Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You are an absolute bitch, woman. You are the greatest bitch of all time, and heck, I would love to see Chrissy Mayer actually walk up to you with that wig and have her fight your ass.
No, we don't want physical violence. We want her to go on a show so someone can take her down a peg because she does not have balls. She is completely protected by all these people that are paid to protect her.
I would love to have her go on an episode of FNT and defend herself.
Yeah, but she ain't gonna do it because she knows she's gonna get roasted to a crisp by all of them, including Chrissy, who basically parodied her.
Oh yeah, which beautifully, but either way. Oh, this little thing. J.J. Abrams. So, thanks for popping this up here. So I did a video just yesterday. J.J. Abrams, who went from Paramount to Lucasfilm, destroyed franchises there, then finds himself at Warner Brothers is supposed to be doing DC content. Well, hadn't done anything, and finally has his reboot of Constantine with a African American actor, and HBO Max, the primary streaming platform for the Warner Brothers, that just greenlit another season of Titans, says, we're good. So
I gotta run. I have a lunch date I gotta go to.
Ooh,
nice.
Thanks for having me on.
Not a problem. Thank you for coming on.
With all you guys, I'd like to say thank you for your comments in the chat. Yeah, even Gay Tony wasn't asked, but he was a lot of fun. All right, I'll talk to all of you later. Goodbye.
No one does it better than Boosh.
Bye.
Bush.
So I just found this. I found this hilariously ironic that the guy who not just a few years ago was being called the next Spielberg or the next Lucas is Hollywood catching on that he's a complete hack.
Finally? Are they finally catching on, you mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
So I'm just tossing this out to everyone here. What do you think?
It's a clown world after all.
I think because of Zaslav, none of his projects are going to take off the ground.
Right. Okay.
They should just get rid of it. Get rid of him, and he should just take a break and go away.
And maybe learn how to write stories.
Learn how to direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a screenwriting class.
Yeah, the only good thing he did was Alias, the TV show. That was good.
What about Fringe?
He did Alias. He did Felicity.
No, Fringe. I was talking about Fringe.
Oh, Fringe. Yeah, and then he did Lost, and people were upset with him at the way Lost ended. I never watched the show, so I can't speak to that.
Well, I mean, literally, it takes its name. Yeah, you literally watching it for like the first season. Like, yeah, I don't know what the hell's even going on with this. It really is its name.
A couple seasons later, didn't it? Like the writers all changed and the story kind of went weird. I never watched. I'm just basing off of what I've heard. And then in the end, you find out they're all dead. I'm like, I don't want to go watch that.
Yeah.
No.
And then he went to Star Trek.
Oh, boy, here we go with this one.
And then if that wasn't enough, they gave him Star Wars.
The first Star Trek wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that good.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was in the middle. Into Darkness, though, that's another story.
Yeah, I unfortunately had to sit through that movie.
Yeah, and then,
sorry, the original series is me, my friends, and it's all shit after that. But
the Force
Abrams was bad.
The Force Awakens was okay.
That film is just A New Hope.
It's a retread, yes.
Yeah, but sometimes you gotta go back to. It was a soft reboot, basically what it was. Yeah. I think the problems from that. The thing is, it had like potential afterwards. That's why most of the problems came from episode 8 and 9, and I think that's why when episode 7, people just like to look back at that. And but I think when it first came out, a lot of people enjoyed it for the most part.
Right. Initially, because we hadn't seen Star Wars in like 16 years. So
I saw it and I hated it. But I think if he would had got the honestly, guys, like if he had all three movies and he had them script out and we were able to read possibly what would have been without him being able to change it now.
Right.
So give us him then and the shit that he wrote. Yes, I would love to see, because I've been a defender by saying I really think we would have got a different Star Wars, maybe not any better. I don't know. Had we actually got to see all three movies done by him without any of the nonsense that happened. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because episode 8 really threw a wrench into the entire thing.
Yeah.
And the problem was Lucasfilm went into those three films with no real plan. They had no real concrete story, and Kathleen Kennedy gave Ruin Johnson, that round-headed simpleton, gave him kind of free reign to do whatever he wanted. And then because he undid a lot of the plot threads that JJ had started, JJ had to go back and is like, okay, let me try and string this thing back together. And he's still a hack, but you could tell where JJ was throwing shade on Rian Johnson.
Oh, it was a FU fest, dude. It was, I make a movie, and then in the next movie, okay, instead of explaining everything, FU. And then we go back. In the last movie, I feel really, it was just everything thrown together. They go, okay, you bitch, now you bitch. Well, here, we're just going to give everybody everything they want. Like, in the Jim Carrey, was it Jim Carrey? I think it was. With the God movie, it's like, yes to all.
Yes.
And that's what we got with the last one. It was just like, hey, that's it. The Raylo fans were happy and mad. Your normies were happy and mad.
I walked out.
It was just a shit film, but they didn't care.
I sat through episode 8. I walked out of episode 9. I don't know, like an hour in. I couldn't take it no more.
No, I didn't bother to go see it at all. I mean, just like hearing like Palpatine's laugh at like Star Wars Celebration, I didn't go to it. I actually wish I would, because it actually was in Chicago at the time. But the thing is, I kind of feel the same way how Jeremy Griggs felt. It makes me it will make you hate The Last Jedi even more.
Yeah, and my huge problem with this, and this is what I give, and I put this solely on Kathleen, that cunt. Sorry, am I speaking out loud?
Jared Baskins?
Yes, that too. In the opening crawler of The Rise of Palpatine,
yes,
is something that completely undoes the original trilogy, which is just, to me, just sacrilege. When they say Palpatine has returned, I'm like, great, you've just taken Anakin's entire redemption arc and flushed it.
Yeah,
they could have like trolled the audience and made it be Plagueis, who's like acting as Palpatine.
Exactly.
It's kind of odd though, because we know what Plagueis is. Plagueis is non-human. He's immune.
He's a mud. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you could have had that with Snoke, but no, Johnson killed them off.
Yes, that literally irked the hell out of me. I even looked at my mom, who actually, when I went to go see it, she had a look of, oh yes, finally they killed him. We're only 2 movies into this, and I was like, I looked at her, but like, what the hell did they just do? It's like we were just like polar opposites of what we were thinking at that moment, though. But again, it's just like I don't even know what that was even going on. I walked out and we completely bewildered, and then it turned to anger.
Right, and now, okay, so this article here. There's another little topic here that I wanted to maybe ask a question. It starts off with Keanu Reeves is coming back to the Constantine franchise, which means that apparently HBO or Warner Brothers is doing another Constantine film. Oh. I'm like, where's the love for Matt Ryan?
Yeah. That was far superior of a Constantine than
Matt Ryan is Constantine.
Yeah. Even in the animated movies, dude, like his voice, in that TV series was the shiznit. Like
that was such a good series.
I want that on Blu-ray or DVD, and you can't get it. But
Yeah, but Mike Civic's back, so he can like take us into this article now.
All right, so this article comes from MSNBC, and it says J.J. Abrams or MSN. Yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah, you know.
J.J. Abrams' Constantine series and Madam X will be shopped elsewhere after HBO Max passes.
Which I find hilarious.
It says Keanu Reeves returning to the Constantine franchise, as revealed by Deadline earlier this afternoon, has thrown up some dust in the TV business. HBO Max has passed on the J.J. Abrams executive produced television series version of Constantine, which was being written by British writer Guy Bolton, and a series based on DC Comics' Madam X with Angela Robinson. It says both were in development at the streamer and came from Abrams' Bad Robot, or as I like to call it, and many others, Bad Reboot.
Yep.
In association with Warner Brothers Television. The fact that Warner Brothers is developing another installment of Constantine on the film side with Reeves attached to return with Francis Lawrence directing and Akiva Goldsman writing, well, there's your nail in the coffin. You got Akiva Goldsman writing. Sheesh.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
Didn't help its small screen sibling series chances. It says, however, the series, which was a darker reboot of the DC character inspired by the character's appearance in the Hellraiser comics that takes place in the contemporary London, had been in development for over 2 years, well before HBO Max even launched and long before David Zaslav took over the studio. It doesn't matter.
No.
He's seen what they had to offer and says, I don't want that. Shop it around.
Yep. And they mentioned in the article that a logical stopping place for this will be Netflix, which makes a lot of sense because with the later seasons of Lucifer and the Sandman series, which was actually good. I didn't like a few of the character choices they had, especially Constantine. I think Netflix will pick this up. I don't know what the price tag will be, but I find it funny that the guy who was hired by Warner Brothers to do DC content finally gets a project greenlit, and they're like, no, we would rather have another series. We would rather have another series, a season of Titans, than this.
Right. And just but I didn't enjoy that. That movie is shit.
Oh, the movie's terrible.
Is shit.
I mean, you could have called that film anything else. You could have not called it Constantine, and you would have had the exact same film.
Yeah.
Very true.
And this is why I say, I mean, the one thing you don't give Keanu Reeves in a film is lines. Don't give him lines. Don't have him talk.
Exactly.
As long as he doesn't talk, he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And just for that, I need to take another shot.
Not a problem. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next story. And the next story being that Amazon has greenlit Ridley Scott's Blade Runner 2099 series.
I'm sorry, what?
Wow.
Ridley Scott's Blade Runner 2099 is being greenlit. And I'm sorry, I didn't ask for this. If I want to watch Blade Runner, I'll watch the first one.
Because
get through the second
What?
Because the last film did so well that they want more.
What? The the second film is wonderful. I don't know what you guys are smoking. I don't know. It is slow, yeah. It is slow. It is slow. It is slow, yeah. But man, I watched that movie in IMAX, and man, you see Anna de Armas's butt like when she's a hologram, and then you.
We are such simple creatures, man. We are.
But I do know that they supposedly mess up the first movie though, because you don't know, is he or is he not one, and then they kind of
it's not
in the movie. And I tried watching that movie, dude. I got about 15 into it, and I just couldn't do it. It was just too damn boring. I'm like, man, I'd rather watch the original.
But the first Blade Runner is boring too. It's a slow burner film series. It's a slow. The second one though, it was more about how it looked to me and the sound design. It was more for a movie for the cinema. I feel the same way about the Batman, where in the Batman was good when you saw it on the big screen, but except for Catwoman. But then when you get, but then when you try to rewatch it on HBO Max, you can only get like 30 minutes in, and like, I can't really watch this again.
I still kind of enjoy it though. I've got a home theater, so I mean, like, it's the same if I go to the theater, I do it at home. But I see what you're saying though. You're right. There are those movies that it is the big event because you see it in said theater versus at home. But again, when we're talking story wise, I haven't gotten back to it because I've only seen the original Blade Runner from the theater when we went and saw it at the theater. That's the main one. I haven't seen all these different versions that we have just because that's the version.
Well, Ridley Scott
at the theater.
The theatrical cut where Harrison Ford has like the worst monologue voice. That's the one Ridley Scott hates with a passion. He always says, if you want to watch Blade Runner, you watch the final cut because that's everything is more implied than told to you from Harrison Ford. And that's these new cuts of Blade Runner really fix the movie in a way. But again, a Blade Runner series I think is fine. I like the world as it is, and I know Cash, brother, and him like that anime show on Adult Swim. That's Blade Runner. When I watch it, it reminds me too much of Alita Battle Angel. But
What are you talking about? Cowboy Bebop?
No, there's a Blade Runner anime. Why did you bring that up? Why do you? Where's Cash so I can remind him that exists?
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get in touch with him.
For a TV series, if they do it right, like you're saying, though, I think it would be nice. I wasn't asking for this. I haven't gotten through the final cut yet of Blade Runner because that was my game plan. And now that you've said thank you for because I'm not like no, but I'm going to get through the final cut, then I'll watch the new one all the way through. And if they do it proper, dude, I don't see why you couldn't do this though if you do it proper.
Okay, I would say if you would make this show and every episode is an absolute separate story unto itself. Don't try and tell some overarching larger story, just like the daily adventures of whoever this cop or of the cop, whoever, and just his daily deals. Just keep it.
Yeah, just make it episodic in a way.
Yes.
Don't serialize it.
Yes.
Love, Death, and Robot style, even if you will.
That's technically an anthology. But I mean, but an anthology means you basically are following different characters and whatnot.
Right.
But if it is episodic, I mean, you show. I mean, any connection in the in a series that's more episodic is more loose than it would be.
Right.
So I could see it, and we need some good sci-fi because we really haven't gotten a lot of good sci-fi lately.
Well,
no, we haven't even gotten a lot of good fantasy either.
Exactly.
What's your opinion on that show, Altered Carbon? I've only seen like maybe one episode of it.
I enjoyed it.
I've seen one season. It was decent.
Saw both seasons and the anime stuff, and it was a lot of fun. It compared to, especially what we've had recently, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Even just the whole concept arc of it is you could have any body, right? Depending on your conscience is in the gem or whatever it is. So yeah, I really like that. And the way we go from season 1 to season 2, the character changes, and then you can tie in the anime with it. So it's a world again where you can, if you want to, you can really enjoy it. I don't really have any negatives for the series because I didn't have any. When I watched it, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Good popcorn, flicks. You can sit there and watch all, I don't know, 10 episodes, however many episodes there are, and binge watch, or you can watch at your leisure and still be enjoyed, and enjoy it.
I think probably the best sci-fi series we've had in a while is The Expanse.
I didn't get into the Expanse. I like Dark Matter when that was first out, but yeah, the Expanse I didn't have access to, so I hadn't ever seen
A
it.
show I actually regret never watching is The Man in the High Castle.
Oh yeah, that's something that I needed. That's something that I need to see.
What's a good show? Arcane. I like Arcane.
I loved Arcane. Absolutely loved that series.
That's
so
I could safely say that stuff that does woke stuff right, where it's not in your face.
Right. Again, and this is the same thing that I say about House of the Dragon. It's a show about politics without being political.
Yes. Done right.
Yes. I mean, Arcane is just absolutely gorgeous. Just some of the best animation that I have seen in a while.
And I've already heard some good praise about the Cyberpunk anime that's on Netflix now.
Yeah.
I heard Primal's really good too.
Primal is great. I
haven't watched it yet, but okay. Cool.
Okay, I just finished season 2 last night. Oh, so good. If you like the animation style of a Samurai Jack,
yeah,
right up your alley.
My dogs love Samurai Jack. She even, I was trying to, and I have video of this, but it was little Miss, Frank's daughter. She was watching Samurai Jack, and I was doing a video of her, and as I got her in the frame, she's like moving her head around, like, will you get the damn phone out of my face? I'm trying to watch this.
Right.
So, yeah, and Vinny Tartamello told me that it was really good, and yeah, like Samurai Jack. So, I've been waiting. I haven't sat down and watched it yet, but yeah, I'm intrigued, and now, yeah, definitely it is something that is on the watch list.
And it's also done by, it's like I said, it's done by the guy who did Samurai Jack. And if you watched the 2003 shorts of the Clone Wars before the Clone Wars animated series came out, same guy.
Yeah, exactly. Those are all supposed to be connected to episode 3, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it actually even explains why Grievous coughs in the movie, because Windu used the Force to crush his chest plate.
Right.
NW for life.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Indeed, NWO for life. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and play a clip.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
All right. That's I like that, because the live stream that I am on, that I'm a panelist on Friday night, is called the Friday Night's Royal Rumble.
Nice. What's that about?
It's pop culture. It's myself, Legion Talk, R to the Icky, the Rogue Attraction. This past week we had Commander Phil from the Legion of Memers on there. We had Arwen Avalon on there. In next couple this month, I think we're going to get Stone Loki on. We're going to get Six on. November, we're looking forward to having a Mexican Iron Man show up.
Nice. Very nice. Well, Joker Voice, if you want, go ahead and post the link in the private chat, and I'll go ahead and put it in the public chat.
Okie
I'll make
dokie.
sure that I put it in the description after the show.
Alrighty, I think I can do that.
Alrighty.
All right, guys, I've got to go. This was a fun stream. Actually, I'm on ringsidecollectibles.com right now.
Nice.
So, and I've got some other stuff. It's good to see all of you, and a great show. And thanks again, Mike, for having me.
Anytime, brother, anytime. You know you're always welcome here.
All right. Well, y'all have a good day.
That's right, baby. This is how we
Woo,
roll.
brother. Love that.
Oh,
man.
damn.
Yeah.
This is how we roll, baby. It's NWO. Always.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It's Hollywood Adam.
So, because it's just too sweet, baby. Always.
All right.
Gots to, man. See, again, this is what we need. This is what the world needs. It needs a bunch of people getting together, talking, having fun.
Yes.
You know, sharing stories and not negative. Man, I'm sorry. I truly believe this. It's just one of those things that everybody's been beaten down so much that they start flocking when they see guys having fun and talking about this kind of stuff. We're getting older too, so
I see the rings of power. Time to complain.
Well, that's what Pop Talk is about, is being able to get people of different backgrounds, different views on different topics, bring them all together, and just sit down and have discourse.
Yes.
Yep.
And then speaking of Loki, speaking of still Loki, I will be on Pops on the 27th. So Loki, myself, Pops, and Ironcaster, we will be talking about the film Dread.
Nice. Yeah, I've been on Pop's channel a few times, and he's been over here on Pop Talk a few times.
Yeah, and
He's a good guy.
Oh, he is a great guy. Absolutely great guy. And I just got a notice on my phone that my Patriots are about to score, so I need to go to watch a game. So I'm going to say, see you guys. Thank you, Mike, for having us, for allowing me to stop by here.
Not a problem, Joker Voice. Don't be a stranger.
No, of course not. Of course not. And you can check me out. I will be dropping a video tomorrow morning with my review of episode 5 of House of the Dragon. It's a hell of a lot better than the Rings of Power.
Yeah, if Gap were still here, he'd be able to tell you that a few weeks ago on Pop Talk, I did say I would watch 3 episodes of Rings of Power. I did, and the series just didn't pull me in. It didn't draw me in.
It's boring. It's just
last episode
boring.
I like it.
Well,
you know what? You know what I've said, Crit. That's fine. I'm not gonna go after you for liking the show. I'm not gonna go, how dare you come on this panel and like that show? You're off the panel.
All right, guys. You have a great day.
You too, Joker Voice.
Right.
Thanks again, brother.
Toodles.
Ta-ta for now.
I like that hat. I like.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Look, ready to go to a rave party.
It's what it is, baby. That's again, it goes NWO all the way. Yeah, it's props, man. It's Buff Bagwell's. It's a WC. It's an official WCW Buff Bagwell's NWO style hat, man, from back in the day. Like I said, I'm an old school fan, baby.
And we all know, as wrestling fans, when you're NWO for life.
That's right, baby. So yeah, man. Again, I've been lucky enough to see a couple events, and wrestling's always been a part of my life. I mean, I'm getting to see Lou Ferrigno in March. He's going to be at a convention about 5 minutes from my house. So
nice. You got a convention center not far from you. That's awesome.
Yeah, and since I've got a great panel here, I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking of doing because I don't know if anybody's done this, but I built my own home gym, and I'm going to try to get him at the gym. Not that it'll happen, but fingers crossed I can get him at the gym because I have a huge Hulk next to my weights. I'll throw it in the Twitter thing. You guys will be able to see it in the group.
All right, nice. If you can invest some money in a home gym, that's perfect.
Oh yeah, I mean I'd love to come, but worst case, I'm going to take the biggest plate that I have is a 35, and I'm going to take the plate to have him sign it, and then I'm going to because it sits on the rack anyway when I'm not using it, but I'm going to actually have him sign the because I'm like out of all the stuff, I have a couple Hulk things, I have a number 1 that would be pretty cool, and other things, but I'm like I really want him to sign my Olympic weight, dude. I don't know why, but that Lou Ferrigno, why not? So that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's an awesome idea. He was a bodybuilding champion back in the day, and
yeah, he was our Hulk and Hercules, and the '80s, baby, the best time.
The best time to grow up and be alive. All the best TV shows and movies came out in the '80s.
Well, for me, it was the 90s and the early 2000s, more or less. I mean, I was born mid 90s, so again, I already had my retrospective on a show that pretty much came out around the time, and I had to watch the reruns when I was like off school. Yeah. So, but still, I'm glad I actually have the whole series, SWAT Cats. It's still kind of a shame that the show never was finished, and heck, I even like heard some synopses of some of the episodes that were in production around the time it was canceled, but were never aired or finished.
And that's the thing about animated series, especially. There are some animated series they only get one season, and they tease what's going to happen in the next season. That next season never comes. I'm thinking about the 2011 version of Thundercats. They were teasing about what's to come in season 2. Unfortunately, Cartoon Network never renewed it, and I thought the 2011 series was a worthy successor to the original 80s series.
Oh yeah, and and Thundercats Roar was basically using that crappy Cal art style, and basically did the same kind of crap Teen Titans Go did.
But then we get He-Man's coming back. Oh boy, it's woke. Oh,
no, if Kevin Smith was attached to it, no.
Tila. All it is about Tila's feelings, and He-Man gets killed in the first episode. Oh, and then he gets revived again, and he gets killed again. Oh, gotta love it. Gotta.
That was pretty much my reaction, Sparks. After I watched the 5 episodes,
I watched the 5 episodes twice because the first time me and Mr. Cash suffered through it, and then Matt's like, "Oh, have you seen it? Have you seen it?" And like, "All right, fine, we'll watch it again." And we sat through this whole like you should have seen Cash's reactions to it. He was losing his mind.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys and even like that Star Wars Girl and other like of the Fellowship. I mean, now they used to be called the Fandom Menace, but now they've disassociated themselves with it now because of all the toxic people in that fandom.
The Fandom Menace, they used to be good, but that was gone. I think I'm tired of the hate.
Too many bad apples kind of got into it. I mean, we're just trying to enjoy. We just simply want to enjoy what is good and celebrate it, and just like only just try to call out some of. I
don't care about the Little Mermaid, whatever. I'm not gonna watch it.
I already know I'm not gonna watch it anyway.
There's no sense.
It wasn't on the to watch list to begin with, right?
Exactly. But the one thing I hate is that they say, this is for you. You need to see this because we want to have people see themselves. I can see myself in people like Spider-Man already, and I'm talking about Peter Parker Spider-Man.
Well, wait. But now, wait, that can't be though, because you're a sexist. If you have to see yourself as the Little Mermaid, or else you're a sexist, racist POS, right?
It's like. I said I regret saying that I thought Pinocchio looked interesting because I watched that movie and there's a scene where Pinocchio smells shit for like a full minute, and it's CGI, by the way, so he's smelling CGI shit, and I'm like, oh my god.
I know you just said CGI shit. I've never thought of that, but you can blame Snoop Dogg over this. But now I'm wondering, what would CGI? Would it have a smell because it's fake? But as a computer, would you be able to smell it? Thank you, Snoop Dogg. But yeah, anyway, yeah, right. Why? So for over a full minute, he's smelling CGI poop.
Yeah. And it's like, why is this in here? And then you find out that the great man who made Back to the Future and Roger Rabbit made this piece of shit. And you're like, what the?
Wait, Robert Zemeckis made this?
And he wrote it too. So he wrote Pinocchio smelling shit for a
And
minute.
unfortunately, I have
that's
appropriate for that movie. Unfortunately, it comes from a great movie of Robert Zemeckis. I just got to get to it real quick.
Oh my goodness!
I have too many clips.
It's okay, man. It happens. At least you're prepared.
I am prepared. Here we go.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
I'm sure if Back to the Future came out today, it would be CGI everywhere. And then Marty McFly would step in shit or something like that, and then his face would be in the camera, like obnoxiously. So bad.
He did step in it in number 3.
I'm gonna do this because might as well do it now. I'm so close up. Freaking Ed Eddie was just too good. It just really just breaks the fourth wall with those moments.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me, Pinocchio went 88 miles an hour?
Huh.
He may have.
I mean, you saw some serious crap. So,
well, we already know from the perspective you're in the DeLorean, everything is like instantaneous when you travel back.
True.
What I was saying, Pinocchio was staring at crap for over a minute. So apparently it went 88 miles an hour. So it's awesome.
So
okay, joke's over.
No.
Moving on.
You're not the only one that has a video for when he comes on. Here's our next panelist.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yeah, Sensei.
Welcome, Cash.
Oh, it's Cash. I didn't notice.
Oh man, yes. He just wishes his Cubs were in the same position as my Dodgers right now.
Yep. I was telling the story of how we suffered through He-Man twice. So.
Oh gosh. Crit has this thing. I always worry about if you hang out with people like Crit. It's like, hey, you want to check this out? It's like, well, let's see. It's like, hey, you want to watch a special screening of Lightyear or Light Mess? No, I don't. Do you want to watch? Do you want to watch He-Man or something? No, I don't like
Netflix Bebop.
Netflix Bebop.
Don't forget Santa Inc.
Santa Inc. Like this stuff is just awful.
Yeah.
And when
that show, Zaslav removed that show, so that show's gone from existence.
Thank God. And seriously, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised because then again, he is a stoner. I probably think like Seth Rogen came up with and Silver Surfer. They were probably high as hell when they came up with the idea for that show.
Aren't they always?
Yeah, that's why I say. Like I said, there's no surprise. I would be surprised if they came up with the idea when they were high.
What's wrong with that? You got something against high people?
No. I'm just saying. Seth Rogen always seems to be high, even when he's in the movie.
You generally don't do your best work when you're stoned.
Seth Rogen was part of actual comedies that were funny. Like Knocked Up was a really good story.
Neighbors,
funny. Neighbors was funny too. There's just Pineapple Express was pretty good. But it's just the course of Hollywood. But there is just legitimate crap out there, and it takes a lot to find it, but it's out there. But Seth Rogen and Sarah Silverman were like, you're an anti-Semite if you don't like Santa Inc. Santa Inc. is just, not only is it disrespectful to Santa Claus, it's just awful. It's really bad. I would tell everyone to stay so far away from it. It's bad.
Hell, I'd hold a cross up to it just to keep it away.
It's just they think that they call this entertainment. I don't know. It's like with Disney. They're so gung ho about let's do another live action of a classic animated show that we had, or animated film. It's gonna work. It's gonna make all this money, and then when it doesn't, it seems like the part of the course now is let's attack the fans. Yeah, like I had a friend yesterday. She was telling me how excited she was about the new Little Mermaid. I couldn't stop laughing. I just couldn't. She told me to shut up.
Well, I'm sorry, Seth Rogen, like the Green Lantern, like for me, like what I want. I've got the Batman 66 over here in the corner, the Blu-ray,
Right.
I want that. I want the Green Hornet 66 TV show rematch. Like that's what I want. But when I saw that movie, I was, oh man, no, he sucked. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen it in a long time. It was all right. I just some of this stuff. It's like you watch it. It's like, okay, this is pretty good. Then it's like, was it? Yeah, I guess so. Is it better than what we've had? Yes, but there's been problems. I mean, you can go back in the past from things like X versus Sever, Reindeer Games, The Girl Next Door. I mean, there was just the scripts weren't very good, but there were some things that were good about the movie. Other stuff, not so much.
Did you just say X versus Sever? There were some things that were good.
No, I was saying just sometimes about these films, like there can be good stuff.
I thought so. I was gonna
X
go,
versus Sever.
I was gonna go
I
Macho
can't-
Man on you.
I remember the end with Antonio Banderas and Lucy Liu, and they fought. I remember there's something about that, but that movie is such a blur. It really is.
I've forgotten everything about it, to tell you the truth.
This is a bad movie.
Because Uwe Boll, for whatever reason, he's like, "Hey, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this as crappy as I possibly can." There was somebody that I used to, I think I was in a guild with in WoW, and you get to know people, and this guy actually said he actually worked with Uwe Boll, and he says he's just as bad as you would think. I don't know, it's crazy.
So, Cash, I got a question for you.
Oh boy.
Are you ready for an Amazon greenlit Blade Runner series?
I don't know. Am I? Is really Scott really involved in this, or it says that?
Apparently he is.
I don't know.
Matters.
My brother did enjoy. I haven't. I think I haven't seen the second Blade Runner. I have watched the first one, of course, which is considered a masterpiece by a lot of people, or I guess a classic. But anything usually with Mr. Ford in it is probably going to be quality. But the second movie I should probably watch again. I did watch some of the animated one, Black Lotus. Some people did enjoy it. I think there were mixed reviews about it. I don't know if you watched any of it, Mike, or
No, I haven't.
or anybody else on the panel. Okay, yeah.
So the article says replicants will officially live to fight another day. Earlier this year, word broke that Amazon Prime was working on a Blade Runner sequel series with the original film's director, Ridley Scott, on board as an executive producer. There haven't been any updates about the project until today. Now, The Hollywood Reporter confirms that Blade Runner 2099 has been given a green light, and it says and I'm probably going to butcher this name, but that happens here on Pop Talk. I'm surprised Phil's not here. But it says Soka Luisa acting as showrunner. Scott previously visited the Blade Runner universe in 2017 as an executive producer on Blade Runner 2049. The sequel was directed by Denis Villeneuve, but as the title implies, the new series will propel the story 50 years into the future, presumably introducing all new characters into the franchise canon. In other words, we can likely rule out the return of Harrison Ford as Rick Deckard. Goes on to say the original Blade Runner, directed by Ridley Scott, is considered one of the greatest and most influential science fiction movies of all time, and we're excited to introduce Blade Runner 2099 to our global Prime Video customers," said Vernon Sanders, Amazon Studios head of global television. "We are honored to be able to present the continuation of the Blade Runners franchise and are confident that by teaming up with Ridley and Alcon Entertainment, Scott Free Productions, and the remarkably talented Soka Luisa, Blade Runner 2099 will uphold the intellect, themes, and spirit of its film predecessors." And then it goes on to talk about the credits for Luisa and talks about how they're delighted to extend the Blade Runner canon. And of course, it mentions the first Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049. Question is, do we need it? Do we want it? Will we give it a chance?
It's on Amazon?
Yeah, it's going to be on Amazon.
Yeah, that's fine. They make some quality content. You know, even though people don't like the Rings of Power, there is quality to it. Like
the Expanse
visual,
and
like budget. Yeah, budget. I guess I'm interested.
Well, I think it's going to be one of those things where we're going to have to see a trailer for it first to see if it'll grab anybody's attention.
Jed's got to go. See you, man.
Yeah.
See
Thanks
you,
for having
Jed.
me on, you guys. Peace out.
Anytime, man.
See you, Jed. See you, Jets.
Jeb.
I mean, that's the thing with me. I want to see something first, and I don't want to just go buy the teaser trailer or full-on trailer. I actually want to see something that makes me go, I'm going to be invested in this show.
It's a crapshoot, to be honest, right? So,
right.
Ridley Scott's a crapshoot. Amazon is a crapshoot. You don't know what it's going to be until it comes out. So, or until they start leaking stuff or have a trailer. Even a trailer can be deceiving, but so it's hard to say. This is one of those wait and see type of things.
Yeah.
I mean, again, do we need it? I don't think we do.
No,
I think
really.
movies are enough.
There's a lot of stuff we don't need. We don't need live action movies of Disney classics. Really,
No.
we don't need. You can go down the list of stuff we really don't need, but sometimes it can turn out well. I wish, like, if we were going to get a remake of something else, I wish like the Coen brothers would do it, because I'd recommend everyone to go see, like, especially if you like westerns, the True Grit remake. That was really freaking good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, there's certain people who can produce quality stuff, but it all depends also on who they're doing it for. I mean, Sam Raimi can do quality stuff. But what happened to Doctor Strange?
I would just, for me, like, after seeing especially more of these fan projects from Cowboy Bebop and the live action, what they've done with like just even 20 minutes, even though it's low budget, it's like, why aren't these people hired? Oh, they don't want this vision. I see. But those are the people I would hire. You see this? Oh my gosh, bring this guy in for a pitch. Bring these females in for a pitch. Like this is amazing. Just do this, because there's just so much passion and love. And I think I actually still feel that Hollywood, if they could find that again, and maybe Zaslav is somebody who really does have that, if they can find that again, we could just get really, really good entertainment. Because even with movies coming out now, there's going to still be some stuff out there. Like I saw Bullet Train recently. That was really good.
Actually, yes, that was good. We just went to the movies and watched that. That was pretty good. It was well written. A lot of twists, and it was all the characters are intertwined in a certain way that you didn't know. It just
right.
Yeah, that was a fun movie. I liked it.
Yeah,
and it was
that's what we want.
No,
We
it
want fun
wasn't.
movies.
It just was like, here's characters, you know, you don't think about anything else because you just like the characters. There's good character development, Brad Pitt, you know, and then you find out Sandra Bullock is as well. I better not spoil the whole thing, but if people are going to go see it, it's just it's a fun roller coaster. Yeah,
I didn't know that was Sandra Bullock. I thought that was.
I was like,
what's her face
I was
from
like, oh my gosh,
Black Widow.
Scarlett Johansson.
I thought it was Scarlett Johansson for the longest time. I was like, what in the crap? But oh well, it was very weird. They sound very similar. If you listen to it, if you watch it, listen to it, and then like listen to some like trailer of her, the one where she's an AI voice on a phone and whatever. But they're very similar.
But you know, I'm also surprised at stuff that's going to happen. Like Zaslav is, they have a lot of faith in Todd Phillips. Well, you know, I know that first Joker movie was surprisingly really good, but it was a very good film. I was surprised, but a musical, Lady Gaga's in it. I don't know. I just don't think that's the best direction. I don't think that movie just doesn't need a sequel at all.
No, it doesn't. It needs to be left alone and not be anything. It's fine where it is.
Yes. Be proud
I'm
of
sorry.
what you
I'm
made.
a fan. I'm a fan. Don't get me wrong, but it was not as good of a movie as they made it out to be. That script had been around Hollywood for over 2 decades. Until they put the Joker on and made a couple changes. No, it wasn't the greatest thing ever. Is it a good movie? Yeah, I did enjoy it. But it needs to stop right there. Be done with it before you kill it.
Yeah,
you know, I was okay with the Batman movie. I didn't hate it. I enjoyed it. But again, how many times we can go back to the beginning, of Batman? You know, can we just stick with one? you know, if you're going to do the multiverse, that's fine. But leave it in the multiverse as they have done, and leave it alone now before you mess it up.
Yeah, I even the newest Batman movie, like, I know there was a lot of criticism about attacks on this and attacks on fans and this and that. It's just, but the newest Catwoman we've had, she's just too much of a bitch for me. Like, I didn't like her. I just didn't like her.
In that
very
world,
much.
I was okay with her. And okay, if that is a completely separate Batman universe from all the rest of them, dude, like, I'm okay with. But I am with you. I'm with you. I agree 110%. But
yeah, I didn't like her too much, and that movie just didn't know when to end, and I wanted more Alfred in that film. But according to the timeline, that is supposed to be year 2 of Batman, so what might make sense why he's confused about being a detective and stuff. But other people felt, oh, Batman, somebody else can figure out the pattern for him. But the Paul Dano is the Riddler. I didn't mind. Like, Paul Dano, he plays a lot of interesting roles from when he was in There Will Be Blood, which, if you haven't seen that movie, it's fantastic. Okay. Highly recommend that film. It's an older movie, but it's great. But yeah, Batman just didn't do much for me, Adam. It was like, well, here it is. I watched it once. I did enjoy it, but I don't want to watch it again.
No, yeah, I'm with. It kind of reminded me of the Halloween's Part 1 and 2, and the anime movies where, like, you can watch them once or twice, but you do have those favorite ones. But when we're just talking the Batman runs, yeah, this isn't my. I'm gonna go watch 66 again, or I'm gonna go watch Keaton, or more so than this. Even Bale versus wanting to go see this.
Yeah,
again.
man.
But for the time frame where we are right now in the world. For what we got, even that stupid line that didn't really belong there at all about the elite, that would have been, even if they would have said it in a different tone, but because, we all know what they did there and why they did it, because that will date this product horribly in the future, where people are going to be like, why did, that's that stupid 2022 time frame where politics and race and all this was the big issue. Like, that's what I feel this generation is, what we got. But again, I still enjoyed that movie way more than when I went to the theater and saw, the recent Star Wars movie. movies. You know, like
with
this, I didn't feel like I needed to punch myself in the face and be called a bigot. Then be spit on by every female in the theater because I have a penis. So yeah, dude, I'm with you. It's definitely not. I can watch the '66 movie over and over. It just makes me laugh.
Of course,
to the Batcave, or again anything that I've listed. Prior, I've enjoyed it. My half my office is Joker and DC stuff.
Nice.
The other half is Marvel and then other things. But I've gotten to the point where I didn't go see the Spider-Man movie in theater. The last movie I saw in theater, I went and saw the Batman. And then I went and saw Doctor Strange because I didn't read the comics. I enjoyed the first Doctor Strange movie. Again,
very good.
This is a movie fan. As a fan of movies and whatnot, I enjoyed the first and the second movie. I feel those two go hand in hand together without take it out of the universe. But just as in the Doctor Strange universe, I've enjoyed both of those movies. And I can't wait till we get the third one, personally. I know there's other people that hated it. But then I can turn around, like everybody that loved Spider-Man movie, they did the same shit basically in Doctor Strange, and they hated it in Doctor Strange, but they did the same thing in Spider-Man. Well, if they would have just grabbed that book right at the beginning, well, Peter would have done his job in the beginning of the damn movie. Aunt May would still be alive, fool. So, you can use that logic on anything. You can make anything soy. You can make, anything. Oh, Red Sonja. I mean, we had Red Sonja, guys. We had Ripley. Come on. We had strong females that we were fine with. The writing was good. So exactly. That's where I come from in a lot of this stuff. And I just, with the Batman, I get you, man. I get you. For this time frame, I'm glad we got what we got. Because again, that is our time stone, if you will, of where entertainment has died. And if that is the worst that we were to have to put up with, I'd be okay with that. Can we get a curve now? Can we go back to the way entertainment should be, where it's entertainment, not political, and let's keep the world split. And if you don't like this, now you're a this, that, and instaphobe of this and that. Yeah, can we go back to? I'm sorry, I call it the Mel Brooks era of entertainment, where we just offend everybody. Please.
That's what comedy's about. It's offending everybody.
Yes, I miss those days, but hopefully we'll get some of that back. But yeah, with like Spider-Man No Way Home, if they didn't have if Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire weren't in that film, it just wouldn't be nearly as good as a movie. I'm a big Spider-Man fan, Adam. So
ditto. Half the office is Spider-Man too. So yeah, I'm with you, bud.
The situation though with, and I saw this for free because my brother and I, we had free tickets, but the second the second I'm drawing a blank here, Doctor Strange film. Yeah. The thing I didn't like was they tied it into WandaVision.
Yes.
And I just didn't care about her having kids. The other stuff in the movie, like Wong, I thought still had a good role, but I just didn't care about the whole movie. It's like, I need to have kids and I'll kill anybody else just to make my dream come true. I was like, gosh, this plot is stupid.
It was, like I said, I'm not saying it was a perfect film, but for what we got, again, I was happy with it. And the whole Wanda thing, like if you were to remove that element completely, it would have been a far superior film. It actually gave them a villain, not her. But I will say the Deadite Doctor Strange, they did let him, Raimi be Raimi.
And they try to make you care about American Chavez. It's like, I don't care about this character. You guys are doing a poor job of making me want to care. So,
but again, I feel they didn't overly shove her in your face and cram her down your throat either. She was there, but not in your face there.
I would have liked to learn about her parents, but I just thought that was, of course, another thing where it's like, hey, here this is, and if you don't like this, blah blah blah. It's like it wasn't just in your face, but it was just kind of there, I kind of wanted to know more about her. What was it? Her two moms, yeah.
Yep, Lightyear. His best friend was gay. Oh no, that's never expanded upon.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like the characters in that isn't actually what hurt that movie. It was just that the plot and the stupid crew. The plot and the stupid crew hurt that light mess.
They turned what should have been Flash Gordon into Interstellar.
It wasn't. There's just some of these movies. It's like, it can't be this bad. Oh, it is. And other people will keep defending it, and it's really weird.
I felt Thor was worse. I hate movies that like
I
want
didn't
you
see
to
that
laugh.
one yet.
Okay, look. You're not wrong. You're not. See, the CGI was bad, but what killed me with the Thor movie, okay, like we heard that title years ago on Lethal Lightning. We were making fun of that, like Love and Thunder. But with the cheesy story it had, where of course you get it at the end of the movie with it being the little girl and him, like, but for kids, guys. Now I'm speaking as for the like that's okay. I was okay with it, but I wasn't a Thor. Again, I didn't read Thor in the comics and stuff. But as for the MCU Thor, you see how he's gotten weaker and now he's more clowny, and I feel a lot of the MCU did that once we hit Guardians. You got more of the clownies, and again, I'm defending as for children. If they're watching it, okay, and it will make them, okay, here's the comic, here's the real deal, if you're a real fan, as we are of said products. But as an adult, it was awful.
Well, I mean, there were some things in that movie that were more for like they were talking about orgies again.
Yes.
Guys that watch TVs. Yeah. Well, the problem with that movie is they didn't know when to shut up. Like, there's a sad moment here. Oh, joke. Yeah. And I'm like, she's dying of cancer. But we forgot. You need a joke with that. Like, and then you had these screaming goats, and I'm like, just stop.
Well, I like the screaming goats. I'm sorry, that was some of the best parts of the movie. Finding out
it was funny at first, but
yeah, I know, dude.
No, it was funny at first, but then they just kept bringing the goats out, like interrupt here, goats here, and it was irritating.
It didn't make any sense either. The time, it wasn't Three Stooges good at all.
No,
the timing was off.
And then Christian Bale, who was the best part of the movie, he barely got any like screen time in that film. It irritated me. Like, I call that movie Thor: Love and Blunder because
I like it. Yes.
Too many problems with that movie.
I still have no interest in seeing Thor: Love and Blunder.
I'm just like burnt out from Marvel, and the TV shows aren't helping. Like, She-Hulk is the worst thing. I've tried to watch like 3 episodes of that.
Oh, you're a better man than me, dude. I didn't even watch. No,
I stopped as soon as she was twerking with Megan Thee Stallion, and like, oh my goodness, is kids? Are they showing this to kids, right? Like,
yeah, kids ain't watching that. Kids will never watch that.
They had animators. They had animators animate this. They animate She-Hulk twerking her big ass cheeks.
That's a huge ass. I mean, it's too huge. It's not even proportionate, right? It's like, no. Wait, I've seen that. Thank God for memes is all I'm going to say, because that's how I saw it, and I had it where I was going to compare it to like there's these Chihuahuas that are twerking, and the Chihuahuas do it better.
You talking about that? Was like 2 fine hands stuffed down the back of her dress.
But yeah, I just didn't get in the show. E-Tep with Coolian and I did a morning show, and he was explaining the show, and I'm like, I was gonna watch this so I could see, because I got into Batwoman because how horrible he said it was, and I watched it, and he was right, but it made the review that much better because I did see it. I'm like, I can't do that with She-Hulk. I am just not interested. When I saw the CGI at first, I was like, no, as a Cyclops, I'm not going to waste time and burn an image in my eye when I've only got one. Pass. No.
They can say this stuff is new and original, but it's just like they don't. This version of Marvel, whoever is working at Marvel, or Kevin Feige and the other people who are there, they want cheap jokes. I mean, why should a She-Hulk show have a joke about pooping like in episode 2? That's just stupid. Right. I know they're just trying, but that's all it is jokes. And most of it is. And there's not really any serious moments. When you watch episode 1 of She-Hulk, there is Hulk and She-Hulk talking, and there is some good conversation, and then it just falls back into the nonsense, and people go, well, you just want too much. Because I've seen it before. Give it to me what I want before. With the animated shows, like the live action should just be just as good. This has already been written in comics. This was already in the Incredible Hulk series in the 90s. Why is this hard?
Why can't we have that
care.
She-Hulk though? Why can't we have
exactly?
Why can't we have an actual, and I'm serious here, a female bodybuilder do like Lou? Then you wouldn't need all the money on this damn CGI. And I'm sorry, there are women out there that look like the comic did back in the day, where she
Even I said that here on Pop Talk.
and
Point, man. Yes,
smart.
I agree.
But no, we got to spend money on fucking Mike and Molly over here, Turner Green and twerking.
Yeah, it's just
Heck, back in the day, Joni Lauer, better known as China, could have been She-Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
She was She-Hulk in a pornographic.
That's the She-Hulk that I'd rather watch, and I haven't even seen it. But one night China's better than that.
Yeah, but
I'm sure
China's last years were really she needed help and no one could help her. I felt really bad.
No, it is very, very sad what happened.
Yeah,
and,
is.
Lucky enough, Jeff Hicks got to actually meet her and give her a picture he drew of her just prior to all that happening. She was rebounding, so everybody know. She was trying to get back, and be happy and everything. It just sadly didn't happen.
Yeah, and I really wish we would. I wish other people were hired to say, look, here's a poll. Do you guys want this woke stuff? Fine, but do you want also stuff that's non-woke? And I'm like, then it's all covered. But they can't do it because then it'll be like, well, it's not fair. We have to make sure it's fair.
Well, they wouldn't know what to yell about and scream about. If you take this out, if you take the ammunition out from them and throw logic there, they don't know what to do with it. They're like, I don't understand. Does not compute. Must hate white man. Must hate this. Must hate.
Right.
And they're so programmed to that.
Yes.
And they haven't figured it out. Like, I'm praying for the EMP to go off. I mean, I love doing this stuff with people and my friends across the world. Don't get me wrong. It is great. But if this went away, they wouldn't have that because they wouldn't be being programmed anymore. They wouldn't know what to do. It'd take them a while to reboot. But eventually, with enough ass kickings and being directed in the right way, we might be able to go back to a functioning society again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, we just might.
I mean, that's what we all want. None of us really want violence. We would much rather everything go back to entertainment being entertaining. Go back to life where you don't be yelled at every day that you're a piece of crap. It's like, come on, man. Like you can't turn the TV on and not be yelled at. I'm sorry. And I haven't had cable since 2015. Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
it's there. It's sad, but they're every single person on this panel though, whether we agree, whether we disagree. Notice this is how nerdom used to be. You could be friends and not agree. You could agree to disagree. You could have points. I can have my points of what I like, and y'all could understand that. And you could bring your points, and I complete without changing each other's mind. Because we're not trying. We're just talking here. This used to be normal, boys and girls.
Yes.
I agree. Well, nice to meet you, Adam, and Animus and Cash. Nice to be back on for Pop Talk. I gotta head off. So
all right, Crit. Thank you for coming on. You're always welcome on here.
I like your Godzilla.
Yeah, NWO baby. I was inspired to join the ranks.
Yeah. Crit, you should
Hollywood now.
Have that avatar on Tuesday for Tuesday Night Trek on Paul's channel.
You should. I agree.
All right. I'll be seeing you guys. So
awesome.
All right, brother.
Nice to meet you too, man.
All right. See ya.
See ya. I'm newer to the Twitter thing, so you'll have to. I'm apologizing now, but I'm working on it. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, dude. Getting to meet new people and Again, I think the problem is, I go all the way back to World Class Bullshitters. Like my dog found Jeff Hicks. Like I didn't find any of this stuff because I know a lot of you guys don't know who So the reason I ended up being a YouTuber was my dog. I used YouTube. This is how old school I was for music because I didn't want to put the cassette on or go find the CD or go, And then I didn't have the digital thing. So that's what I used YouTube for the how to fix or listen to music. And one day I hear a gentleman saying about, I'm going to put a picture of this guy with his head up his ass. And I'm like, what did you do, Francis? Because I was yelling at Frank. And he had changed it. I either was streaming it from the tablet or the place, but he'd hit the button. I go over there and he had a hold of his controller and changed it on me. And I'm like, okay. But I listened to what the guy had to say, and I went back to playing music, and all of a sudden I hear Jeff Hicks, EVS, it was a High Council, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and Doomcock, like Doomcock's first appearance. This is my introduction to all of this YouTubing stuff. So being a noob at all of it, or a boomer, if you will, I watched on the PS3 or the smart TV. Mind you, there was no chat back then. You couldn't hit chat to see the chat. You would just hear the guys reading the stuff. I was so I'm like, what is a hunky, chunky, funky monkey? Where's he reading this stuff? What's a super chat? Well, my tablet got fixed, and all of a sudden there was this lovely button that said live chat on it because the TV didn't have it. So I pushed the button, and there it was. So hence, I was born in the comment sections of World Class Bullshitters along with Brandon Moist and a lot of other people. And I mean, that's where my journey began, just on YouTube, learning YouTube. So it was a lot of fun. But I got to meet Jeff at a Horror Hound. He was like, I'm going to be in Indianapolis. Well, I guess a couple hours away. Okay. It's a convention, looking it up. Okay, this looks like fun. That's why I met DDP. And but that's how it started. And he called me super fan because I start every morning. I was in Good Morning Pop Culture, in the chat, just as I started in here with you guys. I saw the thing, I clicked on it. Again, it was from Tommy. Again, thank you, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Was watching the show, typing away, just kind of doing some stuff, getting to kind of listen to what listen to you guys. Because again, this is my first time even with the channel, but I did get you 4 new subscribers because all my channels are, and I shared it out on Facebook and YouTube because that's what
I
we all
appreciate that.
That's what we have to do. We have to interlock, and we have to, whether we agree to disagree on what we're talking about, this is what needs to be out in the world for all to see. But this is how I started. Again, that was just it. It was Jeff Hicks. Got to meet him. Started doing content. Brandon Moist passed away. I started out with the DJ D show and Fedorable the Horrible, meeting all these nice people, meeting Jesse Miller at the Crow's Nest, and we all started all together. Mr. Peabody, Owens Movie Blog, again, another one, Lethal Lightning. We all came together as small channels, and a lot of those guys took off, and I was just in the chat, having fun and learning the YouTubes. And it changes though when you become somebody that actually does stream. And I will say this, I've done. It doesn't matter if you're making a video talking about something you love, even if you're complaining, you're still making content. You are a YouTuber. I am so tired of some people thinking that YouTubers are like the TV. I'm sorry. No, we're just normal people. And we know that. The majority of us know that. And we just produce this content. Whether we were live or not, like backstage, we would be doing this anyway. Most of us that I have met, we would be doing this. We just go ahead and make the content for those of you that don't have that, so you can find your niche. That's how it worked for me. It started in the chat and worked my way all the way up to doing it myself, to helping create Proper, what was it? Justin Proper, who used to be Proper Jeremy. And Proper Jenny, to other 1,000 subscribed channels. E-Tepukulian's Place to Be Review, Tony Tone Deaf, Clown World Review. These are people that I interact with daily, and now you guys as well. Because again, I'm learning, and again, this goes back to the Twitter. I'm sorry if I'm Kevin Smith in it. I will bring it back. I promise. But it goes to the Twitter and learning the groups and sharing and again. If you do this positively and put the positivity out there, people, they come, man, and giggity in good ways. And you meet new friends and new people to share your ideas with. And again, thank you for letting me come on. This is great.
Not a problem.
Blast. But I just wanted to give you that little bit of me just so that you guys know, for those that don't know. I am a wiener dog breeder. We have wiener dogs. Frank, the wiener dog, put me on YouTube with Jeff Hicks, and I've been here ever since. I now am not supporting DC and Marvel. I'm more into pushing the independent. Chris Fisk, Infantile, English is hard, guys. I'm sorry. Infinite Tale Chronicles, you can get it on Amazon. It is better than the Ring of Power crap. I read this comic and he's got 10 books that he's working on. He's making his own. He's not taking somebody else's work and then making it. He's doing it from start, and I read it. I sent a couple issues to friends of mine overseas. They read it. They're all like, we want one more page. Can we get one more page? And it's got him fired up. Vinny Tartamello, another independent creator. And again, if the guys I'm talking about aren't your style, that's fine. There are plenty of indies out there that you can find good entertainment, or go old school like most of us. I've still got my comics from the 80s and 90s. So, let's go back and reread. I have a granddaughter now that's going to be a year old. I can't wait till I can start introducing her, not to the stuff, but the actual comics and everything in this office. There are thousands of dollars worth of stuff in here. All this goes to my granddaughter and my grandkids. That's who I'm going to leave it to.
Passing it on to the next generation.
Go, what in the hell am I going to do with, with a 6-foot Joker, So again, but yeah, I do. I think that doing shows like this, leaving the positivity out there, proves that the people on TV aren't telling you the truth, because we're all here talking about multiple things and our love for those things. And I really think this is what needs to be out there in 2022, especially.
It does. And, you talking about your passion, your love, and what you like to do on your channel. Well, it's just reminding me that next month on October 8th at 8 p.m., I am going to have a live stream on this channel called Get to Know Us, where different YouTube content creators, different Twitch content creators can come on here. I'm not going to send out invitations. It's going to be open panel to anyone who wants to come on and talk about your YouTube channel, talk about your Twitch channel, and what you like about doing the YouTube thing, what you like about doing the Twitch thing, and try to help one another's channels grow.
Hell yeah, man. But that's what has to be done, because if we don't do it, it won't happen. And that's, again, I never thought I would be talking to people in Australia or Great Britain or any Ireland, Germany. No, that wasn't ever in my wheelhouse of thought. Why? How am I going to? But it's happened. Never did I think I'd be streaming and have like 80 people watching me and comment. And even 40. It's like it's really good. And it is no different than what you guys were doing. It's the gift of the gab for one. But when you're passionate about something, and it's not always negativity, I think the negativity in the world is what has made this, what we do, so important right now. And I'm sorry, I really, honest to God, I believe that this is the beginning of the building blocks, maybe things getting fixed. Hopefully this could be, hey, go back and, go watch this or go read that. If you really like this, you thought that Hulk was good, go see Lou Ferrigno as the Incredible Hulk from back in the late 70s. Like that, an actual bodybuilder that's actually playing a role. Who thunk it, right? I mean, we have actors these days, as we was mentioned earlier, Keanu Reeves. Give him a role where he doesn't talk and he's fine.
Yeah.
So you can have a bodybuilder that doesn't talk and they'd be fine. Just saying. And now they can act.
Yeah, and going back to your point about the whole thing, people need to understand that when it's unity, and a lot of YouTubers and Twitch people, they forget this. When you're putting together a group and different channels are coming together, then keep that unity. It doesn't matter where your channel goes. It needs to still keep that unity. Don't make people feel like, oh, this channel is now only about money and you have to give super chats. If your channel gets to the point where it's actually monetized, then show those comments too of people who aren't super chats, because these are people who have supported the channel. But you have to believe in actual real unity, not talk about it and then just have 4 or 5 people and not actually bring other people on. It's just, or you're sitting there in your channel and talking about, oh, well, if my super chats get me a house or get me that's silly. You've got to actually bring people together. And if more people in YouTube would want to do more together, I know there can be problems because you bring somebody on, so they don't click well with other people, but if
Phil.
there's actual if there's actual real unity, then nothing can be stopped because it's legitimate teamwork. And so a lot of YouTubers and Twitch, and since I've been on Twitch and then recently came on YouTube, like I see the same thing. People just need to actually come together and do more together, play a game together, talk more together with each other, go on different channels, find out other hobbies. Like it just needs to keep building. So
I started for 2 years. The last 2 years, I was on the men's room, right? Great guys. I knew, again, this bounces back with world-class bullshitters. Everybody knew who I was because of Jeff Hicks, Doomcock, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, right? From back in the day. I mean, it's, and it's not about that. Like for me, when I did my channel, it was just my friends. And then we would just bring other people from other places. And what I love the most is bringing, so I've got these people that do this, but I've got these people over here, and they're going to play well together. So if I bring them on my little piddly channel, which, like, for me, it's new to look at the channel and be like, all right, I've got 93 people.
I couldn't keep it up anymore.
X amount of watch hours and looking at it as an actual channel. But again, I don't want to be monetized. I have too much fun with my friends and like meeting all you guys and doing this. Like that's what it's about for me. It's never been about money. It's not about fame, which it shouldn't be about fame anyway. It's fucking YouTube. I'm sorry, it's YouTube. Anybody can do it.
And if you're able to actually make money on YouTube,
great.
Do some charity events and look for good charities that actually help people. Use this platform to actually help people. It shouldn't, even your own channel, it shouldn't just be about you. It should also be about people who are there. Answer their questions. Talk to them. Don't make them feel like they're just robots, and mean it.
Engage the chat. Massively engage the chat, because
True that. I want money.
And real quick, I do want to welcome the real Phil McCracken, Paul from Phantomology, posing as Phil McCracken, and the Baron himself, Baron Armantag.
I never have What gave me away that I was a fake?
How do I know you were a fake?
You didn't talk yet.
Calling out Cash Buddy on how he's wrong and how he doesn't love redheads.
He was in the purple background.
And you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing fine. You're still on, huh?
Yes, I'm still on.
Well, that 2.5 hour thing didn't work out, did it?
That's for the Wednesday edition. For the Sunday edition, it's the status quo.
Okay.
It's normal.
We do this until he needs to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I just figured he couldn't find that switch in his brain to shut off. It happens.
He's waiting for Phil to come on so he can start talking. Then he'll just take off.
Phil did come on.
No, the real deal. Not the yellow belly sapsucker.
You didn't come out of the gate looking for McDonald's coupons and
I know. I should have done that.
See,
Paul McCracken.
I was lurking in the chat, and then I saw the fake one, and then I heard you guys start mentioning me. I knew you guys would miss me, so I waited to the last minute to come on. So, yeah.
His ears were
you know how you are, Phil. You love to laugh at me when I'm butchering names. It doesn't matter what country of origin it is.
We're causing international incidents. So,
you caused some on the 4th of July. Don't forget that.
But there's a difference. 4th of July, you're not celebrating the Brits. You're celebrating you kicked them out.
You had to say it, Mike, didn't you?
Just you had to bring it up.
Mike. I did. Yes, I'm escalating things quickly.
But you kicked them out, but look at how we're living, because it sure as hell is almost like we have a crazy king and queen. Just saying.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yes.
Have you been to California, Stan?
Sure.
Yes,
Oh, dear sir, do you not know California, like Australia, doesn't exist? It floated away when Lex Luthor...
Well, did you hear the new one that Gavin Newsom wants to hold a debate?
Oh, yeah, that is hilarious.
Yeah.
I wonder if his in-laws are going to be there. You know, the ones that are supporting Mr. DeSantis. Yeah.
They might be. His
I hope
in-laws?
they are.
Yeah.
Newsom will get wrecked by DeSantis.
So where's the anonymous
Yes.
song? I really came on to hear that because if it doesn't go a day without
Really,
Well,
Phil?
you could have got here earlier,
You have
Phil.
to be here at the beginning when he came on.
Yeah, there's no replays. Sorry.
Well, I can hum the tune, anonymous. I can hum the tune.
I'm just here. I just want here to let you all know that I'm here to support Martha's Vineyard and the horrible things that are happening here. The influx of all these people rushing in over there. The invasion.
How can they cope?
I don't know.
I mean, come on.
I don't know.
All those
They'll
people
just go to another. They'll just go to another sanctuary city. I mean, those things
It's a
exist.
giant
Why
wave.
don't they go home? You know,
It's gonna
can we
be-
take care of our own backyard first before we start bringing more people into our yard?
It would be nice, but you know,
Well-
we can't talk about that too much because the YouTube overlords are looking
Yep.
at us.
The algorithm will pick it up right away.
Unfortunately,
can
we can talk about that stuff backstage all we want.
Well, I mean, we
I'm
are
not
talking
scared
about
of them. This ain't
Fortnite,
much, huh?
right? I mean, this is in that Fortnite game we all play
I
that we're
know.
talking about. So don't get too upset, Susan.
I don't really care what anybody says. I mean, this is our country. We're supposed to make it as great as possible, and well.
Oh, you don't care what anybody says? Well, let me get started here.
All right. Well, you know what I think about your Dodgers, Cash.
Within not getting canceled, please, because look, you guys don't know this, but I got taken down because of Tim Pool. We went over when he was talking about the beer bug and the stuff we shared his tweet and my channel got a strike.
Of course, man. Of course.
So,
It's
we know
ridiculous.
more than barely were showing it. So either it was and again, I don't know Tim Pool. I'm not a follower or anything. But if his reporting did get it done and that's the plan, you're a cunt. Or it's YouTube not wanting people to know that you can have your freedom of speech back and they don't want you to know, the facts. And that also could be. Either way, you just got to really watch. And usually we're always talking about, Fortnite these days because that seems to be the safest way to do it, even though you can't say anything about Grand Theft Auto 6. So,
I think especially now and especially on YouTube, we just need to promote that we want unity. And if people aren't interested in that, that's their problem. But
if you don't
unity
like
is
what we're
what
saying, leave. Yeah,
real
you don't have to
unity.
watch it.
Real
I'm the most
unity
divisive
is what
person
we
here.
need. Of course you are, buddy.
And hopefully I did it right, Mike. But I tagged you in the tweet with the picture of the gym I was talking about earlier with the Hulk. So if I did it right, for those that are watching, if you go to his Twitter, you'll see what we were talking about earlier with Lou.
Oh yeah, that's nice, brother.
So I did it right. Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. So thank you again. I'm newer to the Twitter. I've used it for the self promotion. Giggity. That's about the only thing I've ever used it for, sharing links and whatnot. So again, newer to it, but cool. Thank you.
That's what I use it for. I mean, you'll see me tag other YouTubers that I'm watching, saying, "Come watch this person. Come watch that person. Come watch Baron After Dark. Come watch Cash Money on Phantom Hooligans. Come watch Adam on his channel. Come watch
Like I
Crit."
said, I just subbed to you. So and again, I'm learning. I am learning, and I am great. Thank you, Tommy, again for sharing that. And that's a great thing about the Twitter. Again, like I said, I'm learning it, but with your guys' help, you see, I now know a little bit more. So thank you.
Yeah, it's like when I see Paul streaming. Phil's favorite game, Skyrim.
And
Do
I
you
come
know what
to
you've done by
streams not
mentioning
for
that,
just
Pacific? He's
because
going to
I
be
like
bugging me about that for the rest of the day.
So I will be.
What does he not bug you about it?
I'm here because the gracious host is supposed to grant me McDonald's coupons. And
Bullshit. Bullshit.
McDonald's coupons.
Let me ask
Stop
you this real quick,
stop
Phil.
being cheap.
Why specifically McDonald's? Why not Burger King? Why not Taco Bell? Why not Hardee's or Carl's Jr.? Whichever one you have. Why not Wawa's? Why specifically McDonald's?
Okay, I'll take
And why are we asking these why questions? Why not this too?
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
McDonald's
Why?
Why does
Oh,
Cash
boy.
Money hate Snake Eyes?
Jeez, no, don't bring that here, Paul.
It has
Jeez.
to be McDonald's because
Oy.
he's not make loving it.
Oh,
Always be
man.
wary when Cash starts using key words and phrases like unity. I don't want that
Oh,
California
boy.
unity. You keep that over there.
That's not the unity I'm talking
Oh,
about.
gosh, Phil.
I was thinking Rick and Morty unity, yo.
Yes.
Whatever
Dude.
it is, I'm against it. I'm against it.
Rick and Morty is one of the craziest shows ever made. It can be stupid, funny, creative. It's just they have just two characters and they make a whole episode of it. I really enjoy that show, and yet I've been attacked online before for liking that show. It's really
Dude, right? I
funny.
mean, it's like old school Looney Tunes, but newer. With a in a dimension, he can go from here to there, and it's like crazy. I'm like, I love
Yes.
the Highlanders series and all kinds of stuff. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you guys are bitching about this? This is just completely goofy and silly. I mean, come on,
yes.
Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote versus Rick and Morty. It's just an updated version to me.
The second episode is all about like Die Hard with aliens. Like it was just what did you die hard today? And
Yes.
they're doing these takeoffs. It's funny. Especially if you've seen Die Hard. Like
You know,
it's
Cash,
clever.
when it comes up to cartoons, he specifically ignores like Yosemite Sam because he's a redhead. You know, I forgot.
What are you talking about there, Phil? Ooh, I hate that rabbit. Yosemite Sam's one of my favorite Looney Tunes.
The redhead.
If you know
Oh, yeah,
anything
he's
about
great.
it,
Yeah, he's a great.
The chicken,
Just like the Tasmanian Devil, all the girls wanted to love him, and I
Yeah, but
always
it's not
liked
a
the
redhead.
tattoo art.
Cash Money has a hatred for redheads.
I
Anything
don't.
red.
Hatred for red. Is
No,
it
he
is it for
doesn't.
redheads
Because
or
Cash
just
Money
not?
likes every single redhead I've ever created in Skyrim.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Hey, women. He had a hard
Oh,
time.
it's Rickle. It's Pickle Rick. Pickle.
I'm a pickle.
Yeah, Phil thinks a lot of things about me because I've lived in California many years.
California
so,
stand. California stand. Say it right.
Nope, California.
Promote your magnificent leader, Gavin Newsom.
He's not my leader, dude.
Yes. Remember, he wants you to switch to electrical cars.
I don't
but
care what he
don't
wants.
plug in.
I don't. I
plug
do
in.
my best not to listen to him.
You know?
The world would do its best to not
You're
listen
having
to
a water
him.
shortage.
What?
Exactly.
You're having a water shortage in California.
I know.
Phil, that's nothing new. That's nothing new.
Wait. Hold on. I'm going to correct you right now. Water shortage in California? They're too busy stealing it from Arizona. How about the water shortage in Arizona because of California?
Yeah, but Arizona doesn't have a coast to the sea. Where a governor in California spent millions of dollars on desalination plants, and they're not using it.
Well, of course not.
All right, Phil, let's keep this on pop culture.
Yeah.
It is pop culture. It's
In
all
Minecraft.
culture.
That's pretty salty.
Cash Money is pop culture. So you get me abusing him is promoting him.
No,
That's
I
how
don't
that
think
works.
so. Yeah.
Look, you can't Will Smith it. It won't work. If you raise your hand, you must slap that hoe hard, not like you did Chris.
I'm gonna.
It's just pathetic.
I'm gonna still tell you this, Phil. You may not get your coupons from people. I know that's hurtful, and
it is.
Star Trek V is still just not a good movie. It's still Search for a Plot.
Also, Phil.
Here
You
we
know
go.
you love. You know you love this song.
Don't do it.
Almost
Don't do it. Oh my
heaven.
God, no. Why?
West Virginia.
What horror?
Fish Mountain.
He said
Yeah,
what
horror.
River.
Oh,
I just made him go insane. He's having a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, wait. You just made him go insane? He already was.
No, I made him go full boss nass.
All the abuse Phil gets, he still comes here. I tell you.
I know.
I'm a pickle. I'm a pickle, by the way.
Barrett, all the abuse Phil gets, what about the rest of us? All the abuse he gives us. All the abuse we get.
That's true.
Where's that clip from Tombstone? It's time for a youngin' to get out.
You want it? I'll give it to you. And of course, you gotta play it. Just gotta play it.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever. Now, I'm going to say something really serious here. Can you imagine if Kurt Russell played Han Solo, because he was pretty close to the top of getting the part?
That would have been
cool.
I don't think that wouldn't have been bad, actually, but
I think I'm actually very intrigued. I would like to actually have seen him at that. And he'd be a lot more friendly to the role than a certain Harrison Ford.
Kurt Russell. We had a couple different people. So.
Harrison loves Indiana Jones. He's just, I don't know, something about Han Solo, I guess. He always wanted him killed off after Return of the Jedi, and he finally got his wish in Force Awakens. So
yeah,
I love Han Solo. It's a great character, but yeah, he just, for whatever reason, he just wanted that character dead.
Yeah, I want him dead. Dead. I want his family dead.
I wonder what it would have been like to have Princess Leia played by Sissy Spacek instead of what's her name, Carrie Fisher, because they switched roles. They switched roles in that movie. Originally, it was supposed to be Sissy Spacek, and Carrie Fisher was supposed to be the girl in Carrie.
Yep.
But she didn't, which I still don't understand to this day. She didn't want to do the topless scene, but she was practically topless walking through them corridors.
Yeah, because George said there's no bras in space. Good one, George.
They get them down.
Well, don't forget, to get the role for Star Wars, she had to sleep with a nerd. We all know who that nerd is.
True.
This is news to me.
Yeah.
I do want to say hello to the Law and Suffering, Mrs. Tag.
Oh,
yes.
And also DJ Ronnie G.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Carrie also slept with Harrison Ford too, so maybe that's why he wanted to get out of the part.
There was,
right, kill off Han Solo because of anger. Yeah.
It's possible that George Lucas slept with certain people so they could get a role. We don't know for sure. We weren't there.
It might have been her just kidding, because Carrie had such
right.
And even if that's true, he wasn't the only one. I mean, Spielberg and Kate Capshaw, for example.
Yeah, they were married, right?
Yeah,
they were
it
married.
practically still is today. We may not
still
hear
are.
about it, but it's still a thing.
Hollywood is just... Yeah, go ahead, Baron.
Oh, yeah, he left, Amy Irving for her? Yeah, he was married, and then he left for Kate Capshaw. Or whatever. Yeah.
The guy who did Titanic.
It's just disappointing.
That's James Cameron.
He did the same thing. He slept with that blonde from the Titanic and left his wife, that lady that was what she did.
Yeah, he was married to Linda Hamilton at one point.
Yeah,
that was his wife, and that's the woman he cheated on with.
I just, but if I was Spielberg, I could never be friends with the Clintons. I just couldn't. But a lot of them are, so whatever. But that doesn't mean I hate Spielberg. It's just he did during that West Side Story. There was a bit of pandering there, but it's all right. You can't hate Spielberg unless he really does something really bad. I heard mixed feelings about that West Side Story. Some of my friends liked it. Even my brother thought it was pretty good, but I just didn't think it was necessary. Let's watch the original.
I think Spielberg's star is kind of sad a little bit. I mean, he's just living on his name right now. I mean, he was really great. Let's face it. Look at all the stuff he had in the 70s, all the stuff he had in the 80s, even the 90s.
Yep.
But it's like he doesn't have that magic no more. That's why everybody, I think, was running to, JJ's next Spielberg. Yeah, right. Well, kind of like how Lucas. I mean, look at how Lucas kind of fell apart there. When he was going with the trilogies and such.
The thing is, when you're taking on a beast like Star Trek, or you're taking on this, and even though I don't hate the Abrams films, it's just like they don't do much for me. It's like, I like Beyond, but does it mean as much to me as Wrath of Khan or Star Trek 4? No, not at all. Right. I could watch Star Trek 4 1,000 billion times and still feel the same way about it.
And real quick, he says Star Trek 4, but he means Star Trek 5.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. No, I do not. Dang it, Paul.
I'd rather watch
he loved that Catwoman in the bar.
I like the Catwoman in the bar.
And of course, the fan dance.
I like the Catwoman too, but that was Michelle Pfeiffer.
What's wrong with
The
Halle
only-
Berry?
The
What's wrong with Halle Berry?
The only thing about Star Trek V that I remember that I thought was somewhat enjoyable is you got to learn a little bit more about Bones. That was kind of cool. So that was it for me.
I like the shuttles.
Yeah, the shuttles. Right?
I like the bridge. I like the lounge.
Yeah.
I thought there was some good stuff in there, but it's like
Good scenery.
oh well. Well, that's trouble is as Keith or Gary was saying, he Shatner was listening too much to what's his name, Harv Bennett too much, and Harv Bennett kind of screwed him over.
Well, I guess there was also, of course, a writer's strike at that time, or there was some kind of strike going on. So
There was a writer's strike,
definitely can hurt a
and
film.
they couldn't use Industrial Light and Magic on that movie because
No, Industrial Light and Magic was already busy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then don't forget the other bright idea. Besides all that, look what it went up against.
Batman.
Yep.
And Indiana Jones.
The recipe.
I would have
if it
just
made the money it did.
If I'm Shatner, I go, "Hey, Leonard, we're buddies. So how should I do this film?" That's
did.
what I would have. Did he?
He did talk. And Leonard Nimoy sat back. The big thing he said is, "Don't listen to Harv Bennett." And Shatner, being that he had a good relationship, he felt with Harv Bennett, was listening to all of Harv Bennett stuff. And Harv Bennett was all pissy because he thought he was Roddenberry. He wanted to take Star Trek a different direction, which is why he was talking about the Star Trek Academy series for Star Trek 6, where we're looking at basically J.J. Abrams' Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
A new younger cast and all that. So, I mean, that was one thing. He did talk with Nimoy. He's friends with Nimoy, but he opted to listen to Mr. Bennett.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So that's kind of the problem there. But yeah, I mean, talk about a big year though. I mean, like you said, Batman, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I mean, on and on. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the first one, it's good. I heard the third one's all right. I haven't watched it.
No,
people get very upset with me for not liking Bogus Journey. I remember I was on some forum and I was like, man, I didn't like that movie.
Really?
Oh, you son of a...
What?
I don't like Bogus Journey, man.
Wait.
I'm
Cass.
okay with that, though. I could see. I mean, look, there's parts I like, parts I don't like. But why would you get shamed for not liking something? I mean, you're a person. That's what I don't get. Like, that's okay.
Cash, you suck.
He's a piece of crap for not liking Bogus Journey.
But Cash, how could you not like Station? Station.
I don't know. I didn't. I just thought this whole thing where they went to hell was stupid. I don't know.
If you didn't like that, you're gonna love number 3.
I didn't. It just didn't really connect with me. Like the first movie is good. I like it. I can watch it again and again, and it's a good film. But the second film, it's just Bogus Journey. I just didn't care for much.
I think one of the problems is they weren't able to fulfill what they wanted to do with it. First of all, it was going to be called Bill and Ted Go to Hell, and they were nixed on that. And that character Station was supposed to have a bigger presence in that movie, which they just chopped down to just having Station on that. But you got to admit, Death was great. I loved Death.
I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen it. So, right,
dude. I didn't like the fourth movie or the third movie. I'm sorry. When you take Bill and Ted out, and they're not even the key members of their old band, and the writing was again. I love Bill and Ted Excellent. Let's face it. We were all Bill and Ted heads, right?
Film, man.
Yeah.
It's a quality movie.
But why don't you like Snake Eyes? Why?
69, dude.
Gee.
I gotta get that clip.
Dude,
Iron Maiden, awesome.
Execute them. Bogus.
And then, of course, you have Napoleon at the water park.
The Waterloo.
Yeah, and then, of course, he's at the mall and he's eating that bowl of ice cream. Ziggy, Piggy, Ziggy,
I
Piggy.
didn't like Napoleon, but first of all, they made him sound French.
That's a great film. I mean, that first one is definitely. And think that's what gave us Keanu Reeves.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's face it. Keanu Reeves was a flash in the pan. He never did anything after that movie. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Horrible actor.
Whoa!
Don't hurt his dog. That's all I gotta say. Don't do anything to his dog.
Don't hurt his dog. It'll be fun.
That is true.
Go ahead, Paul.
I had nothing to say.
All right. I thought you wanted to say something.
Except,
So.
well,
nice.
Phil likes Picard.
No, I don't.
I hear he's got it on
real Phil or fake Phil?
Real Phil.
I don't like Picard. I don't like
He's a fan of Mussolini, too.
AKA and just to clarify, hold on, because I'm kind of new here. New Phil.
Real Phil.
Shame on you.
Why?
I don't know. Just because.
What is this? Is this Phil Classic and the new Phil? Like the
Mr. Picard is a character that's supposed to be based on. He's supposed to have a French accent. He's supposed to be from France. No Frenchman's ever going to say, "I like to have a cup of Earl Grey." No Frenchman is never going to talk about Trafalgar, and no one is ever going to talk about Mr. Picard that can't throw a punch. He can't throw a punch.
Yes, he can, and I have clips that prove it.
No.
Oops.
We lost Cash.
We just lost Cash.
About time. He was dragging us down.
He'll be back in a few minutes.
I know.
Right. It happens.
He was just trying to get away from Phil's negativity toward Picard.
Calvin Newsom pulled the plug on him. Had enough. Electric cut. Yeah,
those scheduled rolling blackouts, Yeah.
No, it was this, Phil.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate the sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Yes, Sensei.
Nice.
Quiet!
I just wish they would have stopped making Johnny a bitch in that series.
I hear a Cujo barking in the background.
This time it's not me.
Not me either.
Anonymous, do you have a Cujo?
No, that's a super fan there. He's got the dog.
That's Frank and Little Miss and the herd of Weeneye dogs that I have. Yes. I try to mute when it starts picking up, gentlemen. I do apologize. It just happens.
Well, at least they bark. When you have Chihuahuas, they don't bark; they cough.
This is
I
true.
got my little wiener in here.
This is Mo here, and because we need Mo White in the White House to make the White House better. Look, if you're gonna vote for a wiener dog, you might as well vote for mine. Put my wiener in the White House.
Oh, no. Monica Lewinsky approves this message.
Well, he's a wiener dog. Look, I mean, seriously. I mean, that is the dog's head. That right there. He's standing up.
There you
for
go.
Doing more for you than the Republican Party has in decades. Yep. It's true. It's damn true. Like Kurt Angle winning the Olympics with a broken freaking neck.
Very true. And, Kurt Angle, somebody who came into WWE and won a few championships, but you really thought they would have pushed him a little further than they did.
I feel a lot better now knowing that other people have dogs that bark in the background.
Although, speaking of Kurt Angle, you got to give him credit because he was willing to do some pretty silly stuff for wrestling, between the tiny cowboy hat thing to pretending he had an illegitimate son to whatever the heck that, I'm not even going to quote his exact words, but that feud that he had with Booker T's wife, where he wanted to do some questionable things to her.
Yeah, that was
questionable. They even had him stealing Stephanie there for a minute too. If you remember, go back. I mean, like Kurt Angle didn't think he'd be booed in his own home state as a heel, and they booed the hell out of him, and he didn't get it. Like he didn't understand wrestling fans. Like we love Kurt as the Olympic gold medal. Like let's be honest here, as an American, yeah, of course we love him for that. And when he came into wrestling and the persona, the way that they did that, it was perfect. Of course, I'm better than you. I'm an Olympic gold medal. I mean, right there, dude. Like the shoot, the heel, the angle, it worked.
Not to mention this.
And Rey Mysterio, I want you to remember one thing. You're a boy in a man's world. And I'm a man who loves to play with boys.
Oh my gosh.
That reminds me of that one time was it Rick Rude and Percy Pringle was talking, and Rick Rude was it was Rick Rude, and he's like, you got as much chance of winning as a girl has touching this body.
Or
didn't
when
turn out well.
apparently Sid Vicious was talking to I forget who.
I have half the brain that you do.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, see, our minds are already synced. See, it worked. Yeah, man.
Hey, what do you guys think of Ric Flair doing those insurance commercials with Ice-T?
Think it's time for Ric Flair to hang it up.
I'm more happy for Rick right now. Let me get this off of me. But here you go. This is more what I'm happy about with the Flair, because this has been in here for a minute, and I'm all over the place. So woo, yeah, Father Ric Flair. I have not got to try the Ric Flair or the Mike Tyson, but I have had the Purple Urkel, and I have had the lovely Snoop Dogg styles, because living in Michigan, you're allowed to do these things, people. It's beautiful. But yeah, I'm happy to see, again, older wrestlers. I did see Ric Flair's tag team match that he did, and I didn't feel he needed to bleed, but okay. He still did it better than CM Punk and AEW if you watch that. And at least Flair didn't hurt himself after getting the title the second time for what? Less than a couple hours and you're hurt? Way to go, Punk. Time to retire. But yeah, Flair, being older, being the man, he said he's the man, and look, he's still going, gentlemen. He's not wrong. He might have had many women and wives and lost and rebuilt, but he's still going. I don't care. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
But he also had that really bad health scare in 2017.
Yep.
Him and Tully Blanchard should not be wrestling. They, in my opinion, their day is done. Stay healthy. Stay out of it. Make appearances. Come on a couple of wrestling shows. That's fine. But they
I
shouldn't
tried
be
reaching
wrestling.
out to Ric Flair, dude. It is, it's not as easy as it was in the old days to even, because these guys are booked up and agents. But yeah, to get him on a YouTube show, that would be ideal.
Well, he's on the YouTube channel. He's on there with his son-in-law.
Yeah.
They have it. He goes on there, and Ric Flair has his own channel.
Yes, he does.
Yep. But yeah, as far as about bringing these old people back in wrestling, nah. You do your Bret Hart thing. You can make appearance here and there, maybe give a punch here and there. But as far as actually wrestling, nah.
Well, tell that to Stain in AEW. He's still active.
Yeah, but he's getting there. He's not as old as Ric Flair or Tully Blanchard now.
Or here's one for you, Phil. Stone Cold wrestling at WrestleMania this past year.
Mm-hmm.
One and done, I think.
Yeah, but still, you did it.
One and done. But he's not as old as Ric Flair and Tully Blanchard. Tully Blanchard's what? In his near 70s? And Ric Flair is definitely over his 70s. So it doesn't take much. One wrong move or even a slam,
There's also, you also got to consider Terry Funk. He's well into his 70s, and he's not even doing the normal matches. He's doing the hardcore stuff.
At least Mr. Cactus Jack and numerous other alter egos of his, at least he's smart enough to say, I'm done. I don't think his wife will ever let him get back into the ring. But as far as,
I don't think at this point that he can get back into the ring.
But Funk, he's just crazy. I think if he can crawl into a ring, he's going to crawl into the ring. But that's always been Terry Funk. He's always been a nut job. He was a nut job even before, what's his name, Cactus Jack, Dude Love, and whatever his other alter ego is. Nick Foley. Thank you.
And Phil knows his nut jobs.
I know my nut jobs, man. I know the nuts.
Takes
You can
one to
get
I mean,
them
it takes
crazy.
one to know one.
Yep. But imitation's the biggest flattery, isn't it, Paul? You didn't come
That is
on here
true.
being anonymous. You didn't come on being Cash Money. You didn't come on being Pacific. You didn't
Well,
come
you
on-
wouldn't want more than one Pacific anyway.
Bet.
Why not?
No.
The Pacific's a big ocean. Plus, you need a fellow Cubs fan because sometimes it can be hard being a Cubs fan.
Not as hard as being a Days fan this season.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Isn't that right, Cash? Not as hard as a Days fan.
Cash Money.
What now?
Now,
What did I do?
give you permission to be on. Did he allow your electricity to come back?
Who? Gavin Mussolini?
Don't use that last name. Pick something else.
Nope, that's the name I go with. Yeah, no, we only had like 2 blackouts. There was that one on Tuesday that was like the power was out for 5 minutes, and then that was it.
You remember not to charge
And
your
there was
electric
another
car.
one.
Save your power.
I don't have electric car. I don't.
Oh, you're
I don't
breaking the
need
law
one.
of California by driving that
I don't
gas fossil
Dude,
fuel.
You should know by now, man. I don't care what a lot of things California does. I don't listen to them. If they want to push me, I just laugh at them. So
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
that's right.
Bad to the bone. That's the theme that Cash plays every time. Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone.
Road Cash.
That's just I figure like I should go up to people in a grocery store and wear a certain red hat just to trigger people and take a video of it. But
What,
I just
St.
haven't
Louis
done
Cardinals?
that.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
That
Dye
might do
your
it. That
head
might do it.
red, your hair, and then
Oh,
make a
okay.
video of that, and then traumatize me for a whole year.
I think you're already
I'll
traumatized
send you a
enough,
super
Bill.
chat of 20
I mean,
bucks.
I think
and the cost
I
of the
actually
dye.
think if you don't get Skyrim that day from Paul, you just start spinning around in your chair. Even though you can watch Skyrim on other channels.
And Phil,
I do go to
and
other
you have the ability to play Skyrim yourself. I
You
know this
do.
because I bought you the PC version.
But it's a
Oh,
different thing
nice.
to watch someone play.
Wow.
'Cause then after you watch and you learn a little bit, there's always learning in Skyrim.
Oh, I know.
Go back and
Like
you
a lot
go
of
and
games.
play.
Yes.
But yeah, I do have other people I do. I go to what's his name's channel when he streams it on Saturday. And then-
Brandon.
Yep. I'm in his chat.
What's
And
his
then
name?
there's a
What's
nice
his-
young lady who streams Oblivion and Skyrim every night for 5 hours, sometimes more.
Who's
So
that?
I do get my Skyrim fix. But
I
I'm
know.
still on Paul because he still hasn't finished one complete game through.
I don't think you're even supposed to finish one complete game through.
Blasphemy. Blasphemy.
Oh man.
You know what else is blasphemy? Calling Led Zeppelin metal.
Get out of here now.
Calling Kiss metal.
Get out of here now.
You can't get out of here. This is his
This is
channel.
my channel.
We'll correct this.
Wanna rock and roll all night.
Besides, Phil, why do you defend Kiss when even you yourself have admitted that they've done some pretty shady stuff, especially with Eric Carr?
I do admit to it, and I did told you as far as my support and fandom, it ended in 2000. I don't support the fakers. Yeah.
Why not? The guy needs a job.
Huh?
Why not? The guy has a job.
Well, I won't deny that. I understand doing it for money, but he's still fake. You don't go up there and try to play the guitar the same way as the original guy did, try to make the same moves and sing the same parts. They had other members that were in Kiss as lead guitarists, and they never did try to imitate Ace Frehley. I'm sorry.
Is Kiss still touring? I mean, ever
they're
since
still
like
touring. The
COVID,
End of the Nightmare should have been years ago, but yeah.
they're
This is
still
supposed to
touring.
be it.
Okay.
This is supposed to be the end. I don't
I doubt it.
How many times have we heard that from a band? This
I
will be
don't
our
know,
last
like-
tour.
Like
This is the end.
even
This is it.
even Rage broke up a few times, and then they went back on tour, and they're not doing any more albums. Obviously, they did about, when they were really popular, they did like 6 or 7, I think, something like that around. But
I mean, even the Who still come back, and that was supposed to be it a while ago.
I mean, if there's still that, people want them back and they want to play the old songs, then I mean, 80s groups are still around. Some
It's
of
not
them.
the music, and people have to understand, because they're not making new music. No one's
Right.
making real records. There's some people still doing it, but you're not making money off records. Matter of fact, you never did. You made pennies off the records. Where they make their money and why they're doing it and pushing it, they make their money on touring. That's where they're getting paid. You know, on average, maybe someone can make anywhere, depending on this, the size of the show, where they're at, but it could be from 10,000 all the way up to 50,000 a show. You do 100 shows, do the math.
I mean, it'd be nice if they were doing new music, but why? I mean, it's harder to do that and do a new album than it is to hit the road.
Well, it's just that music isn't. I mean, because Metallica, I guess they're obviously still touring, but like I think Megadeth is not around anymore. I don't know.
They're still around.
Are they?
They're still
They
around.
Okay.
There was a period of time that Dave Mustaine put the band on hold because he slept on his arm and it killed the nerves, so he couldn't play his guitar. So he actually had to go through therapy, and it took him a year to redevelop feeling and being able to move his arm.
Yep. I guess pop talk has become music talk.
You know what? Just whatever you do, don't play clips of Jimi Hendrix. That'll get us taken down.
Oh, yeah.
If I had a problem with you guys talking about music, I would have said, "Okay, guys, let's move on." But no.
All right.
You can talk about music.
Just
I don't have much
to come back.
because
Well, here's one for you guys, because I do work out and I did build my gym. So my warm up the other day, just because I can, was Nights in White Satin, because who doesn't love the Moody Blues?
it's a great song.
The Boozy Moods. Yeah.
Heard the song, not a fan of the band.
Speaking of music, by the way, I released a new music video on the channel today.
Oh,
Wait, you have a channel?
I
You're
do.
Josh.
Yes, well done.
It's called Fandomology. and the new music video, it's the one that I debuted this past Sunday, about the love of Anakin and Padme and how that love ultimately failed.
So you've been starting to do more Star Wars stuff again. First, it was like,
yes,
I want to distance myself more, and now you're back to doing more. Did somebody inspire you?
It wasn't anyone specifically that inspired me. It was just watching specifically the arc of the Clone Wars where Ahsoka gets framed for that murder and ultimately leaves.
Okay.
Right.
So it basically reminded me that I can hate Disney but still love Star Wars just as much as if Disney had never done a thing with it. So,
well, that's what I've been saying all along. Just throw out Disney, enjoy the old EU and everything we had before that,
and that's what I intend to do.
Yeah, and that's what I tell all Star Wars fans. It's like, there's Star Wars and there's space conflicts from Disney, and we don't need amateur hour.
Yeah,
it's no different than. Go ahead, no.
I'm sorry, you got to do that with because they're going to ruin everything you love. They're going back in time, picking up everything that we love and destroying it in modern day. So it's either you put that divide line in between what we love, the old stuff, and the new stuff, or you just walk away from it altogether. You can't. I don't even understand how you can pick and choose. Oh well, I love Star Wars, the OG. But I can, but they ruined it for me. I can't watch it anymore. I can't even look at it because of what they did.
That's just.
I don't hate Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't. I like Rogue One is probably the best thing I've seen Disney ever do, really. And I did enjoy The Mandalorian, and I'm going to give Andor a chance. Kenobi didn't make me feel much. There were some things I liked, but it just, I just felt, for me personally, it was pretty soulless.
Your big thing though was Book of Boba. I remember.
Oh yeah, that really ticked me off. Book of Boobaloo to do. is such a mess of a show. And even if there's some quality episodes, the one of Dave Filoni did, I just it didn't belong there. That show was just an absolute mess. There was a lot of potential there, especially with Boba Fett being a crime boss. I want to see, oh, really? You're not going to do what I'm going to say? Well, I'm going to have to throw you in the rancor pit. So you have a choice. And like that's the menacing Boba Fett that I wanted to see. And this was written by Jon Favreau, and there's a lot of stuff I've liked about Jon Favreau, but this is if I looked at him and I says, and Rodriguez directed this, and like I'm not saying, but Star Wars is a big beast. It's a massive beast, just like Star Trek, and I just feel like with what's been done before, like you don't have to take all of it, or just take the approach the director did of Rogue One, which is I want to make a compelling story. And I wish more people in Hollywood would just come out and say, I want to make a compelling story.
Don't sing the praises of the Rogue One, because everybody always busts on Solo doing 90% reshoots.
So did Rogue One.
Had about 70% reshoots, so it wasn't like he was doing a perfect movie.
No,
but
reshoots
Solo,
is normal though. Think about it, guys. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, all movies have had reshoots, So I mean,
but you never had no movie. Are you supposed to go over 20% reshoots because it eats the cost of the movie? When you do 70% like they did in Rogue One, it's practically another movie, and they couldn't even get their trailers right. They were putting old footage of what was deleted from the film in their trailers.
That is true.
And then then they go to Solo, and whatever the reasons that guys left for directing that, you should have just scrapped the movie when you're going to do 90% reshoots. And I feel sorry for what's his name, Opie. I can't think
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard, because he pretty much stepped in, a minefield.
Opie was right. No, you had it right, Opie.
And Disney, let's be true. Since the end of the 70s till now, they have always messed up. Very few times did they make an actually create something. Tron, as much as people want to love Tron, was a failure. It cost $15 million. It only made $30 million.
Phil, I dare you to say that to the legendary Tron.
I
dare you the pups.
I'm not doing it to hurt him, but that's a fact.
Well, there's a lot of films that didn't do good in the theater, but they got that cult following afterwards.
Willow,
and that was Tron.
That didn't do good in the theater, but made
Highlander, Dread
was another. But Disney has been a flop. Anytime, especially the last 30 years, their cartoons, their movies for like Aladdin, that type of deal, okay. But anytime it comes to live action, and especially in the sci-fi, Disney's always failed.
Yeah.
Ron Carter's the biggest flop they ever did, and they spent, what was it? $500 million on it?
300
and not counting
million
buying
or
the
something
rights
like
to
that.
it.
I don't know. It's a lot.
Look, John Carter's not really a bad movie. Disney released it in a bad time when you have The Lord of the Rings, you had Star Wars. You're asking yourself for her.
But not only that, they didn't do proper marketing.
Yep. The only movie they really got that's successful in live action was Pirates in the Caribbean, and they didn't really support that movie. It was because the people liked it that made it a blockbuster. And it was never supposed to be more than one movie.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Phil, you just said it right. These films are good films. They just didn't do good in the theater when they first came out, but they finally got a following afterwards. The reason why is because these are good stories. It's just that marketing was done wrong, or like you said, the release was all wrong. They didn't anticipate the right period. So Tron is a great movie. It just it has a good story, but it didn't do good because some ways it was ahead of its time. Two, they didn't know how to market. Again, we go with Highlander. Highlander bombed, but yet it became such a huge cult following.
Oh yeah, iconic.
Right, it's iconic.
Go a year before Tron. What was their sci-fi movie? the black hole. That was an epic failure. That was an epic failure.
One of the problems I think with Black Hole was they were trying to do too much of a 50s science fiction film. And we were beyond 50s. If you watched it, that would have been a great film to watch in the 50s and the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
It
It's
has
still an
that
interesting
feeling.
movie, though. Black Hole
Yeah,
is
it
still
is.
an interesting film.
Yeah.
I do want to say real quick here, guys. DL, deranged lunatic. My Uncle Gary, his birthday was yesterday. So, hey, Uncle Gary. He would know all about that because he is our elder of our group. But Uncle Gary is a great fella. But yeah, I just wanted to say he would be one of the people that would have seen it in that time frame. And yeah.
Well, when he was talking about, and I was about to get to, I saw his question, and Mike featured it. Yeah, it's Daredevil. Just watch the old stuff, like the Netflix Marvel, and it's more Netflix. Watch that. That is some of the best Marvel we've had, or like more, Marvel we've had in a while. Watch that. I don't know what Disney's going to do. If Disney is going to do this, I had this discussion with my friend the other day, and just watch the old stuff, as he would say, and I agree.
I'm sorry,
Watch
I
what
don't
they
support
did
Netflix,
with the Netflix,
and I will
No.
not touch Netflix with a 10-foot pole after the show that shall not be named.
Well, that's okay because it's not on Netflix anymore, gentlemen.
It's not exactly.
I
It's
don't
on
care if
Disney
they had a
Plus.
5-star show or 5-star movie on Netflix. No, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole.
Well, that's all entertainment these days, though, man. Unfortunately, every provider is going to have a little bit of that in it, and they all do. So, I mean, at that point, then you're back to being a caveman, which, I mean,
I can go on YouTube, and there's other places you can go to get material and see movies and TV shows. Don't necessarily has to be Netflix.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd rather pay $3.99 a month for a VPN and do what I need to do somewhere else.
I mean, I'm like this. I don't get told by YouTube people that are popular saying, "Oh, we can't boycott this or boycott that." Well, we did that in 80, we did that in '85 with Coca-Cola, and how quick did Coca-Cola turn their head around? They turned their head around. That's what you have to do to a corporation. When
you're comparing a corporation who wanted money versus a religion.
And what happened to Warner Brothers?
True believers.
And what happened to Warner Brothers? They want the money tree doesn't last. The money tree does not
I
last.
feel Discovery came into this because they just kept bleeding money. I agree. I feel Warner Brothers and DC were just bleeding money, and you got to get someone like their Zaslav, and even if you're not going to agree with some of his decisions, you start changing stuff. And when these people come out, especially CEOs, and like, we want to make money again, that's what you should want to do, business. But you got to also try to find a way to care about the customers. If they want this and you want to make more money, then give it to them. But you go down the line of these companies and they don't want to give this to the consumers for whatever reason. It's like, here's money, you do this, we will give you money. Yes.
Well, they're waking up, and we're going to see a different change here within 5 years. I'm holding to that now. Still 5 years, you're going to see a full different what we're getting for entertainment, because everyone's looking at Warner Brothers and Discovery. They're looking at that. They're watching that. And they're also looking at their bank statements going, hey, Walt Disney is in a world of financial hurt here soon. And if no one is watching that Lord of the Rings series, so-called, on Amazon, Amazon's going to really be feeling it. And let's look at all the panic-stricken people saying that, if you don't watch this show, it's going to lead to a world starvation. I mean, I wish I was kidding, but people are sitting back saying that because of all the money that was put into the show and all that.
Well,
it's
the one
ridiculous.
thing is, it's the censorship. It's the fact that you recently have. However, like, I know Crit likes Rings of Power, and that's fine. I just haven't pushed myself to watch any of it. I might do that soon. I'm probably going to watch House of Dragons. I always think it's Dragons. I think it's House of Dragon. Yeah.
House of
the Dragon. Yeah.
You know that shit on HBO that's got to do with dragons, yo.
Right.
But
How to Train Your Dragon? Is that what?
I think that's what it was called, isn't it?
If I've got a product and stuff, I don't care if there's like stupid feedback or whatever. I want to hear what people have to say about it. And so censoring people on these websites, and telling them, no, we don't want a comment section. How dare you say anything bad? It's just going to hurt the product. So however you feel about Rings of Power or some other show, like there needs to be a forum or something so people can say, especially if they're paying a monthly fee, to say, yeah, I'm liking this or I'm not liking this, and this is the reason. And yeah, you're going to get stupid feedback, and yeah, you're going to get people who are like, I threaten you and dumb stuff.
You're going to have trolls. That's part of the internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
you have trolls on both sides.
Censoring that does not help the situation at all. And so I guess Amazon put that back on. You were saying before, Mike, you have the comment section back on now on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, for 72 hours after the premiere of the first 2 episodes, they weren't allowing anybody to make any kind of comment and review on the movies. And even when people started putting their reviews into the Lord of the Rings trilogy, they also silenced those, and they changed the algorithm. They changed the way their review system works. Now you had to be a verified member. And I'm thinking, but you already had to be a verified Amazon account holder in order to make a review.
What I don't
It's because of
backlash.
backlash.
They're going, oh my God, here comes Mike.
Well, I mean,
if you're paying for
you still have
show,
Amazon. I'm not going to get rid of my Amazon just because of a stupid ass show, whether I like it or not. But
Right.
unfortunately, whether you watch or not doesn't matter because you are feeding the machine. Because if you have an Amazon account, which most people do, you're still feeding it whether you believe in it or not. And again, I've watched it. I mean, we've had way worse entertainment. Yeah, it's actually comically bad so far. I'm just, but again, I can watch it and pick out what I like. But my problem is, don't fuck with the mythos. If you want to make your own thing, fine. Don't go, oh, well, Token was this. Go make your own shit then. Make this story your shit, not off of tokens. That's my opinion on all of it.
But if you like it,
that's why I like the House of Dragon, and that's why I said weeks ago, and I told Mike and I told many people here, I can watch the House of Dragon because the man who created it created what's in there to what we're seeing today.
Right.
Tolkien did not create what we're with there. I didn't see it. I seen what the clips I wanted to see, and that was enough. Tolkien didn't make that. So if Tolkien didn't make that, it shouldn't be in a Tolkien show or a Tolkien movie. That's just how I feel. I'm a purist.
I understand both sides of the argument, like with people, Crit, for example, he likes it. I know other people like it. That's fine. And then I also understand people who are purists and don't want to try it because it's like because to them, that's how they feel. I'm quite sure. How many times am I going to stab myself in the foot when I want to get excited about a new piece of entertainment? And there's still interesting stuff out there, like Netflix had Squid Game, but of course that didn't exactly come from Netflix. That came from somewhere else and then was put on Netflix. Right.
Well, I mean, the big thing is, first of all, yes, RC Cola is better than you. That's my favorite. Second of all, and second of all, what really put me off of Rings is the hubris that everyone was going out there, the mocking that they had of Tolkien, the mocking they had of the fans, the attacks that was coming from on top down. That solidified that I am not going to watch one single minute of it. Now, if they didn't do that, I probably would have watched it. But no, they went on the attack and started smearing everybody from Tolkien on down. And that where I sat back and said, okay, fine, go off and play with yourself somewheres. All you want is validity. You don't care about anything else. You want people to say about how great you are and how much better you are than Tolkien. No, you ain't. I'm not. And, so go off and do a circle jerk and fluff each other. That's all I got to say.
Tolkien's problematic, Baron. He's a man of his time. He's sort of a racist, if you will. Yeah, they have to tear down because they made it better, right? Amazon made it better. Payne and McKay, they had to write the freaking novel Tolkien never wrote.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why he never wrote it, but they thought they were so awesome and just the top talent of writing that they could possibly be. And
it's fine and dandy to change someone else's culture, myths, and traditions. But when you do it to somebody else, or it's done to you, that's a totally different story. Right? That's the basic word of today. If I go to the writers of Shaka Zulu and say, I want to see white Zulus, what are they going to tell me?
Yeah.
There are no white Zulus. You're a racist.
You're a bigot.
Okay. If that's the case, so be it. I go by look, there shouldn't be white Zulus. And I said this before. I love Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's a Chinese story. It's historic. Okay. Ancient China, 100 AD. I don't want to see a Scandinavian there. I don't want to see a Native American from South America there because guess what? They weren't there. It's not a myth. It's not something I made up. It's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Now,
just like the Roman kings getting backlash because it's not historically accurate to what actually happened.
We all love Crit. But if I say there's going to be a new Godzilla, and instead of him walking on two legs, he's going to be walking on four, you're going to have Crit all over YouTube exploding.
I was saying six-legged Godzilla are nothing.
It's fine and dandy to change something that you know and you love. But when it comes to someone else's or yours, it's a different story. I'm like this. If you can't honor what the myth you're writing, Pinocchio, I don't want to touch it with the 10-foot pole because it's changing my folklore. I can understand how people in Britain that feel about Tolkien, that's changing what Tolkien created to make folklore. Okay?
Right. Because he thought everything was too Frankified. I mean, the one legend that it should be all around, King Arthur, became too Frenchified. Yep. And he didn't like that. And it's true. It was.
And he created something for them. Now, anybody in the world can enjoy his writing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's like I love history. I love reading about anybody's. I read about Shaka Zulu. But if they make a movie, I don't want to see a white person acting like a Zulu because they weren't there. They're not Zulus. It's a fact. Why we got to insert everything into everything? Because look, we can be inclusive on some degree, but what makes us unique is our individuality and our culture. Now, I don't share the same culture as Baron. Baron has more Northern European and Scandinavian. I'm Southern European.
Oh yeah, don't you know?
Yeah, to say and classify me and Baron as Caucasian, it'd be like you do that to Asians, and they're going to be upset because a Chinaman doesn't want to be compared to a Japanese.
Well, the thing is even calling a white person Caucasian is all wrong because that's a person that came from the Caucasian mountains.
From Russia. And we're not Russia.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it depends because a lot of the Russians are Swedes, because that was the Swedes came in there. They were known as the Rus, the red hairs. And then, of course, it became Rusa.
Catch that. You said red hairs.
Gentlemen, understand what we really are these days? We are the mayonnaise monkeys, sir. Don't you know?
Hey, that's my... Hey, I'm glad you said that because someone used that as a racial slur, and I love it. I'm more than happy to call myself a male monkey. It's like, you think you could have hurt me with that?
You're right for it.
Yeah. But first of all, how many people here know that Tolkien was actually going to do a sequel to Lord of the Rings? This is serious. I'm not bullshit.
The Fourth Age, yes. What was it called?
Well, he was going to do
the next Power or something like that.
I can't remember what it was, but it was supposed to take place a few hundred years after Lord of the Rings, and he quit doing it because it was going to be something kind of based off of Nazi Germany. But then again, with the rising of another Dark Lord type situation, and he said, no, this is going nowhere. This is not going to be good. This is going to be horrible, and he shelved it completely. Even Tolkien knew where to stop.
No, there's a time to stop. He should have went backwards.
Well, he did go backwards. That was the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion was his first real work.
I read my favorite. The Silmarillion's a hard read, but that's practically Old English. But I love the Children of Hurin. That was probably one. I love that more than I like The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings.
You know what I'm ashamed of, and I haven't gotten it, and I don't know why I haven't. I haven't gotten his translation of Beowulf, and I'd love to read that.
And he took a lot. Like I said, he didn't just take from one group. He took anything that's pretty much involved the British people. So if it had Saxons, the people from Rohan, if it had Vikings, he had it all in there. Was anything that affected the British Isles, that was all inclusive. And yeah, that's why he wrote it for. But it wasn't supposed to be like, I hate to say this, but yes, it was intended for the British people and the people of the British Isles, but it was for everybody to read. I mean, you read King Arthur, that story's grown to so many areas that awesomeness is all over the world now.
Hey, Phil.
Don't you
I have an idea.
Let's
make a Skyrim movie and make General Tullius Chinese and Ulfric Stormcloak black.
You know, I wouldn't have a problem if it was created that way.
But it wasn't
created that way.
It wasn't, but I want it to be.
Well, you can have it whatever you want to be, but is it? Look, in Skyrim, you can create any character how you want and what you want. And there's mods out there. I'm, like I said, a purist. I go by what they created, what they say is canon. If I read,
I know.
I'm just
trying to anger you again.
I don't want someone to change it, like the BBC did, and I trashed it, and I will trash it every day of the week.
I mean, I have a book suggestion for everybody here. If you like Tolkien and you can handle reading something that feels like the old translation, the English copy is called The Long Ships. It was called Röd Orm in Sweden. It was their version of Lord. Basically, they put on the pinnacle of Lord of the Rings over there. But it's a historical fiction story centered around Vikings, and they actually did try to do a movie with that about the Vikings with the Bell, and I think it had Sidney Poitier in it. If I remember, I can't remember. I think might have called it The Long Ships. The movie.
I seen the one not with Kirk Douglas. Was it Michael Douglas?
No, Kirk Douglas.
It was Kirk, where he played the Vikings when they went into North Africa. That's an old.
Oh no, I don't think that one. I think that's what I'm talking about because Röd Orm or the Long Ships did that. They went down and they went into like North Africa around the Mediterranean. And this is what the story is, and I think Röd Orm became a Christian. The one guy that he was sailing with became a Muslim, and then you had one guy who didn't believe in any gods, which is a very fascinating thing and very historically accurate in that fashion. They also meet up with good old Harald Bluetooth in the story. But the movie you're talking about, they made that movie. It was a very small segment of that book. The Vikings, that's the one where we kind of joke about. You had two Jewish Vikings. That was Kirk Douglas and Tony Curtis. And of course, you had the great Ernest Borgnine as their father. And that's a great film. If you want us to watch a good Viking film, that is a good one for his day.
I just remember Kirk Douglas in it, and like you said, Curtis and everything.
Yeah, that one.
I think that was before they did Spartacus, or was that after?
Oh, that's a good question. I think before. Let's see, Spartacus. What was that? 62, correct?
I think so. Yes, 62 or 61.
Yeah, I think it's 62. Let me take a look here. One of the big thing is that drives a person crazy when they're in the Viking era history is there's so many things that's just called 1958. So it was before Spartacus. Gotcha. But it's one of the most unoriginal names you could find is the Vikings. There's so many historical books. It's like, yeah, I read the Vikings. Which one?
That's like the TV shows. I mean, you get one, and then now you got like about 4 of them out.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
Hollywood, when you get one good idea, everybody starts imitating it.
Yeah, and in 64 was The Long Ships. That's the one that had Sidney Poitier, Richard Widmark. That's what I remember. Richard Widmark was in there, and all that. And Yeah, from understand, I never saw the film. I hear it's not that great, but it took a small segment of the book, The Long Ships Are Rode On. But no, those are great ones. But the one thing I do enjoy is reading other culture stories. If you get involved with storytelling, folklore, and that, you want to read about it. I mean, Finlanders are not Scandinavian, but they're sometimes lumped in. But the Kalevala, which is a very hard read, by the way, and you start reading about that, and of course that's where the language of the elves came from, was how that Finnish. Then of course you had the various sagas of Iceland. You had the sagas of Norway, the Jomskrengla, which is the history of the Viking kings. Wonderful books, but if I can sit back and read something based off of I like reading, seeing stuff on Japanese, the old Roman history, all across that board. They want to accuse people like us of not being worldly, and that they're worldly. We are far much more worldly. We know where stories come from. We appreciate where they come from. How many people are big fans of Kurosawa films, for crying out loud?
I always been, but yeah, I mean, I will tell you, read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The TV shows are free on YouTube. There's a lot. Chinese TV shows can go up to 70 or 80 episodes. They don't do seasons. It's episodes. You can get the one for free, and it does up to, I think, 78 or 79.
They go nuts over there when they do something that in Japan. There's like, 754 episodes. Oh, how fun! Yay! Let's see if I can book this in for the next couple of years.
But the books for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Marin, are very expensive.
I can believe it.
Normally, it's supposed to be all one book, but they split them up sometimes in three, and that can be anywhere between $100 to $500.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, it's like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings was originally going to be one big book, but because there was a paper shortage in England at the time, the publishers weren't. They wanted to test it out, so they just took the first third, which technically Lord of the Rings is 6 books if you want to get down to it. But the first 2 books and the one, and then so on. But it also comes down to science fiction. You hear about all the science fiction that other countries do, but these books don't get translated over. I mean, I happen to have one in my collection that was from Russia, Soviet Union, was translated over. It's like, why don't they do more of this? I want to see other people's take on science fiction, other people's take on fantasy. Translate this stuff. I'm tired of, we're going around the United States, all we see necessarily is just our stuff. When you get outside, go up to Canada or something like that, you start seeing stuff coming from other places because they have different distribution. They're part of the crown, all that. I love when I go to other countries, cruising through the bookstores, and see something that we don't have in the United States, and take it home. And those are some of my prized possessions sometimes.
Star Blazers.
Oh, Space Battleship Yamato. Oh,
I saw that at Phil's.
There's a live movie that they never released in the United States.
I got it.
Everybody mostly watches the old cartoon.
Right.
And I've
been trying to watch it.
I did too. I was in the area. We got it in 75, and I know some people got the first season as late as 1980. But the reason because it was given, the people that were dealing and showing it were basically what we had, UHF.
Right.
It wasn't one company. It wasn't like one box or
it was syndicated.
ABC. It was like independent, because Fox bought all the independents. Well, kind of didn't bought, but offered them.
No. Yeah, they offered them to join in. They weren't necessarily bought. And for us, it was on our channel 9, because that was our independent station. We actually had 5 stations on the VHF. So that kind of stunted the growth of UHF for a while here.
We got it before Star Wars. And I remember the hoopla after Star Wars, where Lucas was trying to say Star Blazers, Battlestar Galactica were ripping off Star Wars. Well, the Common Empire looks awful damn close to what he used for the Death Star. And as far as Battlestar Galactica, the storyline has nothing in common with Star Wars.
No, that was Adama's arc. It was basically Glenn Larson telling the story of the Mormon travel across the United States because he was a Mormon.
So,
So,
yeah.
and it was originally called Adam's arc when
Yeah.
he first came out, and then they changed it to Saga of a Star World or Battlestar Galactica, and Adam became Adama. That's why you have the Kobol, which is just a changing of the name Kobol. Now I got a mental block. I just had it on my tip, but that's supposed to be the world where literally a day is 1,000 years in the religion of the Latter-day Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Collab. Thank you, Collab. That's what it was. So yeah, very much. So yeah, I don't know what George had. I think he was mad with Galactica because they stole Dystra from him. Yeah, I mean, really, I think that's the case. And of course, then Larson screwed him over.
The lawsuit. He didn't end the lawsuit to the two gentlemen that owned, who are currently still fighting with each other, from Japan. Said, "Look, if you're going to sue Battlestar Galactica, we're going to sue you."
Mm-hmm.
And he did a second take because, in Japan, if you take on one of their icons, they really the government in Japan don't like that. And George Lucas didn't want to upset the government, nor did he want to upset the people of Japan.
Yamato was a big thing over there, Space Battleship Yamato, and I think we
when
got
you
here in
when you hear the military bands over there, they'll play the song from Star Blazers. And
Did
when
you
our
see
military goes over there, they'll, we have a military band over there. They'll play Star Blazers.
Yeah.
You can see it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yep.
I kept on telling my daughter's band teacher, "You got to play Space Battleship Yamato. If you're seen the Star Blazers. If you're really a geek like you say you are, I don't know what that is. It's like, you lost your geek card." But you're talking about the live action movie. I actually got that. It is dubbed, and it's a pretty good film. I sat my daughters down when we got that, and that was about maybe 9 or so years ago. And my one daughter was nothing's better than Star Wars. Star Wars only. Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars. I sat them down. They sat through. Oh, actually, it wasn't dubbed. It was not dubbed. It was subtitled. It's subtitled. So these girls were watching a subtitled film about 2.5 hours long. They loved it. My one daughter, the one Star Wars, she goes, "This is even better than Star Wars." My work here is done.
I gave a link to Paul to try to convert him. I don't know if he ever watched it or not.
I did.
But,
Remember, I even did a full review of Space Battleship Yamato.
I'm old. I forget things.
Yeah, did he
Hashtag-
do that
hashtag
review
Phil
of
is going
Brandon?
senile.
Can't remember what I ate an hour ago. How is he going to remember? Yeah, come on. We're old, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I am a proud member of AARP. I got my card.
Well, I do remember the last album when I made. That's about it.
But
anyways,
when you're old, that's important.
anyways, I'm gonna get off of here now, and Phil, I'm taking you with me because we're gonna play some Skyrim
right now.
Right now.
Oh, my dinner's being cooked. You can't do it right now.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. I got to do dinner.
Fine, I'll wait till you're done with dinner.
Can you do it about 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, sure. In fact, tell you what, since I didn't have anything planned, tonight's Sunday stream will just be a Skyrim stream. But But I am going to actually want to have a point to the conversation instead of just the rant, at least at first. Because our gaming streams, of course, does get to be pretty random and sometimes pretty volatile. But tonight I actually want to have a point to the conversation. That is why we love video games.
Okay.
So, of
Can
course...
time waster.
Can we include why Cash Money does not like redheads?
I'm going to do something real quick because everyone
you
here on the panel, if you guys...
redhead?
If you guys want to be part of that conversation, I am putting my Discord link in private chat.
Okay.
So, and we have a special section of the Discord called Gaming Stream Co-host. That's where we always meet up. If you guys want to be there to be part of that conversation, you'll be able to be heard as I'm playing through Skyrim.
You know, I got to remember to keep my stupid Discord up.
Just remember, since you're starting a new character all over again.
I am not starting. I never said that.
You're not starting all over again?
Ooh.
Oh, you're keeping the same character?
I'm going to try.
I'm touched. I'm getting emotional here. Somebody please hand me a tissue.
Here you go, Phil.
Well, I thought it was, as far as emotions were concerned with you, it wasn't that you get emotional. You just have
Emotional damage.
What's the difference? If you have emotional damage or you're getting emotional, it's the same.
Phil is nothing but an emotional cyclone coming through
There you
here
go.
with a
Look,
tsunami
I
that
have
follows behind.
feelings. Believe it or not, I can say this because Cash Money isn't here, but I have feelings. I hurt, cut, and bleed.
He's here.
No, he's not. He's AFK.
Surprise!
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Just came back.
Awesome.
Phil, come
What can
out
I
to
say?
play.
Yeah. Look, you guys needed me. You had to put a fake one up because I wasn't here.
We had needed you. We had to put a fake one
They
up.
had nothing to do with that. That was all me.
Yeah,
I came in late.
Cahoots. That was cahoots.
I came in late on this party. You can't accuse me of anything.
There was no cahoots going on here. There was no shenanigans going on here, Phil. It's all you.
Well, there's always shenanigans, but not that type of shenanigans. And we gotta
Cash
have
Money's
shenanigans.
quiet. He will be defending himself right about now.
Who?
Sorry, I'd almost yelled at you for a minute. I'm like, what the hell, man? Your Discord's not working. It's like, oh, you got to wait 10 minutes. I'm like, you ass. But it's working.
Wait,
Never
what?
mind.
Mine's
My
doing
Discord.
updates.
My Discord.
I'm on 8 of 15.
Oh, yeah. It was your, because you shared yours and then I went to join it. And then but it's just, I have to wait 10 minutes before. I'm not used to that. It usually just, you jump right in.
That's
It's like, you got to wait 10
that's not a
minutes.
setting that I have. Let me.
He did that just for you.
I bet he did.
Yeah.
You son of
He
a
should.
gun.
That Master Paul is
I'm
pretty
looking
shifty.
into-
But keep an eye on him.
I'm looking into this now for real. That's not supposed to be a thing.
Because it
if
made
you're
me
a
verify
senior-
the account. I'm like, all right, sure, whatever.
If you're a senior, he'll abuse you.
Oh, I'm sure.
Only you, Phil.
Hold on. The only abusing around here is the senior named Phil McCracken coming on the panel and abusing everyone else.
No. I get abused and used by Paul and Pacific. They're in cahoots.
Well,
They
Master
abuse
Paul
the
likes
elderly.
old people. He had Old Man on his Why We Love Star Wars streams.
Yeah, I've had old man on my channel.
Yeah, Old Man is amazing.
Yes, here they go.
Don't say it too loud. Don't need to stoke his ego more than it already is.
More elderly abuse. Here we
Anyway,
go.
this what I was talking about. If you want to share it with him real quick, it just threw me off because I'm not used to that countdown there at the bottom where it was like I can't. You must be a member for at least 10 minutes.
To send
That might be
messages
a
to the server.
It might be just a Discord. Maybe it's something new with Discord.
Let me-
Who knows?
Let me look.
Not because I just joined
I don't
Mike's
think so.
Discord with no problems. It's something in your
Okay.
set. I'm just letting you know though, bro.
Yeah.
So like it's no big deal. After the 10 minutes, I'll be able to respond. But right now I can't. But at first it flipped me out because I haven't seen this before, because it literally went from my Discord window, opened up the browser window, and then and I'm like, what in the hell?
That
'Cause I
was
used to
put
look
in
at
there.
the app on my computer.
That was
Why
put
does
in
it-
there for Phil, I think. Before
Okay.
Phil joined.
Yeah, you have to watch. You can't say certain things on Paul's stream. Can't say the D word.
Yes,
Uh,
I do maintain a strict no cursing rule on the channel.
Yeah, I know. I
You
got
can't say
I got
Democrat?
carried away with Richard Arnold. Oh,
You said D word, Democrat. You can't say Democrat on his channel.
You
No, you can say that.
Okay,
Can't say
I'll put
damn.
it this way. The
I got
only
no. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you.
Yeah.
No cussing. I got you.
Yeah.
You're
You
like
can say-
Brian TV, another good friend of mine. He used to be Brian the Observer. Yeah, it's one of those. PG-13 is what we usually call it. But yeah,
Right.
I got you.
you can say hell because that's not a bad word. That's a bad place. I'll put it that
Right.
way.
Yeah, just remember
I-
PG-13, but it's okay to abuse the elderly.
I got caught a few times. I was cursing on Paul's channel.
Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
Well, last week I was playing Fortnite with Paul and Spock, and I said, "Damn it!"
You get so
Oh.
used to it, then you come to Pacific's channel, and you're like, "Okay, can I say this? Can I say?" You get traumatized. You know how old it, old people like to keep things simple. So when you go from like Paul, you can't say this, you can't say that, to Pacific, like you can practically almost say anything you want.
that YouTube
good
will
reason.
allow. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, Phil. I'll make this simple for you then. You, Phil McCracken, should on my channel be seen and not heard.
Oh, here we go. Do you hear the abuse that I put up with?
Oh,
Do you hear the abuse I put up with?
Hey,
you bring it upon yourself.
You
Yeah,
know, Mike,
you do,
something that
man.
would be real funny since you're the host. You should bounce Paul for like 30 seconds, then bring him back.
He's done it.
You know what? I like doing this.
Yes, he does do it. He does do it. I mean, he gets his time out.
You know, you gotta have fun.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Yo!
Well, right now we have 6. We had 7, but
Yeah, there we go. There's-
he's a bigger asshole than the rest of us, I'm sure.
Takes one there, one right back.
That's right.
All I can say for my defense, I don't have Gavin Newsom leading my state.
No,
All I have
I
to
can't
say.
defend
What?
that.
You can no, you
Defend
can't.
that. I really
There's no
can't.
defense for it.
That man's a.
Don't let me see you park your.
I don't wanna say
electrical
too
car,
much
plug
about
it into
the-
electrical outlet.
The YouTube
Don't poke the bear, Phil.
overlords might. The YouTube overlords might get mad if I say too much about Mussolini. Yes.
I know. I felt bad because what day was that? Was that Wednesday? Yeah, I kind of lost it a little bit, and I went off on Richard Arnold and poor Paul. Poor Paul. I don't even know what I said. I just went into full fledged. Oh, that man pissed me off. Oh.
It's okay. It's
Richard
know.
Arnold, was that somebody on the panel?
No, Richard Arnold is
Oh.
was a little what would you say, a little sycophant stooge to Gene Roddenberry in the 80s and the 90s, and he just screwed people over big time. I was one of the people he screwed over, and he was just an asshole. David Gerald said he wanted to throw him out the second story window at Paramount. So when Roddenberry died, basically he got kicked to the curb because he had nobody's ass to kiss no more, and he died not too long ago. And you know what? I didn't really shed a tear. I know it's
And you
mean of me to say.
And you worked with this man, right?
No, I didn't work with him, but I had an encounter with the guy. Let's put that back in my fandom days when I was involved with fandom stuff, and he's just,
Oh yes.
mhm.
Well, look at what's changed. Like there was a time that I wanted to go meet like Kevin Smith. I grew up watching Clerks, man. Clerks 2 I liked a lot. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back was quite enjoyable. Like these movies were fun. And there's funny moments, but he's changed so much. I know he had a heart attack, and I'm glad he didn't die. But, geez, man,
Did he really change, or is this just really him? Like the entertainment world has also changed. Saying that,
yeah,
Like, I
I
was
know.
just in Jersey. I just missed them last year when they reopened the Stash. They had a big reopening. They
Okay.
moved, but in the summertime we were there. I actually was able to meet Walt and Mike Zapsik, and they had the brand new shirts for the store that nobody. I was able to buy one before because I got it. They were putting them up, and I showed up with a wiener dog. Like this. Seriously, I show up at the Stash with my daughter in a wiener dog because we were doing a delivery, and they were cool as hell with it, and they were playing with the puppies and whatnot. At the time, Walt didn't even have a mask on; he was covering his face. I'm like, dude, you're fine. Like, I don't believe in the mask. I'm like, don't worry, I get it from the business standpoint. But the guys there were really cool, and then I got to meet Jay at the Horror Hound in last year in Ohio, and also Brian was there and Jeff Anderson was there. So I got to meet the Clerks guys. They all signed a shirt, and I sent my friend from the UK. I went and got 2 shirts from the Quick Stop because they sell shirts there, and it was I got my shirt from the Quick Stop, and the guy signed it, and I was able to send it to my friend for his birthday, and he lost it, like he cracked because we are old school Kevin Smith fans, and I've never met him, but I still love the work that he did. I mean, if you didn't know Kevin Smith did Red State is not a Kevin Smith normal film.
No.
But again, things have
one.
changed. But again, so has is he changing because of Hollywood, or is this him? I don't know. Or has he always been that way? And at the end of the day, I don't agree with a lot of what he did, but I can't wait to see Clerks 3.
You do want to see Clerks 3?
Oh yeah, I do, because I was also there for the panel for that. That's why Randall, Dante, and Jay were at Horror Hound. It was for that. But I played Fortnite with Jason Mewes. He's talked about my wiener dog Frank live on his Twitch.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
Yeah, Jay's a
That's
real
funny.
good guy. I mean, these people like take all of them off the spectrum, right? They'd be right here with all of us. Jason Mewes is a gamer. Like, he doesn't game for content. That motherfucker would be playing even if he wasn't streaming. Like, when you see Mewes playing games, that's him. He's like one of us. And that's why when we had the feelings that we had, it was spot on. But then again, the world has changed. So did that impact Kevin? Or again, has he always been that way? And again, I'm not going to like you or dislike you whether you like him or not. That's not fair by any means. But yeah, I'm a huge fan. Again, I got the first shirt. They literally opened the box. They were talking about it. Mike Zapsik was talking with the lady who I won over right away, because she goes, "Well, I can't have a dog, but could we say that he's a cat?" I said, "Look, it's 2021, baby. He identifies as a kitty cat." And like from that point on, I was gold, like in the store, right? So, but no, I mean, I even got Mike Zapsik because I only have one eye. I was like, "Hey, by chance, do you guys still have?" My brain just went left on me. Sorry. They got a comic book together, and I'm trying to pull the son of a bitch out. Cryptozoic Man. I was like, do you have that? Because I've watched Comic Book Man ever since it debuted. The dogs watch it all the time. It's either wrestling or Comic Book Man, usually on the TV. Anyway, he's like, "What? Yeah, we do. What, are you blind?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, actually, I am legally blind." He said, "Oh my God." Now, Mike Zapsik is a smart ass. You see it on TV. You see it when you meet him. But like, he apologized and over apologized. I'm like, no. It's good, dude. Don't worry. You didn't know. But he went and got it for me. He signed it. I've got the book right here. He actually did sign the book, which was cool. I guess, yeah, that would help if I got this guy off the screen, wouldn't it? There we go. That might help. But yeah, I got it. He signed it. Walt had signed it, and it was just really cool. And I got to take my daughter. I didn't know I was going to be a grandpa. So we were going to deliver a dog in Jersey and then to go up to Boston and deliver a dog. And she told me beforehand, because I was like, "Well, I'm going to stand outside and get high, like at the quick stop," right? I'm like, I have to. This is going to be, but didn't, by the way. But she's like, I was like, "We can smoke." And she's like, "I'm pregnant. I was going to tell you there." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Because Clerks, again, to me, the first movie, man, that was big back then. And Mallrats and
yes, Mallrats is still good. Yeah.
Chasing Amy was what it was, but
yeah,
again,
I like Chasing Amy still. Yeah. So
Mallrats, they filmed right here in Eden Prairie, not too far from here. I remember I went into the Eden Prairie Mall, and I'm walking along there, going to my favorite bookstore, and I see down there, "Hey, there's a comic book store down there." I didn't know that. I go walking down there, the thing's all locked up tighter than all guys. This is odd that you have a comic book store at this time of day, all closed up. I didn't realize it was the set for Mallrats. It's like, that shows you how much of an idiot I am.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but we also didn't have the internet like that back then either, and they didn't announce that shit was going on. If you look at the era and the time frame too, how things have changed.
Oh yeah, big time, absolutely.
People don't.
Big time.
A lot of these youngins don't understand that we didn't always have DVRs and cell phones, and you knew what was what. Like, you were lucky if it was in the newspaper, your local print.
That's why we had Starlog.
Yeah,
that was our internet first when it came to science fiction.
Oh my gosh, Starlog! Wow, let's go back.
These youngins today wouldn't survive 50 years ago. They wouldn't survive. They would attempt to bring their cell phones to the kitchen table. Can you imagine your?
No, that would not fly. That would not fly.
Dude, they don't even know how to get dressed. Look at the people that will shop at Walmart. They're in pajamas. Like,
I never got the pajama thing.
I'm sorry. Like, y'all got me.
I suspect, since he's a California stan, would know about going to stores in the pajamas. Tell us about it. Explain it to us elderly people.
What? No, I mean, it's still you can wear what, I don't know. You can. People have weird styles, but I haven't really paid much attention. I mean, the other day I just. If you've got some nice slippers or something, go to the
But I
Go
mean,
to
we
the
used
store.
to
Adam,
have, we used to have pride, right? Like if you were sick and in sweatpants, prime example, and I'm in workout clothes. You know, y'all caught me in workout clothes, generally. And I was getting the belts, and I was excited to be here because I am. But you know, as you dressed properly. Like if you were sick and in sweatpants, that was like the main reason you would be caught in pajamas, or if you were ill. If you went to the store, you still put on clothes, people clothes, as I call them.
Well, look at what the basketball players are wearing. I'm sure somebody would get offended by saying that, but look at what they're wearing nowadays. And even other older basketball players are like, no, like I don't like this style is ridiculous. It's just the colors don't mesh and mash. And I was watching. Speaking of colors, when I was at the baseball game a few weeks ago with my brother, like. There was so much of the rainbow and stuff on the Diamond Vision at Dodger Stadium. And I was kind of like, man, that's a lot of colors. It didn't look terrible, but I'm just kind of like, I wonder if somebody who's part of the ownership decided that we needed more colors on the Diamond Vision when they show the stats of the player in the picture. I was like, it's just kind of funny, but I feel like this might sound silly, but the rainbow has actually been attacked. Like basically there's just too much neon, or there's just too many colors going on, and I'm like, I just don't think the style is all that great.
It's like when you had first color TV, so everybody was putting every color possible on the shows. Look at Batman.
Color.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to show off all the colors because, hey, we got color TV here. And the one thing also, you said the important word there, Adam. You said in Walmart, the people of Walmart.
Yeah, but they act like it's normal. Like they would go to your Sunday church picnic dressed as they did going into Walmart.
Well, just watch On Patrol Live.
I mean, like if you're sick, and we're not talking mental, but when you're ill, you're not going to give a crap what you look like and or wear, right? But your normal everyday, like I don't generally go out to Walmart in my gym clothes. Like when I get off here, I'm going to go do a 3-mile walk in a workout. Like legitimately, like I'm ready for that, and then I'm going to shower, and then if I have to go to the store, I'm going to put on clothes, man.
Right.
I mean, right now I'm naked. I'm sitting here naked doing the show. That's what the camera's on. Want to see? Hey, how's it going?
That's right, exactly. But I mean, brother, that's the thing, though. And again, with all of us being older, and even with the younger panelists and stuff, they see it and understand it. But for those of us that are really the elder generation, though, those like DL and whatnot, we're talking in the 60s and up. They're like, I just, how did we go from, in the 20s we're broke, or in the 40s we end up in this broke time, yet you still had suits and people dressing nice. You didn't own shit. You'd be sitting on lawn furniture eating spam, happy to have that spam, but you would have your Sunday best on Sunday. You know what I mean? Like
look at photos and videos of going to football games and baseball games back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. People would be dressed up.
Yeah, they have the ties and the jackets and all that. I mean, I drive them wife crazy sometimes because she says, let's go somewhere. So I got to get dressed because I'm wearing like sweatpants around the house. Because people wear like out there. It's like, yeah, people. This is not me. So I'll go and I get dressed up. And
I'm not going to knock any religious group, but I will say for this, I've seen and I know people that went to their church, and they were encouraged to wear sports jerseys going to church. My church, that ain't happening. I'm wearing whatever football jersey or baseball jersey or hockey jersey. I don't think I'm getting through the front door. There's just some things that,
But it's lost in generations, though. Like, I understand what you're saying, where other people wouldn't. They'd be like, well, why not? Because they've normalized everything. They've taken everything and turned it on its head. They rambled it, scrambled it. And now if we don't accept the football jerseys, then you're a this, that, and the other, And it's just so sad because all we're saying is, look, back in the day, you took pride in what you wore. You would not want to really leave the house looking like a POS. And nowadays it's just accepted.
And it's to the whole. Well, no, it goes to we've lost humility. right?
Yep.
We have no shame.
Mhm.
The culture is now just do what you
I
want, do
mean-
what you feel. If you,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter if somebody else doesn't like it. If you like it, just go ahead and do it.
And there's just some things, and I talked to Anonymous one time. Like, if there's a parade and there's kids around, especially, nobody should be naked or having things flopping around. I mean,
No.
I probably sound
No.
like get off my
Technically
lawn, but
smoking. I'm
I
sorry.
just
but-
no,
Yeah.
I don't
nothing
think
wrong
any
with
of that
saying
is
get off the lawn.
appropriate at all.
No.
If it's your lawn, you can tell someone to get off your lawn.
Can you?
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
I do it all the
I
time.
do
Indiana,
it.
you can.
I do it. Hey, if
It's called great pride.
If I paid for it and I'm paying taxes on it, I didn't put my grass is not there for someone to just walk across.
I remember a long time ago when we were living in Richfield, there was an event taking place literally half a block down. And people were parking wherever they could. Somebody decided they wanted to park in our backyard. So my dad picked up the phone, called the record company, and they got it towed.
Towed it away.
Yeah, so y'all know the Pete Buttigieg fella, right?
Yeah.
Okay, name sound familiar? So
I know who that is. Yes.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm referring to. He had passed laws while he was the governor. In South, or not governor, I'm sorry, mayor. So that if a homeless person is sleeping in your yard, you cannot kick them off your yard. They have more rights than you do. This is a slippery slope because it is the DC way, if you will, because I call them Democratic commies. But yeah, and that's just on that's just one little city, right? Like I'm
that's
gonna
illegal.
talk about. But that city is also where Notre fucking Dame is, and that's where the liberal horse shit in Indiana starts. Is from there. But I'm sorry, exactly. I pay my taxes. Well, I'm sorry, you pay your taxes, but we own your land is how they get you on it. But yeah, that POS is. My mom got attacked by a junkie that was living in his friend's garage, his boyfriend's garage, probably. Doesn't matter. We don't hate gays. You can be gay. We're okay with it. But when you're a junkie, and like my mom's main problem was like, oh my God, he's touching me. And the dog was trying to get him. And my stepdad is a retired Chicago PD. Okay.
Okay.
So like, we're not just a civilian family. We're military, police. Okay. So we know how to defend ourselves, but mom was more worried about that. The dog's about to eat him, they're worried that the dog's going to get hurt because this guy's a meth head, and the worst thing that happened to them is the only thing that could happen. They filled out the police report. This guy got arrested with cocaine on him and they let him go because they want the bigger, better fit. They want the dealer, not the junkie.
Sure.
And this is the world that we live in. And Pete Buttigieg lives 4 blocks. His house was like about 4 blocks away from my mother's house. And my mom is, close to 70. So, yeah, I lost my shit, but I'm old school, right? So what happened? Me and a bunch of guys showed up with ball bats telling that junkie what was about to happen to him.
Yeah,
we're old school style. It's like, all right, you want to mess with a 60-year-old? Why don't you come trying some 30, 40, and 50-year-olds? Come on, bitch.
We used to have a sign, and there was flagellant everywhere. Trespassers would be shot.
Got it on
That
my
was a myth. No, if I seen the sign said no trespassing, and I have to cut my way to go to the 7-Eleven, and it might be cheaper to cut through your yard, I'm not taking the chance of getting shot by rock salt. And if anybody ever knows what rock salt is, sometimes a farmer or a person owning property might not load it with the lethal ammo. They will load it with rock salt. And
Yeah, I hear it hurts.
You don't
it hurts.
with rock salt.
You know what? Go get yourself a wrist rocket, right? And you get a piece of rock salt. Have somebody sling that sumbitch at, and then imagine it coming out of 12 gauge.
But I understand how you feel, but I will tell you this. I'm full-blooded Italian, and my dear sweet mom is still alive. If somebody even came up and approached her in a threatening manner, I don't care, red, white, green, blue, man, woman, child, I do not care. I will cut off your arm and beat you with it. First of all, you're not supposed to be on the property. You weren't invited. You're trespassing, period. Second of all, once you start appearing a threat, then you are a threat. Period.
Oh, yeah.
I remove the threat.
Violent people on your station. Are we always looking for that? No. And this is my point. Like, Mom could have pulled out the 38 and shot his ass. She was more worried about the dog than anything. And again, she did kind of stumble down because he kind of, they came out of nowhere. but nothing was done by the police. Nothing is done by the law, and that's the problem. But we're the bad. Then you and I are the bad guys.
The bad
We're going
guys
to take
to
the shit
defend
in
their
our own
property.
hands and take care of it.
I'm in a state where, thanks to Mr. Forgetful, he has put so many police in this one little county. My county is probably nowhere near 1/5 the size of you guys' county. But we have more police departments and more police armed to the teeth than you can imagine. Where I live at, I have 4 police departments. I can at any point get a ticket for jaywalking at any point in time. But I feel sorry for places like Chicago.
I kind of don't, because they kind of are going to get what they deserve.
That's the lesson.
Some shit, but
Yep.
yeah.
Well, that's the lesson. I know
again,
people.
though, as I said, bro, father was stepdad was Chicago PD, so like I've been seeing a lot of Chicago for decades. And it's only gotten worse.
Chicago's the perfect example of why you don't say Beetlejuice 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Amen.
I even told Paul, and Paul can tell you, 20, 30 years ago, I could go to Baltimore, downtown Baltimore, in the daytime, not night, not talking night. You're not that crazy. But for the last 25, 30 years, I wouldn't go to downtown Baltimore or the city of Baltimore if my life depended on it.
Same here.
And
honestly.
only an hour and a half away is Washington, D.C., and I will never go there. Ever. I've been there when I was a kid. You could do the same thing, go in the daytime, you pretty much were okay. But at night, you were taking your chances, but that's any city.
Right.
But nowadays, no. I will not go into any of the major cities by me. I'm 30 minutes from Philadelphia. I'm about an hour and a half, depending on traffic, to Baltimore. And then throw another hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on traffic, to Washington, D.C. And I'm 4 hours away from the hellhole they call New York City.
Right.
I've told this story multiple times to people, and I think a couple times here on YouTube too, but I have been, the one city I will never go back to is San Francisco. San Francisco, I was there
Francisco is a shithole, by the way.
Oh, yes,
It's
it
a
is.
real
100% it is. Because we were there in 2020. We did a whole road trip going west to California and back because I'm originally from Virginia. I enjoyed that whole entire trip except San Francisco. San Francisco, it was dirty. It was loud. It was a whole bunch of, well, I'm not going to say what specific signs, but you can, certain 3-letter acronyms that start with a B, you can see a lot of those around. Certain
It was
colorful
beautiful in the
flags you can
80s.
see around.
Yeah, it was.
Lots of homeless.
There were
I'm
people
sorry
going
you
in.
went in 2020, dude, because like back in the 80s and early 90s, like beautiful areas in California.
Oh, yeah.
San Bernardino,
Oh,
Death
yeah.
Valley.
Mhm.
You know, what I mean,
Oh,
places
yeah.
that were just one. When movies, we're used to seeing Hollywood, right? When shit was made in California, and you'd see that stuff. And a friend of mine that lived here as well, lived in Cali for about a decade. He had to move back because it was just too expensive recently. But yeah, you think you're going to go see what you saw in Hollywood, and that is not what has been there for the last couple decades. It's only gotten worse.
Well, it's got especially the fact that people can go into a store and rob the place. I think anyone can, and as long as it's under $1,000, they're not going to arrest you, which is just crazy.
And speaking of that, I'm pretty sure that night that we were staying in San Francisco, because we were trying to do it on the cheap, so we got a hotel in the downtown area. And to be fair, the hotel was nice. But number one, the garage where we parked had to be locked, like gated and locked. And even still, Dad found someone sleeping under our truck. But more importantly than that, I'm convinced that as we were trying to sleep that night, there was gunshots out our window.
I wouldn't doubt it, Paul. And welcome to Deranged Lunatic.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Deranged Lunatic.
Yes, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
I mean, I was in San Francisco in '78, and needless to say, it was night and day compared back then. Went up Lombard Street. We went to Chinatown. We went to this lovely Chinese restaurant where you actually were put into like a little private room and sat, and it was just wonderful. And you know what? And I think back in the days, can you imagine what it would have been like going there when you still had like the the Hungry Eye and all those clubs where you can just go right down the street and go from one club to another and see all this talent. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. Just like even in New York, you don't have that there. I mean, it is so sad. I mean, I haven't been in California since the 90s. I have no intention of wanting to go there, to be honest, again, and there's a lot of beautiful areas of
They're
California.
destroying California little
Yeah,
by little, and they don't care.
There's
That's the
still
thing.
there's still some nice areas of California.
There
but San
is, like for
Francisco-
example, where the redwoods are. I went through there, and that was amazing.
Yep, I've been through that area, California, lovely. But we had, and I hate to use this term, but a lot of people, they called it white flight. Remember, left in the 60s and 70s, early 70s, got out of the cities. They got out of the cities because they didn't want to be living cramped up. And let's be honest, sometimes some of that violence was a little too much. So they wanted to live in the suburbs. Exploded.
That was the shirt I was talking about. I was gonna just do the Twitter, and I was like, you know what? I could just share it. It'd be easier. So that was from Horror Hound. They signed it. There's that's them dogs. See dogs.
Wieners.
Shirt wieners. Yeah, and you see, as he even said, I heart wiener.
Yeah,
So-
Adam's got more
As a-
wiener than any man I know.
That's right, man.
I had two. I got one. Only one now. So
Gotcha.
I love my
Yeah.
little wiener
The other
dog.
one.
But
She died. She was 15 and a half when she passed away. She was we got her. We had her for about 3.5 years. She was a former show dog, and the people who had her decided, okay, she's done. They got rid of her, and there was one of two things. They bred her, and it's like, okay, time for you to go. And they were either going to put her down, or they put her. I guess they put her on Craigslist. A friend of ours had her, and they said, "You want to?" Came home one day, and there's my wife standing, and there was Heidi the dachshund, and I'm going, okay, what gives? Oh, it's only a trial. When you hear the words, it's only a trial, it's a lie. It's not going to be a trial. But, she was such a sweet dog. Then we got a Bochi, and then we got Duchess, the other Doxy. And Heidi passed away a few years back, unfortunately. She was such a lovely dog. And, wiener dogs, they're like the little clowns of the dog world. I mean, they got such personality. I love them.
Oh yeah. So this was local. Got to meet Adrian Paul. Got to meet Mr. Flash Gordon. That was awesome.
Nice.
Sam was so cool. Yeah.
Mr. Flash Gordon.
Yes. Sam Jones, dude. See, I told you I had the U.S. belt. I was not exaggerating. Mailbox stickers, gentlemen.
He was very funny in Ted. Sam Jones. Just you guys want to do some drugs? That was funny.
And this will be the event that I meet Lou at. This coming up.
Lou Ferrigno? Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice.
Ferrigno.
Tell me about those pictures you had of you meeting the Godfather.
Yeah, so that was Horror Hound. This was last year in Cincinnati. Angelus Draven, myself at the WCBS table. So his table wasn't too far off, and my special needs brother-in-law. That's who I got this stuff for. Nathan. He was
There's
signing
the best
it.
thing in the ball of wrestling. Pimping ain't easy.
Pippin ain't easy.
I cried when they
A
stopped
gimmick that only you could get away with in the Attitude Era.
I cried when they stopped the Godfather because I used to like that. That was perfect. Him and the King doing his HLA.
Right.
Paul doesn't know what HLA is, so we will not tell him because we will not scar him for life.
Okay. Well, I mean, like here, this will scare you. That's obviously, as you see, the clown. That's the Office with some red eyes in the background, which was, of course, that. But hey,
Paul hangs around with us. He's already scarred now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think.
Right.
I mean, other than the wieners here, they might get you. So yeah.
Oh, those are cute.
I tell you what, you like to whip out your wiener more than anyone I know, man.
Hey, I have DL Uncle Gary. Now, what have I said from day one? I am here on this planet on YouTube to expose all of you to my wiener dog clown. So that's been the, again, that's been the stick for a long time, my friend.
I have whipped out my wiener and stroked it on YouTube.
I can confirm. I have seen it.
Yes, and there you go. There's more Mo White. The creation of Mo White. He was very Frank's son Mo. Lizzie's
White.
son. You know, he was itty bitty like that. Yeah.
What a cute little nugget.
We need.
What
we
was that?
need
Some
more
guy with a
whites.
picture, and then there was like flame in the back, and then the American
Hold up.
flag.
Do you have one of your?
Yes.
Did you
So
put
that's-
Doomcock's helmet on one
Oh,
of them?
I see.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So it was Donald Trump. That was one of the Trump things, but I took the Trump part off, and then I put Lowe's head on there because it was one of the puppies' heads. Yeah, that's what that was.
That's dog cock.
So what people forget is if you go back, you'll hear Doomcock talking about being part. He was Pop to Frank and the Shawhan Wiener Dog Clan. This is Frank and the Shawhan Wiener Dog Clan. Frank's over here sleeping. He's not going to come. But the white dog, that's Frank.
Did you show that to Doomcock? I'm sure.
Dude, he knows about it. He's the one that said I talked to Doomcock like in DMs. It's like, yeah, I know him. He's a decent dude. This is Cool In, place to be reviews, another good dude. Phoenix Animation, another good dude. You know, these are all YouTubers that I met because of YouTube, and then we'd hit conventions and stuff together. Again, more of my crazy office. I was actually trying to find the Jersey trip with my daughter, but I thought it was right here. And there with no hair. There's a big fat Lizzie with puppies. So yeah, I mean, but here we go. Some of the
When you said Jersey, you meant the Jersey Islands.
Yeah, you know, well, we were. I was at the. I stopped at the Quick Stop. I stopped at the. Got some comic books, and then we left. We met at a park. Again, one of the coolest things I'd ever seen is this, though. I hate to say it, but I'm sorry. That, to me, that's commitment to a costume.
Wow, that's the Pokemon Deadpool, I guess, right?
Deadpool Pikachu, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like,
crazy.
we had some Mandalorians.
That's
nice.
nice.
This was in up in Michigan in not Kalamazoo. Yeah, Michigan.
Paul, if you look hard, you might find an Iron
Man
somewhere in
Grand Rapids. There you go.
Mexican.
Grand Rapids.
Oh, nice.
They Seth from the men's room wanted to meet this fella, and like I'm leaning here. Keep in mind, I'm 6 foot. He's like 5'4". He is so tiny. But I had about a 20-minute conversation with him. He was just really cool, and I recorded
he's definitely from the original show.
Walter Jones.
Yeah. This fella here, he's the one that does Grogu voice. So for Brett Utini, my brother from the UK, he's a huge Mando fan. I bought the little Grogu in the pod Hot Wheels thing, and then he autographed it, and I shipped it to him, and it sits on his Jawa shelf, shrine of awesomeness. But yeah, I mean, after everything that we all lived through, I went and started hitting some of the conventions and having fun. We had a little Master Chief here. I asked Mom if it was cool to take the picture and show on YouTube, and she said, yeah. So, and I'm sorry, dude, like, look at him. He's a little pimp, dude. Like, being a younger teenager, I mean, I would have loved to had a Comic-Con or something like this to go to.
I would love to get like a group of people together, and then like we go dress
and
up.
Here, I'm gonna. This is original. This is
not dressing up with you, Cash. Not dressing up with you. No.
So that's no joke. That's a Polaroid with star. This is Empire stuff. So there you go.
Yep. Oh, that was me. Me too. All I wanted was Star Wars toys, and I got my Star Wars toys.
Oh man,
yeah.
I still have them too.
But Adam, have you ever thought about like when you go to these conventions, you ever want to do that cosplay stuff, dress up with your friends? Because I know people
it's really fun.
Take pictures. I haven't done it before. I've thought about it. I'd probably dress up as Vash because, of course, that's my avatar.
See, the problem is, I'll have to get to it because you don't know who I am. I used to do a lot, not necessarily of cosplay, but I would do charity events, cancer.
Nice.
Psychotics was a Scion-based car club. I ran a local chapter. So my car was a 2006 Scion TC with a full body kit, Lambo doors. It was decked out as Transformers one year. It was decked out then as the Joker mobile, and then that shooting happened, and I didn't bring the car out. Yeah, we didn't bring the car out because of that, out of respect. But yeah, I mean, like I had my car at first was decked out with DBZ stuff. So it was all about. So when it comes to that, like I showed up for my brother's birthday. in the all-American outfit with the title belt. You know, when my brother and I went to Comic-Con, he's like, no costumes. So yeah, you're right. It is fun to dress up. I was like, what about the Blues Brothers? But it was too hot. We didn't do it. But you know, I haven't competed though. But trust me, people are usually looking because I do, you know, I'm covered in tattoos too. And I'm not a tiny guy. So, but yeah, it is definitely fun when you get to do those kind of things. But competing, I have not, but I will at one point.
Well, Paul's uniform is one that's gone to a lot of conventions when I've worn.
Yes, I have it. It's sitting over there. But I wanted to show you this, Adam, since you were talking about your convention stuff. This is one that I went to when I was in the Navy and I was overseas in Bahrain. And it was the first time I had ever dressed up for a convention. I was dressing up as a Jedi, of course. And as I do, I was going around and having random lightsaber fights with different people who wanted me to. And the people that put on this event saw me doing this and asked me if I wanted to get onto the main stage and basically, as an organized event that day, have lightsaber fights with people. So I did, and that's what this video is. So let me play a little bit of it for you guys.
Okay.
Oh, you've got me still pulled up full screen.
I know.
There you go.
I'm reducing you.
See? So yeah, that is me back in 2015, about 50 pounds lighter.
My goodness. Even Crit hasn't seen this footage.
Now let me see if I can find someone, because some of these guys were like seriously swinging for the fences on me. Let me see.
Look, man, that's Paul with no facial hair, man. That is,
yes, that is me with no facial hair.
Phone number afterwards.
No, good point. I agree.
That's when he was Padawan Paul.
Padawan Paul.
Yes.
And if you ask Mexican Iron Man, I still am.
Yeah. I was trying not to say that. I didn't want to open any old wounds here.
It's okay. I will open it up myself. I think this is one guy that really was swinging for the fences on me. See? And he got me. He got me hard. Although
he was having fun though. He had a smile on his face. That's cool.
Yeah, although I'll say this, at least he fought with honor, unlike Mexican Iron Man, who jacked me when I wasn't ready.
You got
glory to you and your house.
You did get cocky
of
though,
what he
Paul.
did to you.
But
and now
let's pull that
this
footage
is
up
what
too.
happens, Paul, when you abuse the elderly. I was cheering for Mexican Iron Man.
Are you calling,
Phil.
Iron Man an elderly guy?
Let me ask you this though, Phil. Does Mexican Iron Man ever play Skyrim for you?
No. But I put him in
Exactly.
Little Man's Timeout. And he still stay in Little Man's Timeout.
All right, so this is the version specifically. This is the version specifically that Pacific, Baron, and Cash commentated over. So you're going to hear their voices.
Oh, okay.
And again, you guys did an amazing job. I can't thank you enough for this.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
It was
fun. It was great.
And the question is that legal? And now, if it was put in the rules before, fine, but no.
I realize you're speaking for your client, Cash Money, but as far as I know, there were no rules.
As manager, you should have every right to come forward and say, "Hey, was this expressly placed in the rules?" I think you should definitely talk.
Hold up. This is the end. Whoops.
Was this?
This is where it
Felix
needs to be.
Kuros. The
That
other
was the
official
end.
for this match is Loki from Loki's Warnings of Mischief.
Oh, wow.
Mexican
That's good.
Iron Man is on the left. He's in the all black, wielding the purple lightsaber. Master Paul is in the gray shirt, blue jeans with the blue lightsaber. And here we
You
go.
see that?
Round one.
You see that motion that Darth Pappy is doing there? That's called the helicopter. It's something he practices every morning when he gets out of the shower. And obviously, he knows.
Baron, why'd you put that in there?
Guess it's me.
But you can see though, Paul is not
Yes, he
warming up, but
does.
yet Mexican
You
Iron
often see
Man
him
is.
warming up with the helicopter before each and every broadcast. And there we go.
Oh.
Mexican
All
Iron
right.
Man with
So
strike
let
number
me
1.
see
So
if I
right now,
can.
for those of you keeping score at home, it is Mexican Iron Man 1, Master Paul nothing.
Paul was a little bit cocky.
Let me show you guys exactly where this thing went wrong for
They're
me.
looking for their opening. Master Paul unfortunately missed on that shot.
Oh, but
and
he
now
got
he
him
gets
in
it. It's Mexican Iron Man win.
Here we go.
So is
All right,
Master
here it is.
Paul.
Watch.
Here we go. Oh, and Mexican Iron Man gets in there real quick.
The mistake you made, Paul, was your lightsaber needed to be lucky, and I would have whacked X-wing and then went for the duel. You had to get some type of luck.
You're only saying that 'cause you don't like X-wing,
and
Phil.
then you would have went. You had to. Your lightsaber didn't have blood. You needed blood before it got into the fight.
That was my daily. So I used to do this. This was just a normal day for me. So yeah. This is one of the events, but yeah, this is the kind of shit that I was talking about. And it was a Transformer car before that because I had Lambo doors on it. Then we flipped them out and
Man, that's a lot
did a
of
bunch
work,
of work
man.
to it and made it into
Wow.
the Joker car.
I like that.
Can't have that in California, Stan. That's not allowed.
I bet
think
not.
I think you can. As far as I know, I haven't heard any rules against it.
But yeah, this was a whole lot of fun. So yeah, when we're talking, so I do this on a normal thing. I mean, the advantage, and this was pre doing a lot of the work to the car, and that was with the clown in the car, just because why not? I mean, I
Who's that
tormented
clown
my
think
daughter
he
on
is?
the corner lot because I put on her birthday. The clown was out there holding the sign that it was her birthday. If I can find the picture, I'll show. I was looking for it, but I tormented my children. It's no wonder they hate me, right? But no, I was the cool dad. Honestly, we had fun. And the kids know right from wrong, and it is what it is. But yeah, I've always had fun. When I did a car club, it had to be a family car club because my kids and
Nice.
family came first.
Yeah,
And that's how it should be.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I tormented my kids proudly.
But yeah, that's the fun though, right? Like used to be we could do all that. Now it's like $100 a gallon for gas, and God forbid if you want to take creatine, you're going to spend $100 a pill. And but no, man, seriously, used to be we could do this stuff on a tight budget and still be able to do it. Not these days. That's what sucks. And then the entertainment, we're not enjoying it. But is anybody really truly enjoying what they think they are?
Some of it's still good. I mean, you got stuff like Top Gun, but of course, Tom Cruise has been around on a number of years, so it's just
And he's a
it's
nut
usually
job.
these. Oh yeah, he can definitely be a nut job, but he can also be cool too. I've heard some good stories about him. I have when you live in California, you know some people who are in the entertainment industry, and I know the grandfather, or I knew his grandson, and then his son, and of course his son unfortunately passed away about a year ago or something. I think it was cancer. He was a good guy, but when I used to,
that knew the first brother,
but
the
his
second cousin, the third cousin, the fourth cousin, just
yeah,
like in that.
his dad though is the one who created Magnum PI, and when I was over at his son's house, and then because I knew his grandson, or I should say I guess it would be his son at the time, and we were in a band. This was a number of years ago. Like I would pick his brain about stuff, and he would tell me a lot of interesting things about the industry. And so one of the stories was he got to take a tour on one of the sets with Tom Cruise, and he said that was really cool. So when you live in California, you'll probably meet some celebrities. It doesn't matter, they're celebrities, whatever, but you'll get to know people who are actually in the actual business, and it's pretty crazy.
So tell us about this band you were in.
Real quick, I do want to jump in, Phil. I'm sorry, I have some bad news.
Oh no.
What?
Apparently Skyrim is not able to happen today because Skyrim updated between now and the last time I played it, and a lot of my mods
don't
work. So
no.
I think you knew this, and this was all.
No. I'm being for real.
You're pulling
I'm
a
being for
Lucy
real.
on me.
I was looking at all of this while in the background while we were talking, and there's like a lot of stuff that is outdated that for whatever reason
See how
does
you
not have an
tease and
update
hurt
to
the
it yet.
elderly?
So we're gonna have to wait for that.
Do you see how you tease and hurt the elderly?
I want you to know it's over.
Well, bye.
It's okay, man. I'll make it up to you.
Okay, but you will stream it after you do your updates, right?
It's not going to be today, but when
That's
it
fine.
happens, yes.
Powers, that was Powers Booth, right, Mike? I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, another fine actor. Oh, yeah.
And Henry Salva just passed away. 95 years old.
I saw a lot of the lists for because I unfortunately was watching the Emmys with my brother, and that show was pretty much a train wreck. I was like, can they let Kenan Thompson do more in this show? They made some good Netflix jokes, but anyways, yeah, a lot of the people who have passed away. Of course, Betty White, and she lived a long time. Like, there's a list of people that passed away. It's like, oh man, yeah, they were just dropping like flies, unfortunately, and
yeah.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yes.
But yeah, Henry Silva, I just heard they just died the other day. So, I mean, there's another classic actor right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
My poor Skyrim. I was all excited.
I tried, Phil. I really tried.
It's okay. As long as we get it during this week, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
I'll just yell at Cash Money in private, torment him.
Until he plays, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got it. If you ain't gonna be on my video,
And of
I'll
course,
get it done.
we'll still have a gaming stream tonight, but it'll be a continuation of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, well, you remember, you get lost.
I call on you for
find
help.
your way. That's right.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
Sure.
That's why you're there. You're there to basically tell me what to do. You and Chris.
And where to go.
Exactly.
But dude, it's so much more
I will say,
Yep.
Cash did offer to help me when I was playing the remake version. But I kept saying, no, I got to do this on my own.
I said if you needed help, I wasn't pushing you.
My big question, there was supposed to be a stream with Pacific, Cash, and Paul playing Ninja Turtles. What happened to
we had that?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
You and I did it Tuesday, but we haven't played it with Cash yet.
And you're supposed to get crit, so it's supposed to be the one or two times to get 4 gameplay.
Well,
you don't tell an old man you're going to do something and not do it, Paul.
Well, I mean, look
I'll
at
go
the
stand up
panel.
for him. Be silent
Look
there.
at the people we have now. I mean, there's just so many more people that can connect with channels and doing this and whatever. I mean, everyone I'm pretty sure here, even Derange, is like, it's all about working together, doing stuff. I mean, I thought it was cool when Phil told me before, like the thing that Pacific and I did where we were collaborating. I'm like, that's what you're supposed to do. It's supposed to be entertaining. It's just supposed to be fun. And Turtles is just, it's like, I will tell you guys this, playing games on hard difficulty and struggling, it can be frustrating, even like Turtles, but once you figure it out, it's rewarding. So when Paul figures out Final Fantasy, and there are hard parts of Final Fantasy, it will be rewarding. I just want you to.
Mike. He streamed Major League Baseball and played it. He didn't CPU it. Kudos to you, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I play a sports game, I'm going to actually play it. And that comes for any game. I'm going to actually play it. I'm not going to have it, CPU versus CPU.
Yeah, people can do whatever they want on their channels, but yeah, it's just more rewarding. Like, I want you, Paul, to find all the stuff in Final Fantasy. If you get lost, that's part of the fun, man. So just keep going. But if you really are stuck, I mean, we'll probably be there to help you. But I want you to figure this out, because this is basically the first time you've ever played a Final Fantasy game. So I want you to experience this masterpiece. And the reason it's a masterpiece is because of the characters, the story. It's an incredible game. I mean, I used to stay up I used to cheat actually when I was going to high school, and I
you
would
were a
stay up.
cheater.
I would
I
wake
knew
up.
you were a cheater.
And
Oh,
I should have been sleeping because I had school the next morning. But I would get up, and I'm playing my PS1 at the time, and there's Final Fantasy VII, and I would play, and then I'd stop and go back to sleep. But yes, I did cheat.
All I ask is when you guys play Turtles, when all four of you do it, you stream it.
Uh-huh.
You put it on hard difficulty because I want to see Paul get frustrated.
Okay.
And every time you lose a life,
Why do you like seeing me
hold
suffer,
on,
Phil?
I'm not done. The best
He
part.
likes to see all of us suffer.
You guys
for
have to
streaming.
put a
As
quarter,
an old
extra
man, it's
quarter up
enjoyable to see
every
the
time
younger
you
one.
have to do a reset. So, and then that money can be given to me to get my McDonald's coupon.
Oh my
You
God!
all owe me.
Phil,
No
why?
Yes.
Phil,
McDonald's
there
is
should be,
bad for you.
It
Who
is.
told you that?
I think that
Fast
what
food
we
is
should
McDonald's
do
did.
Oh, it's just the
Look,
chicken sandwiches.
look, if you get monetized, right, and you get it's super chats for Phil's chicken sandwich.
There you go.
I didn't know they had.
doing that deal for Raquel.
Hey,
and
Mike,
start
highlight
using
that
that
last
for
chat
chicken
that
sandwich.
DJ Ronnie G just said.
Paul must suffer.
Since when have I become O'Brien?
But here's the thing: you should be able to buy the coupons at McDonald's, the what they call it, the gift book. You can
Yeah,
give
they
them
don't have
away
those
at a Halloween or whatever.
Yeah.
It's only $1, and it's got a whole bunch of stuff. You get like a $1 sundae, $1 cheeseburger. It's not that hard. $1.
Do they still have those?
Yes, they do.
Oh,
At
I
every
didn't know that.
McDonald's, Paul, even the one in Virginia.
I think if Raquel ever had a real chicken sandwich, she'd have a
Look,
food
by the
gasm.
way, since you're here, DJ Ronnie, please, dude, and I have to
RC.
say this, please,
Yes.
do not show us the live action Sailor Moon
RC,
with those
oh,
girl
you
faces
dog.
I actually
anime.
I have a picture of
Show it, 'cause I'm
RC right here.
curious here. Show. I want to see this.
I thought Pat Stephen was going to lose his mind
I thought so
when he
too.
saw that. Because I was about to lose my mind watching that.
Can you please show me this?
Oh gosh, no, it's so horrible.
What?
It's just
I
these,
would like to see
these-
this.
These
I'm
girls.
intrigued.
How about new?
I'm intrigued now. I'm really intrigued. I want to see what.
It's really go look it
It's
up.
bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Bad.
Look, here's all I gotta say
I'm
about
sure
you
it
and your
can't be that
McDonald's.
bad.
Like we
Dude,
we
they're-
might have to step in, but McDonald's is very evil. Like, look at that receipt number. Look at that. Why are we not canceling? And this was on a Sunday, mind you. I went to get the
Oh,
order, and yeah,
man.
McDonald's is evil. But I knew you guys would enjoy the joke, so thank you for letting me be immature.
Yeah, I just they're smiling, and they have these weird smiles with the Sailor Moon, and then they show the anime because they were doing a thing like back in the day, I guess, like how Mario did it, but it was cool how Mario did it, where the live action, and then they played the animated show. They just those girls are all smiling, and it's just
Is
freaky.
this what you're talking about?
It's freaky. Yes, it's not good.
I
Don't
know
look
if I wanna
into
put
it,
this
Phil.
on the screen.
Don't look in your dude. It's like the Ark. Don't look into it, man. Don't do
Is
it.
that it right there?
No,
No. That looks 10 times better.
that looks
than what
better.
we saw.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
It's they're all smiling and they say things. Didn't they say stuff too, Mike? Oh gosh.
The dialogue was terrible. The acting was terrible.
yes.
And
Oh,
And they're smiling too, man. You know, there's that movie called Smile, that horror movie. So you'll feel that way when you watch
Cash
that.
Money hates Sailor Moon. I can't believe it.
I don't hate Sailor Moon. I just even Fat Steven, who's a fan of Sailor Moon, he says, "What? Just stop it. Just that's it." Yeah, like DJ Ronnie just said.
Don't scar poor
Steven.
Fat Steven more than he already is.
Yeah, man.
No.
That Steven should know better. He's a leftist from Canada. You know.
Hey!
Not
Steven
a
also
law.
photoshopped a picture
Hey,
of
watch
Spider-Man.
it, watch it, watch
Canadians are
it.
leftists.
It's okay. We
Bullshit.
accept it for the Canadian leftist that he is. We're not saying it's
But
a
no.
bad
Here's
not a
Fat
leftist. I
Steven's
don't see
biggest
it.
crime. He took my face and photoshopped a picture of it where Spider-Man is twerking in my face.
He did that to a lot of different people that day, though. He did that to
I
Daryl.
know.
He did that to
I'm
other
just
people.
making a bigger deal of it than it needs to be. Hey, I'll be a good sport about it.
I already sent a.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That's right.
That is my clip, Pacific. You cannot use my own clip against me.
Whoa, your own clip. Your own clip.
I already sent a complaint to YouTube about Fat Steven. He will be paying me for using the hashtag justice. That's mine. That is mine. Yeah. Like Gene Simmons, you can't use the money bag without giving him royalties. It's going that way.
You've lost me, Phil. You've completely lost me.
I lost you. When you go to Fat Steven's stream, what's his hashtag? Justice for what?
Just a fat gamer. Just a fat gamer is what it is now.
Where did he get the hashtag justice from? That was my MMO.
Right. You have the
going into
receipts.
different
You have
chats.
the receipts.
Yeah, I want my receipt and I want my coupons. I'll take McDonald's coupons from Canada.
And I want my coupons.
There you go.
Yeah, dude.
You want your
sound like
coupons?
such-
Data. Again, Phil, why not just use a gift card that you can use at anyone?
I'm old.
at
I don't
any-
use gift cards. Give me the coupons.
What's a
Dude,
gift
you
card?
just-
I only know of a
you're so-
coupon.
You're so
Download
cheap,
the app.
Bill. Really, man.
The McDonald's
Coupons?
app, and you'll get your discounts.
On a
What-
gift
dude,
card.
It's
I
not
don't-
that
you know.
McDonald's is that expensive, anyways. I think the dollar menu is still.
They don't have the dollar menu.
They don't have that
Did
no
they
more.
get rid of it? Oh,
They had
wow.
the $2 and $3 menu.
Oh, well, that's
Right.
still not terrible. But wow, they got rid of the dollar. That's how long that then I haven't been to McDonald's.
I've been here about 3
Wait a
years.
minute. Most of you guys are from
It's-
states you have to pay a sales tax anyway, so it wasn't even $1. I'm
Then
the
Phil,
only one that lives in the state where it says $1. It
Our,
is
our
$1.
sales
$1.
tax is horrible in California.
We don't have
Horrible.
sales tax.
Yeah,
When I
I
see
know.
What is it now? 9.78%.
Mhm.
I laugh at you people with sales
I don't.
tax.
I don't think it's gotten up to 10% yet, but
Zero. When I go into a store and I see something for $2, it's $2.
are you
What do
out in
you-
the
where are you
streets?
at?
Oh, yeah. Where are you? Yeah, where are you, Phil?
I told you many
Delaware.
times, Delaware.
Delaware. Yeah, I was gonna say he's in Delaware. He just told you there's no sales
Yeah.
tax. Like there's only a
Yeah.
couple
Yeah.
of those states
Right.
around.
Right.
Delaware, and I
Old
think
school real
But-
states.
We want to know: are we going to see videos sometime soon, Phil, of you begging for McDonald's coupons? And why does
I
it only
told
have to
you
be
what I was
McDonald's?
going to do. You
Like
guys put up
Paul
the
said, why
McDonald's
can't it be
coupons,
Burger King?
And I will go.
I
to-
Why
love
can't it be
Burger
somewhere
King.
else?
Wait a minute. You put up the McDonald's coupons, and I will go on either Mike or Paul's stream, and I'll go to that new town just created last
I
year.
put up
Biden
McDonald's
Paul.
coupons every single time that you come on my channel,
Yeah.
Phil.
Mhm. You put up the fake coupons that expired from 2017.
You never specified that. You
What
just said, "Give
coupon?
me
You didn't
McDonald's
say,
coupons."
Yeah, okay, he's right. You didn't. You just said coupon. You didn't say
I didn't say
expired or not.
expired. I never said expired coupons. I said
You never said not expired.
You just said coupons.
All right, get a
You
cotton
said
swab
coupons.
and clean it ear. Listen to the word. I
You,
want
you just said coupons.
legitimate
When someone
coupons.
says coupons, you're going to get whatever someone gives you, expired or not.
They're expired.
He wants the coupons.
I want the legitimate coupon.
Here's my winner moment, by the way.
But yeah, I'll go on the stream live and I'll put the Biden falls live from
Sticking your
Biden
tongue
falls.
out at everybody.
Very nice.
You know what, Phil? This is all I'm hearing right now.
Uh-huh.
Really.
Uh-huh. That is sound of a weed eater getting into the IV over in Wrigley Field.
Hey, yeah.
The Cubs have nothing to do with this, dude.
Oh yeah.
What about your A's? What about your A's? They're the seller.
That was the
They play the
sound
dump.
of a weed eater. They finally taken down them weeds.
Nope.
I
Nope.
may not be much of a baseball fan anymore, but I'm gonna support the Cubs just to make Phil mad because
You can
that
support
Ivy
them all you
looks
want. To be
beautiful.
another 100 years that they do anything.
Hey, that's fine. I'm patient.
Okay. I'm not.
And who knows? I'm probably gonna live that 100 years.
Adam
Paul's
showed
gonna
a
be forever.
video of the twerking dogs.
Paul's going to become one of those heads in a jar from Futurama.
Dude, from Futurama,
Oh, yeah.
right? Thank you. I was about to say that too. Yeah.
The head from Futurama.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and that show's coming back for some reason, and I just don't think
Phil's
it's
head
going to
in
be
a
the
jar.
same. It ended fine, and they're going to bring it back, and I'm like,
It's a
oh,
money
boy.
grab. That's all it is.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like New Coke.
Yeah. Well,
that
if
lasted
Paul's going
about
to
a
be the head in the glass, just like in Futurama, he's probably going to say this to any of us that he sees.
Bite my shiny metal ass.
Worst case is if his head's in a jar, next to it's going to have to be his nuts in a jar as well. So
These
wonderful
nuts.
conversation. Look at those nuts.
Well, I was thinking it'd be Paul's head in the jar. The next to him would be Phil's head in the jar.
Okay.
And you know
Yeah,
what's yelling at him?
that truly would.
Where's the
be
Skyrim?
Oh my
I'm
god!
just scared because I just don't want to see this in a jar ever, because seeing this in a jar would just be scary. It's just my big nut.
Oh.
It's okay. It's just my big nut. I promise it won't
One
hurt
big
you.
nut. And
One big nut in a jar.
goes with your one eye.
There's a
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
The fact that M&M's actually did some pandering when it's an M&M,
Oh.
I don't know. It's so funny to me. I just like M&M's really you two. All right, fine.
I always get the ones that have W's on them. I always get the rejects.
Yeah.
Speaking of W's, I'm still not a fan of that Cubs flag of that W. I don't know why. I just never liked it.
What?
Why did
Cash hardly knew you.
Paul?
Whoa! History. And Bryce Harper wants a piece of Hunter Strickland. Here they go. Strickland lands a punch. Harper lands a punch. Bench is empty.
As God is my witness, he is broken in half.
Dang, man, that was the first time I've ever been kicked off the stream. I probably deserved that, but
And another thing, Mister.
Too late.
I'll still say that
Sweep
in
the
all
leg.
sports, the best fights are hockey fights. Hockey fights cannot be beat.
I went to a fight one time and a hockey game broke out.
I don't know. I just always found that W flag cheesy, Mike. That's all. Always found it cheesy.
The next thing say that was went and bought all he could of the Guardians memorabilia. He's a Guardian fan.
You will be silent.
All right. I
Welcome
can't
back,
see it
Ash.
now.
Yeah,
I
you
know.
brought
I've
it
been
back just in
censored.
time.
And
There you
my
go.
supposed
Just
to
for
be,
you.
Man, dude, that was second time too. I don't want to be as kicked off as many times as Phil.
Someone explain this to me. What is it about the word moist that makes some
Well,
people
no,
cringe?
don't ask. Don't ask.
Don't ask, don't tell.
No.
And it
Unless
was really
you know.
bad
Too
the
late. I
best.
already asked. I'm expecting an answer.
Okay, so it's really bad
No.
because
No.
Brandon's
No.
last name was Moist. So, like, legitimately, that was his last name. So when he got the big laughs and whatnot back when he was still with us, that was the thing. So I would find funny things like that people would post, and it's just it's kind of the same as how they've beaten us over the head with the fact that we're all Nazis and that kind of stuff. It was just a word they didn't like, and it was okay that they expressed that they didn't like it, but God forbid we say something that we don't like, and then we're even worse than what we were to begin with. So that's how it's kind of went crazy. But yeah, I never understood it either. I don't know.
Wait. Cash Money was I thought he had a bad limp. You mean he was goose stepping all this time? Cash? Cash, are you a good little goose stepper?
Goose stepper? What? I don't even know what
Why
you're
are
talking
you
about.
talking to Cash like that? He's not a dog.
That has nothing to do with dogs.
Sometimes, Phil. You know what, Phil? I just tell you, if we ever hang out, I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, I had a coupon.
I'm not
oh,
going to
sorry,
California,
it fell on the
California
ground.
gosh.
You can pick
I-
it
No,
up."
wouldn't it be
there's
California knee?
There is nothing
California.
like I've been to California once, and I'll never go again.
Kamala Harris.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
For
Yes.
all the time that McDonald's has been mentioned here, you should get yourself some sponsorship from them so we can get coupons to fill.
Yes.
Coupons.
Yes.
Coupons. You got to get the coupons for the fill.
The coupons.
The fill needs the coupons, and the coupons need to fill.
Of course.
All we have to do is, all we have to do is have you deserve a break today, now and then through the show, and then, the coupons start flying in, they go straight to Phil.
Dude, Phil, first of all, McDonald's
Download the app.
is not very healthy, man. So
I don't want to hear about your Charles Burger or whatever that.
Why do you? How much McDonald's do you eat every day, man?
Cash, you know how irritable he is? That's because of all the impacting on the colon from McDonald's. That keeps his irritability up.
I get it.
I could eat McDonald's all day, every day, and I'll still stay 150 pounds.
Really? Oh,
I have a great
okay.
metabolism.
Even at your age? I mean, it's
Even
gonna
at
slow
my
down.
age.
Okay.
Wait until you hit 53.
53.
Yeah, but dude, I have a friend who ate like In-N-Out every day, and it's fast food.
You
And
like
it's
that
like,
In-N-Out, huh?
Yeah, but she didn't tell you what kind of In-N-Out she was eating.
But
Whoa.
like he oh whoa,
Or was it a he? I mean, it could be.
Yeah,
we don't judge here.
It was a friend of mine, but he had like heart problems and stuff. But he was eating fast food every day. He was having In-N-Out every day. It's like, dude, that's terrible.
It is.
Don't do that.
Of all the things going bad and that can kill you
can't
in
have
California,
fast food.
you're concerned about what type of that your friend's going to die from.
Dude,
eating
we
In-N-Out.
don't.
Phil, come on.
Dude, you
I'm
can't.
being
It's not
critical here.
healthy. It really isn't to have fast food every day. No
It
way.
wasn't designed to be ate every day, but America.
I wouldn't eat it every
lazy.
day.
I know.
But, you know,
We have a We still have a horrible obesity problem in this society, unfortunately.
Well, it helps if
You
you.
know-
I resemble that remark.
That was not a shot at you, Baron.
horrible obesity problem. Yet
What was
the
that
problem
movie?
isn't
Super
fast
Size
food.
Me?
The
Yeah,
problem
yes,
is
yes.
they give hormones to your cattle. If they're giving hormones to cattle to make them fatter, and you eat the same cow that ate them hormones, what are you getting in your body?
Exactly. Before we had
There's the problem.
steroid-filled beef,
Yeah,
you're
no,
right,
that's a
dude.
good
Think
point.
about how beef's changed over the years, and beef,
high
pork,
fructose
everything.
corn syrup is another one. There's
Well, that's
your
how
two
you get
things
diabetes.
there.
That was that plan. We're gonna flood the market with the betas. Get the diabetes. You got diabetes. I got diabetes. Wouldn't y'all like to be diabetes?
Yeah,
too?
man.
that's-
it's not-
that's
no,
why
People growing up that and Baron and Supreme and probably some of you do drank
It's
soda
just-
all the time. They didn't have a weight problem, didn't have a health issue because they had real sugar in the soda.
Yep.
When you
That's-
put that high fructose corn syrup, it's like molasses. Your body can't digest it. It can't.
That's why I like Mexican Coke and also Coca-Cola. But that's beside the point.
But I look for soda that mainly has real sugar. Pepsi sometimes has it.
Yeah.
The
You get the throwbacks, yeah.
Like,
Joe
I
soda
don't-
has it. It's all sugar
Like
cane.
I don't care that they have like salads and they decide to get healthier and they want to
No,
have
that was
apples
fine.
with it. It's fine, like it's fast food. I get it, but it's also considered fast food. It's not supposed to be good, and people will still go to it because it's easy. I get that, and they like it. Just like In-N-Out is always popular, has been over for 50 years.
Did you not see the
I'd
video?
want to try it
of-
if I was ever in
In-N-Out
California.
is overrated, in my opinion. It is way
Yeah.
too messy.
Yeah, Paul doesn't like it, and that's fine.
Did you watch the video I
There's still
sent
other
you?
places.
You could- The
Well,
one
in
about
Texas, I had like
that is being
Whataburger.
racist. you saw that video. I sent it to you yesterday.
I don't know if I saw it.
Look in your DMs.
You talk about the park hopping stuff? That was the last
Not
video
the
you
park
sent.
hopping, no.
Oh,
no.
well, that was the last video you sent me, dude.
No, I said look back yesterday's. Where the girl goes on YouTube, or was it TikTok, saying because she's fat and you call anybody fat, you're
yes.
Yes.
Is that the same girl that blamed the fact that she is fat on white people?
Yes.
I guess so.
Yes.
Well, it's always easier to be a victim than actually
Oh, yeah.
fix the problem yourself or start making yourself better as a person.
But if we talk about real victims, that gets covered up, right?
Of course,
of
course it does. It always does.
You gotta have the bogus
Always,
victim.
man.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm victimized by all you guys, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
I get victimized by Phil all the time.
I get
I
abused
mean,
because I'm out.
Phil always thinks he's a victim, but he's the one who causes more of his problems to himself.
Who do I abuse, Cat?
Oh, so he's a masochist.
You abuse
Everybody.
me.
Oh, yeah. You
abuse me
abuse
with your
Paul.
accusations of abuse.
You basically and you also are like, oh, are we gonna play Skyrim? Oh, you didn't. Well, you know what? Screw you, Paul. I'm gonna go find another channel.
I've never said that to Paul.
Sure.
You also abuse me with your hatred of John Denver and Yngwie Malmsteen.
Well, John Denver isn't country, and Yngwie Malmsteen.
Well, either John Denver's not country, Led Zeppelin's not metal.
Get out of here now.
Neither is Kiss.
Get out of here now.
Nope. Paul, you're good.
No.
You forget, Phil.
I think, hey, Pacific, I think Phil needs a tissue. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Over here, Phil.
Virginia.
The ship.
We'll have a talk, Paul. We'll have that talk.
Oh, hold on.
You will be silent.
We will
Rich has
have that
posted
talk.
something here.
Well, we're going to have that talk, Paul.
Well, I agree.
Love
I
Father
agree
Ted,
with that.
though. Father
Yeah,
Ted
he's right. It's not science fiction. It's science fantasy.
Yep.
It's science soap opera. That's what Star Wars is.
Well, now
No, that's what Star Trek is.
No, George Lucas said Star Wars is space soap opera.
Star
I
Wars
didn't
is
say
a
it,
lot
he
of
said
different
it.
things. A lot of
space
different.
opera.
It is to an extent, and like the lightsabers is obviously a thing of like the
Thank you,
samurais, which is
Padawan.
cool. Yeah.
Who's the Padawan wannabe? Who's the three founding members of heavy metal? Who is it?
Metallica, Megadeth, and Pantera.
No, they're not the three. You in your head. It's Led Zeppelin,
I
Black
know, I'm
Sabbath, and
kidding.
Deep Purple. There you go.
I'll give you. Okay, I'll,
Led
I'll give you
Zeppelin
Black
isn't a
Sabbath.
person, man.
I'll
You
give
said
you Black
founding
Sabbath.
members.
And I'll even give you
Alright.
Deep Purple. Led Zeppelin's not metal.
Yes, they are.
And I'm being and perfectly honest, I'm being generous by
If
calling
Led Zeppelin isn't metal,
Deep
then
Purple
Striper is not rock or metal.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
I mean,
they say themselves that
Okay,
they
so
are
they
metal.
say. So guess
even
what? They
even
are.
if Zeppelin did some
Okay.
metal, like their albums, the actual albums, like that is still considered classic rock. It's
Yeah,
not,
it's classic
or
rock more
maybe,
than
Yeah.
yes.
You have to
All that
remember,
stuff's now
in the
classic.
genre, people
But
jump
then again,
in and they
the older
jump out.
we get, Guns N' Roses is fucking classic metal now, basically.
Ugh.
Because
They
the older
never
you
were
get,
metal to begin with.
I just always looked at them as rock. I never looked
hair
at them
band,
as
it
metal.
was more
Hair
or less.
band, yeah.
Oh,
Big
but
hair.
the hair bands are definitely part of the metal scene. Yes. I mean,
like
what's
that
considered
80s.
metal now? If they still have what? Is Slayer still around? I think Slayer might.
Slayer's
be
Dude,
still
not-
around.
it's so hard to tell, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like growing up, of course, Aerosmith, the Beatles, like all that stuff was just basically classic rock back then. So, and then when you're listening to, we're listening to say Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, any of that kind, and now the music of the time that was just rock or however you want is now the classic rock, and it's like, I don't like this. Now I know I'm getting old because the music we grew up to, because I listened to my grandparents' music, which would be big band, and different operas and whatnot from one grandparent to the other, to jazz and blues, and to then my mom, which was more Seeger and that kind of music. So, and then to country, with my first stepdad, Greg, I never would have known country if it weren't for him.
But here's the thing also with that, there's no just one metal. There's all these just different subgenres under the umbrella of metal. For example, hair metal, thrash metal, power metal, slam metal, metalcore, deathcore, all that stuff. There's no one genre of metal to say definitively this is metal, this is not. And, kind of unlike country, there's one genre called country, and we can make determinations based off that, whether or not something is country.
Well,
for example,
there's
Johnny
two.
Cash.
It's a country and there's western.
Yep, and country western together.
Yeah.
Okay, then tell you what. By that metric, Phil, let's make a compromise. If John Denver's not country, he's western. How about that?
Western folk.
Western's in the title. I'll go with it.
Western folk. He's more of Western folk. You
Okay.
can put him in. You can say he has a country style, but a folk style like Simon and Garfunkel.
I was never really much of a fan of John Denver. I like some of his songs, but I don't know. They just.
But when someone said metal, okay, it's easy to classify it. But then when you say hard rock or classic rock, all right, Boston, they're not metal.
No,
they are rock.
Yes.
Eagles,
because
they're not metal, but they are rock.
Well, Eagles almost crosses into country too.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
But it isn't unheard of. Look, what's his name? Kenny Rogers. He didn't start out as country. He started out rock and roll.
Yes,
First edition.
Sometimes people switch up. I even told you, Paul, and I even gave you the music to it. Black Sabbath was known as Earth. What were they playing?
They were playing blues.
So a lot of times, bands like that, like Black Sabbath. You look
And by
at
the
what
way,
they were up against.
Speaking of Black Sabbath, I do want to mention something else too, and this is going to shock you, Phil. I actually take back what I said about Ozzy sucking as a singer.
Dude, Ozzy does not suck, man.
Yeah,
Ozzy's
I take that back.
He is a more Dio Black Sabbath, so I can understand that.
Ronnie James Dio. Oh man.
Dio, they're making a documentary movie about him that's coming out at some point, and it's having interviews from different people like Tony Iommi, Rob Halford, Jack Black, and just different people that were in the genre around the time that he was active, and I really want to see it.
It could be interesting.
But yeah, Ozzy is a good singer. I mean,
he is. He just has there's just a certain texture to his voice that either you like it or you don't.
If you want to watch
his younger self from what you get today. Today he's a babbling idiot on stage.
Yeah.
If you want to watch a really good documentary that was a few years ago, watch the Go-Go's. That was really interesting. They were like, yeah, we had sex with men. What about it? I'm like, man, where's that attitude from women nowadays? Like, yeah, we just do it. They like, oh, we didn't want to play because we're an all-girl band. We're like, we don't give a crap. We're going to do it anyways. I'm like, man, dude, I miss this attitude from anybody. I was like, wow. But it was a very good documentary of the Go-Go's.
When it comes to ladies and rock, if you can say rock or heavy metal, I always like Heart. And there was that big thing in the 70s. Remember the article? Lesbian Sisters.
Yeah.
That wasn't true.
What?
They made it
No.
up. The record company and the magazine that did the article wanted really to get a lot of things sold. To what was better, putting up an article that they were lesbians and sisters, which they are sisters.
Oh yeah.
Even though they never said that, never supported that, they were disgusted. But back then, hey, it's what sells.
And real quick off what Padawannabe just saying about Ozzy being his own genre, you know another band that was pretty much their own genre? Queen.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Great, dude. Just
because they did literally everything from more metal songs to show tunes to disco to
that's because
arena rock.
Because of Freddie's love of opera and various other classical stuff. Oh yeah, I mean
Freddie, I think even for one of his solo projects, even did an opera song with an actual opera singer called Barcelona. Go look it up if you ain't heard it. It's amazing.
I gotta check that out. But like when Metallica did that symphony with the conductor of I think it was the San Francisco Symphony. You guys, yes.
Experiment.
My gosh, that album is just absolutely incredible.
But here's the thing, though. The year before that, Yngwie Malmsteen did the exact same thing with the Japanese Philharmonic Orchestra, and arguably did a better job of it because of the nature of Yngwie's music being neoclassical.
You'll
I hate that man. I hate that man with a passion.
You only hate him because he hates donuts.
Makes my skin crawl.
You only hate him because he hates donuts, Phil.
No, I ain't the only one that said that, and you know that. He has an attitude problem and an ego that can't be matched.
Everyone
in
that area has an ego.
Has an ego.
I take that back. Dude? I'm offended. I don't have an ego.
Dude, I knew somebody who I took guitar lessons from, and this is a true story. He showed me the video.
Like he plays guitar.
This is news to me.
There we go.
Yeah, I do, but we're not gonna.
It's coming out now.
I haven't gone into it, but anyways, when I was taking guitar lessons with this guy, and he went on tour with Crazy Town at the time. He showed me the videos of. It was Nickelodeon. He went. Do you guys remember Shifty? You guys remember Crazy Town, right? I don't know. Some of you might.
Yeah.
But the Butterfly song. Okay, you guys don't remember. Anyways, he went on. He went on tour with some people, and he told me a lot of people in the industry, including Linkin Park, a lot of people in men. He showed me the picture with him and Gwen Stefani. This stuff is all true, and he was always telling me it's always in the business. What can you do for me? He says a lot of these musicians that he met, famous people, Bono, different people, it was always usually, what can you do for me? So I'm like, I guess that's not surprising, but it's just it's something with these people. But he also experienced a since we're talking about music, where these guys, somebody overdosed at this dude's house, and he's like, I'm out of this band, like I can't take this anymore. And I can't blame him. And somebody overdosed and then died at the guy's house. Like, yeah, I would be done too.
Of the record industry and all the CEOs, when you go up there to sign the contract, after you sign the contract, they pull out their nice little cases and there is lines of coke for all. It's a fact.
And when my friend went on tour, Paul, he said, well, we're going to pay you $60,000, and then you're not going to get as much as the guy who originally did Crazy Town, but since you co-wrote the song Butterfly, then you're going to get this, and you're going to get all the women that you basically, at least that's what it felt like. Free. Well, I don't want to use the word here, but he said it's just like, it's an experience and it's fun, but there's a lot of people, unfortunately, in the industry. It's always like, what can you do for me? And it should be more of a team effort. And well, this is what happens. It's a business. But then there's drugs involved, then there's other problems, and you just don't want to deal with it. But Paul, who have you seen? Because I know you're a lot younger than a lot of us, but who have you seen that you really enjoyed live in concert, or have you met any?
Tommy Emmanuel.
I don't know who that is.
So Tommy Emmanuel is a guy. He's a solo act. He is known for his way of playing acoustic guitar, where he can do, playing with this kind of pick like I do, but he'll also use all of his fingers, and the way that he does it in such a dynamic way that it's absolutely mind-blowing. I've seen him live twice. In fact, once, the most recent time was actually a couple months ago, and it was amazing. But yeah, look up Tommy Emmanuel when you get the chance. He is my favorite acoustic guitarist of all time.
Okay. I would recommend, if you ever get a chance, I think you might like this concert. If Rage is around again, Rage Against the Machine, I would definitely check them out. They might call you a commie. They did in the concert my brother and I went to. It was really odd.
Wait,
but anyways,
Rage Against the Machine calling other people commies?
Rage Against the Machine that became the machine. Yes, that it
Yes,
said
that they became
Rage for the machine.
Yes. They were against the machine, then they were for the machine because you saw them at a political rally in 2000. I think it was one of the ones they did. Yeah, I think it was for Al Gore or something. Yeah, when he was running for president. But yeah, they put on a really good show. I still laugh that they called 85,000 people. People were cheering. I'm sure a lot of people were drunk or stoned or whatever. But I recommend seeing them. If Cypress Hill is somewhere still around, they're still touring somewhere, I recommend seeing them. Recommend seeing the Roots. There's definitely, if those bands are still around, it's too bad you never got to see White Stripes. They put on a really good show when they were around. Yeah, there's it's too bad you never got to see Soundgarden. Oh man, Soundgarden.
This explains the coupons. This explains.
He wants his chicken nuggets.
20 nuggets. That's right there. Wait for me. Chicken nuggies with 20 piece with barbecue sauce. I'm happy.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go, man. I understand the coupons now.
Yep.
But yeah, if they're still touring around, man, like you definitely should check them out. I don't know I haven't been to a concert since before COVID, so
I would
I don't know. I don't know if it's still the same experience anymore, or is it different now, or.
I would love to see. There's a couple different bands that I would like to see. I'd like to see Stryper in concert. I'd like to see Dragon Force in concert. I'd like to see Steve Vai or Joe Satriani or both. Who knows? But yeah, there's a lot of people that I would love to see in concert that I listen to quite frequently.
Is Stryper still Christian metal, or did they go expand?
They are.
Okay.
Dragon Force is Christian rock, right?
No, Dragon Force is power metal.
Really?
Yeah. They're good. I like them.
Yeah, so this is the first video I ever saw of Tommy Emmanuel.
Oh, wow.
And I'm just pausing it for a while just so the algorithm doesn't pick up.
So you don't get a copyright.
Sure. Yeah.
And here's the crazy part. Apparently, I think it was American Dad used this exact clip in one of their things because either it was American Dad or Futurama, one of those shows in that kind of vein, had a character that played in that style, and they used this exact audio.
Huh.
Wow, that is amazing. Oh, I love that sound. That's great. I will definitely be looking into it.
I would have loved this.
That's what I'm gonna play just to avoid any copyright claims and everything.
But like, there's bands I saw like in '99 where I went to this almost acoustic Christmas. Like, you ever get a chance to see? Well, Power Man 5000 wasn't a bad band to watch. Say Ferris wasn't a bad band to watch. Rob Zombie was cool. I remember he came out in a Santa outfit that year.
And if I'm not mistaken, Pacific, last time we were together, you were telling me about the Turtles Out of Their Shells concert.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Turtles Out of Their Shell tour.
Mhm.
Yes. And there was one song that was actually considered a hit. And I'll go ahead and pull it up and play
I'm
just
trying
a
to
small
remember what
dose
that
of
one
it.
is. What was that one again? Oh, jeez, I'm getting old.
All right.
I would have loved to have seen Roy Clark in concert.
Yes.
That would have been fantastic.
That
One
Roy
sec.
Clark was phenomenal.
He was. I've seen Don Williams in concert, Gentle Giant. And I've seen Billy Joel. I've never really gone to many concerts. About the 2 concerts I can sit back and say I've
Oh, I
gone
bet
to.
Billy Joel put on quite a show.
It was
I'm
great.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure.
Somehow
That's
that
definitely-
sounds exactly like I expected it to.
How many
The
seconds
80s.
can we play of this? Like 12, 10? 5?
Like 10 seconds, wait 5, 10 seconds, wait 5, something like that. Talk over it too, and they can
Right,
kinda,
of course.
you know. Because in this new world of Minecraft Turtle World, it's just 10% different than the original.
Just 10%, huh?
That's pretty
Just
cool,
10%.
man, actually.
In the glass bowl with chameleons, lizards, and tadpoles, it hardly enters your mind.
Here, I'll
Yeah,
just
it's
get
definitely
to the main
turtle
part.
power. I like it.
It's rise to work with turtles on I Piece of power makes it turtles feel like ringing. Piece of power.
Pizza Bar.
And it plays at the end of Turtles in Time.
Yeah, and that definitely has 80s fingerprints all over it. That does. That is the 80s.
Oh, I
style.
heard it.
sounded
That
proper.
synthesizer
Mhm.
sounded like a synth drum too.
Probably.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But oh yeah, we saw him down in Lincoln. My wife, the long suffering, is a huge Billy Joel fan. I mean,
So I'm not
huge.
going to play this, but that was
We got
what.
some Samurai Jack going on.
So this is I was mentioning this earlier. This is the video of her watching it though, and I'm trying to film her, and she gets mad. Like she's getting pissed. She's like, will you stop? I'm trying to watch my cartoon." She's like, "No, I don't want. Don't touch me. Stop." And that was
I'm trying to watch my show.
That was during this, yeah, because that is all she wanted. This is what she was watching when I was filming her.
All the doggies.
Yeah, I mean that's 6 seconds, so you're good. Giggity. Yes, ladies, that was 6 seconds. True 6 seconds. But yeah, I mean, like for me, it was. I've never seen a dog that intently watch, and it was Samurai Jack. Like she loves Samurai Jack, or they'll watch Batman, or if I've got 66 playing. But I've never had them shy from a camera. They all love the Oh, not when they were watching that though. Nope, leave me alone.
Doxy Diva.
Oh yes.
Well, guys, I'm gonna get off here now so I can get some dinner ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up so I can make some dinner myself. And
All right. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah.
not a problem, Deranged Lunatic. Thank you for coming on.
All right.
Yeah, it's good. Good talking to you.
Good 6 hours. It's been a lot of making friend. You were going for a good hour before I even was in the chat, and quite a while before I jumped in. So I thank you for the open invite.
I found
Not a
the
problem,
trigger
Adam.
words.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
I found the trigger words for Mike, and I was like, never thought I'd see myself pushed off the panel, but I found the trigger words.
W.
Well, it probably didn't help
W.
that I egged him on and reminded him that he could bounce your ass. And then bring it back. I mean, I do have a huge wooden spoon here. I am here to stir the pot, but as you gentlemen found out, it's not just for one way or the other. It is for us to all have the freedom of speech and to talk about what we love, whether we agree to disagree. And bring back the nerd culture the way that I believe it should be. And again, thank you for letting me come on here and mess with you a bit and have some fun on this Sunday.
Not a problem, because this is part of what Pop Talk is. Just being able to sit around and talk about pop culture, whether it's current or whether it's something we grew up with. We all have something that we're fond of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Some people, it's just mayonnaise monkeys, or it's coupons for McDonald's. You just never know.
Oh yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, all this McDonald's talk got me hungry.
Yeah, I just might have to go watch The Founder again.
Oh, boo! Yes.
I actually like that movie.
Oh, the movie was great.
It's a good movie, but what he did to the McDonald brothers was
Yeah, that was low. That was low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And then to have the
I'm just
film
here to end the madness of the Phantom Hooligans. They have to be taken down off YouTube.
You're always saying that, Phil.
Oh, man.
Of course I am.
Phil's
But I
got
had
a
to put
vendetta
something up
against
there,
my
the
channel.
Phantom Hooligans. So there you go. There you go. I plugged you, Cash. Young Governor don't want you plugging.
Wait a minute. Time. I'm coming on camera. Wait a minute. You call that a plug?
Yeah,
You call that a plug? Now look,
I'm out
I,
now from this crazy your channel. That's good enough.
I get that you're being, jokingly, I plugged you. I get it, but come on. That's not a plug.
He's lucky he got that.
Exactly. There you go.
There you go.
There it was.
He would have got hatred. But
He's lucky
we
you got
could bring that candle down.
That's
The hooligans
that's
are a
right.
product of evil.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and slowly but surely get everybody's link put into the chat.
Oh yeah.
Poor Mike.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know how you usually. Again, this is my first time. Thank you. It's been a blast. 8:05 tonight Eastern Standard Time should be on Vinny Art with Vinny Tartamello. Monday, Etepiculian's Place to Be reviews. That's about 8:35. Tuesday, the Place to Be reviews. Myself, Tony Tone Deaf, on Clown World Review for Monday Night Retrospective. We talk about the Monday Night wars between WCW and Monday Night Raw. 8:05 on Tuesdays. Angela Straven usually comes into, so we got a pretty good wrestling cast. Wednesday, I do. I was doing Weed Talk. Now it's like Wild Wednesdays
with some weed.
Day of joy. Basically about 4:20 Eastern Standard Time. We might knock it back to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays. Thursday, This Week in Bullshit with Justin Proper. That is at 7, but let's be realistic. Justin's never on time. He has to be fashionably late. So by 7:05, 7:10, we're usually rolling. And then from there, it's WCBS World Class Bullshitters. For me, Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Friday Fun with Friends on my channel. And then it goes to Vinny Tartamello at 5:05 and 8:05 Eastern Standard Time. Liars with Tony Tone Deaf and the Clown World Review. And then last but not least, every Sunday or Saturday, Etepiculian Place to Be reviews. We have the Sunday night main event, or Saturday night's main event. We usually go about 9:05 till whenever. We ended up going to about midnight last night. So, and then if you keep doing this, I'll pop on and/or I will be in the chat. I'm not always on the panel. I believe in being in the panel and also being in the chat on all these fine channels. Everybody that I have just recommended when I do a video, if you go to my channel, everybody's in the list. And then some of creators that I'm friends with, people that I watch, and people that believe in the same thing. This is what we need. We need the positivity out there. Get away from the negativity. Let's get back to the positivity. Let's make the world a better place on the interwebs. So, and again, thank you all. It has been an honor and a blast to be here with all of you here talking and having fun. Thank you.
Adam, you
not a
need
problem.
hobby.
You too, man.
Wow.
It's been a blast.
That's a plug, baby.
Next time you bring the McDonald's coupons.
Bring the coupons.
Yeah.
It's the man with the plant. Yeah, look.
We keep telling Phil that he should have his own channel because we think people would watch it with his craziness, but he won't do it.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling this vibe. I'm loving Phil, and DL's my elder. For a lot of my shows, he comes on and he's Uncle Gary to me. It's just, it's just one of those things. He's my uncle now. But like I love getting older gentlemen together because usually I'm the older gentleman on the panel, right? Like because a lot of the guys are younger than I am. Sometimes there's a few that are, but we're all generally close in age, within from 50 to 30, and it's great. But when you get people like DL or gentlemen that are a little bit older, we won't out anybody's age. But it is great to let these guys come on and tell their tales and things they remember of the things that us in our 40s don't remember, let alone you in your 20s. So to me, it is kind of the next step of evolution with sharing because people don't really one-on-one very much anymore. And families, you used to have generations and stories, and I've really noticed how that's gone away for everybody. And it's bad. So this to me is a time capsule. Every time I'm on a show, there's a little tab of shows I've been on, so that when I am no longer here, my grandchildren and or great grandchildren, if we're all lucky to not have been canceled by then, thanks to YouTube and all the other craziness that goes on. And something today isn't bad, but as soon as we say it in 10 years, it is kind of a thing. But yes, that's what I do. And then bringing you all together and coming on here and meeting new folks. Exactly. I'm 110% behind you. This is the right way to go, man. And I thank you so much, Mike, again, for the open invite.
Not a problem. I mean, when I first started Pop Talk, people were telling me, oh, you shouldn't have an open invite. You shouldn't have an open invite. You don't know who you're going to get on. I'm thinking I'm willing to take that risk.
And he
I
got
said
me.
anything and like I said, sorry, and you're like, no, you're good. But the magical word with that is, and I will say this again, you have control to boot them out permanently. So
Mhm.
you don't be scared to try something new. You might be good at it. And again, you have the control to boot them out. You don't have to let them. As soon as you know who it is, they're kicked. They can't come back. Sorry,
Just ask Phil and Cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was just a few weeks ago on the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk. You know, we did have a lot of viewers and a lot of people in the chat, but we had some troublemakers in the chat, and I laid down the law.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got to do that
as host and as it being your channel. Yeah, you kind of have to, and you can't bend the knee, because the second you do, and we already know how this whole YouTube thing works. You can't say this, you can't do that, you can't indicate this or that. So we already have our hands tied and don't have the freedom of speech that we all should have to begin with. But we're trying our best, to be able to relay the things within said rules, even though the other side has no rules and can do whatever they want. So just say it. But again, by becoming united, that's the best way. And like you guys were talking earlier about, I was never a Phantom Menace person. Now, mind you, to me, the Phantom Menace started with Jeff Hicks. He's one of the biggest ones that started all that. But again, the Phantom Menace outgrew what it was, and nobody was really in control, and it really never really had a great chance to succeed because there was just too many people. Too many bulls in the china shop, if you will. And this is just my opinion. But I myself was not Phantom Menace. My best friend, Brandon Moist, was. He was, EBS and a lot of that guy. But that wasn't really me. Like, I had creators I knew that were, doing comics and doing stuff. And yeah, they all started. But it did kind of implode, if you will. But you'll have that when egos get involved. I have no ego, just like you have no ego. Like, you'll let anybody come on here and say, hey, I just hijacked your fucking closing for the last 10 minutes. So, which I apologize. But you're a great person from having met you and a lot of the people on this panel. I myself have had a ball, gentlemen. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I love you all. Have a great day. And I'm going to mute myself because I can do this all night long, baby.
That's what she said, anyway.
Yeah.
Deranged Lunatic, do you have a YouTube channel of your own?
I have a YouTube channel, but I ain't got shit on it. There.
All right. Well, I asked.
But I'm trying to plug yourself, DL. Go ahead and plug yourself. Let them know.
I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. Adam keeps trying to talk to me into making some content to put on the channel and everything like that. So I probably will eventually. It just gotta get out there and do it, So
figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I would encourage anyone to YouTube. I would encourage anyone to try this out. I mean, because at the end of the day, like, you don't have to be a huge channel. That's what people don't understand. As I said earlier, anybody can do this, and anybody should be able to. Whether you agree with us or disagree, you should be able to make a video and say, hey, put whatever section on here and be like, look, this idiot. I mean, so many people get confused with my name. Smoke and Scan. Has anybody here watched Smoke and Scan besides Gary and myself?
No.
Okay. So the guy gets high. He's in California, and they listen to police scanners, and they do the stories and whatnot. And so it was DL's birthday. So I went on there, sent him a $2 super chat to basically say happy birthday to my Uncle Gary, Mr. Deranged Lunatic. So you can't get my name right for fuck all, dude. He's all like, Superman fan at Arms. I was like, wow. Lay off the weed, yo. But no, it was just to say happy birthday to him, and he got to hear it, and he knew what I was doing. I had a good laugh. But again, that was just for my friend. I wanted him, because they were listening while he was doing his stuff too. So I was like, hey man, this will be fun. And you were surprised now, weren't you? Even though he messed it up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. And Raquel's like, hey, oh look, Deranged. Adam sent a super chat, and I'm like, well, I'll be damned.
Well, you do that to some of our guys, and you'll send super chats here and there, and I just, that's what you guys were watching, and I've watched him for a long time too, especially when the riots and stuff, or I mean the peaceful protests were happening. So But yeah, again, man, it is what it is. But again, I'm gonna shut the fuck up because I can do this all night long. So again, support everybody, like everybody, thumbs up, thumbs down. We don't care. The worst thing you can do is to stay silent and not speak up.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I even say that as I'm streaming. I said, if you're lurking in the chat, come on and say something. I don't bite.
And if you do, they can always bite you back.
Yeah, exactly.
Only
Phil. He only bites Phil.
I feel like I just made a whole bunch of new friends, so it's great, man. I can't wait to do more stuff with you guys and get to know everybody here. DL and I started out. This is no joke. He and I started out years ago, just together in the chat on Creepy Little Book.
No kidding.
And now we're the best of friends, and it's been that way for me with a lot of YouTubers.
Oh, so you know Courtney?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's Courtney. Yep.
We know
I love her.
Courtney
She's a great girl.
and Carol's Cookies, and then we know all of them.
Yep. Chef Carolyn.
Oh yeah.
Lindsay. The Critical Geek. I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. It's not just guys and gals. I mean, it's not just guys. There's guys and gals, but a lot of us are all in. We're all in the U.S. And even if we aren't, though, we all can come together, stream, have a good time, prove we're having a good time because hell, just listen to us. We've been going on for 6.5 hours almost. So
6 hours later.
If you build it, they will come. Giggity.
True.
If you rub it, he will come.
Well, Baron and I first started talking on one of Pacific's channel. I think it was a celebration.
Yeah, it was a 100 subscriber stream.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay. Nice.
So that was
like
back in
I
December.
had no idea who you were, but I knew you were good people because I trust Tommy and the Game Collective. So when I saw that on there, and I'm like, well, I don't really know. And I was listening. Obviously I didn't jump on right away. I chatted a bit and waited a bit and got to listen. And I appreciate it, though. Again, I think a lot of people also need to be thanked for going out there and doing it, especially creators that are doing stuff. So again, thank you for hosting and taking a shot on every single last one of us and then becoming friends with those that you do. And it's just awesome, man. It's, to me, 2020 was weird and the shit we've had to deal with has been real weird. But this here is what could possibly save the human race of proof that we can joke, laugh, and agree and disagree and be friends.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, that was one of the things I wanted Pop Talk to be, a place where we could all come together, talk. We don't have to agree on everything, but at least we can hear each other out, and by the end of the day, move on.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody... No.
Because there is one thing about this channel is, yes, I do talk about pop culture with Pop Talk, but some people have tried to get me to stop talking about my other love, and that's the Chicago Cubs. I'm not going to stop doing that.
Well, look,
Because
I'm a White Sox fan. My stepfather was Chicago PD, and that's fine. I'm not going to. Oh, that's it. Okay, that's it. No, bounce me for 3 seconds and bring me. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately. Like, dude, I don't care. Exactly. You know what I hear? That means if there's a game and the Sox and the Cubs are playing, we could both go and have a hell of a fucking time.
Oh, yeah.
That's
It
what
doesn't matter if it's on the north side of Chicago or on the south side of Chicago. We could have one hell of a time razzing each other's teams.
Yeah, exactly. But
White
that's
Sox
how it
are the
used to
real
be.
team
It
of
wasn't
Chicago.
hate them because of. It was you had a rivalry, but it was a friendly rivalry with sports and wrestling and all that. Now you can actually legitimately on DraftKings bet on wrestling events. It's shit's made up. Wow, it's not even boxing, which was a little made up, but more real. But oh my god, wrestling is 110% fake. Let's be realistic here. We know they're athletic and they do the stuff and they get hurt, but the ending is predetermined. How can you possibly bet on that? That's just wrong.
Exactly. It's
an athletic sports show.
Yes.
Or soap opera.
Soap opera.
Athletic sports sports opera. Yeah.
But it's obviously lost its muster. It's in the entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah, it's changed. I mean, even if you haven't watched wrestling, you just watch something lately of it or pay attention to it even a little bit. You're like, it's not the same. What people liked about it so much, a lot more trash talking, a lot. They're also wrestlers that you care about. It's the same with boxing. I look at boxing, especially now. I don't look at any of those fighters that are just like in your face and just have that edge. They just seem boring to me, and I just don't care much about boxing. Haven't for a number of years. So.
Since Tyson and took a chunk out of somebody's ear, really, for the big, like Tyson was the big, like for me, my era, Tyson was the big one. But
Tyson had Holyfield fight.
Yeah. I still remember seeing that when Tyson and Holyfield were fighting, and Tyson bit off Holyfield's ear.
He headbutted me, so I just took a chunk of ear. And I'm sorry, I agree with Robin Williams. Mike just got out of prison. He's like, all he did was bite him. He's like, he didn't punch him.
That's
right. I'm sorry, but that is quote unquote from Robin Williams, and you go ahead and look at it. That's what the man said.
I have the 2002 Robin Williams comedy CD, and he actually uses that joke in that CD.
Exactly, brother. I am quote unquoting Robin Williams. Yes, sir. That is true.
It's nice to hear from a Chicago White Sox fan, the real team of Chicago baseball. And I want to,
Phil. I know it was going to happen.
I know, right? Poor Phil.
He's on that trigger button, dude.
What happened to Phil? Was Phil here?
Who's Phil?
I mean, fill him up. Clarice Clarence? I don't know. Phil who? I mean, the only Phil I ever heard of was CM Punk, and everyone says he's an asshole in real life. So,
well, I've seen some of his behavior, and I'm not surprised.
Right. But no, I mean, again, man, it is. It's cool that you're a Cubs fan. I love it because when's the last time you got to actually have a baseball conversation in the middle of everything?
True. I mean, it'd be fun as the season is coming to a close for a certain team, because the White Sox are still in a playoff hunt. They could either win the division or they could win one of the wild card spots.
Yep.
I've already mentioned this to Cash, and there's another YouTuber who is also a baseball fan. He's a Cardinal fan, but he's a cool guy. Woopa Troopa.
You can join us. We're trying to outlaw the Ivy and bring the lives of outfielders matter. Tear down that Ivy.
All right, Phil. All right. Yeah. But on October 5th, that's going to be a day where I do both Pop Talk and also my Cubs recap show called The Box Score. Now, the way I'm thinking about it right now is because I want to at least get the season-ending game of The Box Score in for the Cubs, is Pop Talk will go on first for an hour that day, probably at 6 o'clock Eastern, and then at 8 o'clock Eastern, I will go on with the box score because Pop Talk will only be an hour on that Wednesday. But I want to have baseball fans on that edition of Pop Talk, and I want to hear your guys' hype about your team, going to the playoffs, because there's still a good chance that the White Sox can make it to the playoffs. And I want to hear your guys' perspective on what's going to happen down the line. And
even if it's not your team going, being in Chicago, you still got to root for them, right? Like, it's still home team.
Sure.
I mean, look. I live between Michigan and Indiana. It just depends on which part of the property I'm on, because that's where I live. But like, I'm not a Colts fan, and I'm really not very many Michigan. Like, I was a Packers fan for football. And then baseball, it was the White Sox.
There's
and then locally, they had the Silverhawks. So that was always kind of like going to the old, the minor league games and stuff. That was always like, we used to love doing that stuff, man. That was fun.
See, I'm in Minnesota, so we call Green Bay the Fudge Packers.
Ah, man.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a cheesehead. You're just a drunk that sits on a little island, a cranky island. I don't want to hear no shit from you. You get quiet. Jake!
I grew up in San Diego, and I had neighbors who were from Chicago. My friend's mom was a big White Sox fan, as was his sister, while my friend, his dad, and his brother were Cubs fans. And I can remember his mom telling me a story about when the Cubs, were doing well, and they made it to the playoffs in '84, and just how it was in the city. Even if you were a White Sox fan, you were still maybe in secret rooting for the Cubs, but you weren't saying about it
Yeah, you hated them, but they still were your, from your city, your state, if you will. So yeah, it was like, all right, well, I'm definitely not going to vote for the guys that beat the Cubs, my team. But if the Sox beat them, hell yeah, whoop their ass.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, if you will. In sports. In sports.
I mean, we can all agree as baseball fans, we can all root against the Yankees if we're not a Yankee fan.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
My uncle lives, born and bred Texan, and he's a big Yankees fan.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I heard the last time was a few years ago. That a number of the Yankee fans, I think it was a number of them, when they came to Dodger Stadium, they were very rude. I'm like, great, more rude people here. Awesome. That's what we need here. That's what we need, more rude people. That's great. More entitled jackasses. Great.
So, Mike, how bad are the Twinkies doing?
I can tell you here real quick. Let me just pull up the standings.
I wish I had the love of following baseball. I mean, I'm just, professional baseball just turned me off. And
strike after strike after strike.
I have to agree. Professional sports has ruined sports.
Yeah.
The newer versions, especially, like you just said, strike after strike after strike. And then it's like, what the? And again, I love the minors and the main, again, I think you can still get, hell, I'd go see a high school game. I'd say if we were all close enough, we'd pick a high school game to go to.
Yeah. I mean, we have a nice little hometown ball team here in my town, so it's fun to. And oddly enough, their names is the Cubs, the Chaska Cubs.
Nice.
But it's
All right. So the standings in the American League Central as of right now are as follows. You have the Indians, who are at 79 wins and 67 losses.
Guardians.
Indians.
They'll always be the Indians to me.
Always be the Indians to me too.
I'm just saying.
I don't care what those people say about the name.
Wait a
Guardians
minute, you're
of the
from
Indians.
Minnesota? Shame on you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'm in Minnesota there, don't you know?
That's all right. I married a Minnesotan, so I'm married to a Minnesotan. No, that's good news. Good. See, I like to meet people that are likely, because we go to all the states and to live, like, legitimately. I met the gentleman from the men's room because of the fact, yes, I was on the panel, but when we went to do that run, my payment for the run was to go see the guys, and we had a blast. Myself, Brian Lade, Tommy Gunn, and the Appalachian American Seth. We all got together and whatnot. And then again, with E-Temple Cooling, it was the same thing. I went up to Michigan for some stuff, and luckily a dog. But yeah, you're not that far. So yeah, we've got family there as well, depending on what part. But yeah, I love this. I love meeting people like DL. He's his state is the same thing. I almost got to go see him a little bit ago because I was going to possibly have a run. So we were like, okay, we were making plans, and then it ended up the plans change as things do happen. But I love meeting new people, especially like this, that you can actually have a real true friendship besides the YouTube and, get to know. And heck yeah, man, it's like one of those things. I've got probably 20 people, depending on which part of Florida I end up in. And we already know how to, you take care, buddy. We're going to definitely get you coupons. Lots of coupons.
Take care, Phil. Coupon King.
Take care, Phil, with your coupons.
But anyways, the Cleveland Guardians, they'll always be the Indians to me, especially when someone mentions the 2016 World Series.
Yes.
Well, they're in first place with 79 wins and 67 losses, but they're only 3.5 games ahead of the White Sox and 6 games ahead of the Twins. Now, as far as the wild card standings are concerned, well, the wild card standings are as follows. You have Toronto in the top position. They are 1.5 games up on the Tampa Bay Rays, who are a game up on the Seattle Mariners. Meanwhile, the Orioles are 4.5 games out of the wild card. You have the White Sox, who are 5.5 games out, and the Twins, who are 8 games out. So the Twins and White Sox still have a better chance of winning their division than they do winning the wild card.
Yeah. Nice.
and with still a couple more weeks left in the season, who knows what's going to happen? Cleveland could get on a losing streak.
Good.
Because, again, they only have a 3.5 game lead.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long to overcome that. Yeah.
But that's the best part, right? Isn't that what always made it exciting, regardless of, like, if your team's knocked out and there's like a second or third team that you're following and enjoying? Like, for me, that was always the fun part was, well, are they going to be out, or let's see what happens here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just the one thing I just don't care for, though, is, I don't know, one of my friends used to do this. Like, I got a team on the East Coast and the West Coast. I'm like, so you jump on the bandwagon? No, man. It's like, dude, when you support a team fully, it's got to be one team. So if I've been a Dodger fan for a number of years, and it's not like, oh, well, this team in this is, I'm going to root for this. I mean, you can root for any team you want, you do what you want, but these people who jump on the bandwagon, I remember some girl a number of years ago got real upset with me when both her teams or some were going to the playoffs. Is, you can't tell me what to do. It's like, whatever, but I'm not trying to. Just don't jump on the bandwagon. If you're a fan, be a fan.
Well, yeah, if you're a fan of a specific team, if you love the sport, like I loved football. I hate bad football. It doesn't matter. But yes, my team was the Packers. It never changed. It was all the way back from Bart Starr to current day. I couldn't even tell you because I haven't watched NFL since motherfuckers started taking knees. I'm sorry. I just nope. I was done. But yeah, I again, it literally is. I would pick them, but after that, I would love the sport. So even if the Lions were playing, somebody, and it was an excellent game where the football itself was great, sure, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I love the Detroit Lions. No, fuck them. The Packers are going to kick their ass every year. The Bears, get out of here. Minnesota, please. So, I know. Again, that's the camaraderie for sports fans, right? That's the whole point.
Yep.
And so I agree. Now, the fact that if you might have, say, like you've got two teams that you really like for me, I was a Texan for NFL. It's Michigan and Texas. Or not. I'm sorry, for college. So yeah, something like that. It's a little bit. I'm a Longhorns fan, and then I'm a Wolverines fan. So there you go.
Yeah.
But again, they're not really ever going to play each other. So a little bit different of a way of doing it. But to me, that is more proper than what you're saying, where they're just. Yeah, both my two favorite teams. Well, how long have you been a fan of them? Oh, this year. Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Because Oprah told me to be, or
because Oprah.
Yeah,
Oprah said this, so it must be true.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been a Cub fan for 34 years, and even with doing the box score and recapping the games, there are times I do need to take a break, depending on how the team's doing. It's like, I'm so frustrated. I don't want it to come out on the stream because then all people are going to see is Mike's complaining again.
Angry Mike. Yeah. Angry Mike. We don't like angry Mike. Hey, Mike, go eat the Snickers. You're a little cranky. I got you.
Angry Mike.
Yeah.
Mike smash.
If you're passionate about what we're talking about, though, it's gonna come through as it should.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly. Then at some point you're just like, hey, I myself have to take a break. I need to process, and then maybe do a video. Depending on how you're doing, like if you're doing videos or whatnot, maybe give yourself that day and a half to get over it and process.
Well, YouTubers more because Twitch is obviously just pretty much live streams. No, you can't do videos actually on Twitch as far as I know. It's all live. Right? Yeah, a lot of gaming. But you got the channels, the different ones that are they spend time and time again on Lord of the Rings. Different. It's like, when are you guys gonna just like go on to something else? Like, I don't know what you're expecting. So.
I created Fun University so that we could have a place to talk about fun. Now, I never planned on launching anything on my channel. I was just like, I just would have odds and end things. But the reason I did it was exactly to kind of do like to have fun. That, and I could always say, welcome to F you. As I did in the chat earlier, because when I came through on all my channels and was subbing, and leaving comments and stuff. But I mean, again, it goes back to the way we and the eras that we came up in with comedy and sport. Like we had all these things and could love them, dislike, and still be friends. And today you can't not like Ring of Power, or else it's the end of the world and they're rounding
Right,
up.
exactly.
I'm not enjoying that at all. But this I loved. Honestly, I did. This has made my Sunday excellent. My wife delivered puppies today, so I was home alone. I didn't have any plans. DL was able to come on for a bit too, so that way. And again, thank you for the open invites, man. It's just a lot of people are scared to do this, and I'm glad that you're not. And I'm glad that we came together. I was able to find you, so this is awesome.
Well, there's still a number of YouTubers who care more about super chats and using people. I hate to say it, but it's true. Than actually bringing community together and being like, dude, these are been supporters of yours, and now you've changed because you're monetized. You're this, like, you can't let this change happen to you. You've got to take ego out of the equation as much as possible. If you can't, then it's just going to end up going downhill.
Well, yeah, you're going to be a Monday Matt at some point.
Well, well, the thing is we all have ego. Just do we have it in check?
Right.
Exactly. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of ego about doing this because we're out here, we're doing this. But the thing is if we have it in check, it's like, okay, we're all real people. We all like to know, have people know what we have to say, but are we willing to let other people say something as well and be part of a conversation? And that's kind of the cancel cash money, Phil. But as it goes, are we going to let it overrun us and we're going to become egomaniacs? It's all about us.
Exactly.
Are we going to,
wait
again?
Wait, Baron. It's not all about me.
Well, here it is. Because you got the button. You got the power of the button.
He doesn't want to be the next Phil.
Yeah,
he can't.
Respect the power, sir.
Oh,
the power of the button.
Careful now, Barrett. You may hear this. I'm just
5, 4, 2,
3, 2. Get out!
Get out!
Yeah.
Fuck, even in the future, nothing works.
Oh yeah.
Please make more movies. Bring the world back to what it was.
Bring back comedy. That's what we need.
Yeah, we need real comedy.
Yes,
and
we need
realize
real comedians to teach these new people what comedy really truly is.
Yes,
right. It is making fun of people. It's about making fun of yourself. Comedy is tragedy that we laugh at.
But there was also a story involved too. Like you watch Knocked Up, there's a story there. You watch stuff like I Love You, Man. There's a story there.
Right.
It's just there's not stories. I mean, now they want to do something where they're combining something called Bros, and it's just like they're going to have two gay people, and it's going to be, and that's whatever. But is it really going to be funny, or is it still going to be PC, or are they is things going to feel forced?
But if it's not funny, are we going to be judged on for not laughing because we don't find it funny? Exactly. You know my point. That's more to the point to me is, look, if you want to do this, you have to take the good with the bad. You can't just do it and accept that it's all going to be. I can't expect that every stream that I do is going to be good because I don't care. Because I'm with my friends. That's what makes it good. But when we're talking about entertainment, gentlemen, there are different boundaries and guidelines, and not everything is going to be good. But you can't point at me and go, well, because you voted for Trump, or because you're wearing a red hat, or because you got a fedora on, or you like the Macho Man Randy Savage's wife. Well, snap into a Slim Jim, baby, because I'm telling you, we're here. Guys, movies for guys who likes movies. One of the greatest taglines for TV episodic movies, TNT, I think it was. Come on. That was the stuff. That was us. And that's how we've been. We're 80s tough, man. We've seen it go. We've seen it go. I think we have literally seen the peak of humanity at this point, because I've not seen anything that we haven't already seen in the last few decades as for moving forward, and I'm okay with that. It'd be nice to take your phone and have it be like a projector where you get a Death Star popping up from it like we got in the prequel movies and stuff, or some of the crazy CGI stuff. I still want a Terminator eye, but replace the one that doesn't work. But besides the point of that, like seriously though, we have seen telephones go to cell phones, and now you've got a cell phone that's basically a computer. We have got the communicator from Star Trek, every single one of us that has a phone, and then some, you know, so it's really great. And who's to say that some of the next generation of great people didn't just get wiped out because of the craziness that's been going on? And that's what's really sad. And the way that they're just rewriting and changing everything. And again, if you fight against it, you're the problem. Not that I can't just have an opinion and say, yeah, I'm sorry, this sucks. I'm sorry. Captain Marvel wasn't for me. Yeah, for a movie, it was fine. It was what it was, but it wasn't Captain Marvel to me. It was just
especially
a sci-fi movie.
When you watch it, you're like, oh, this is not that bad. Then when your friend tells you about the history and you're like, oh crap,
it's
like this happened. Like, and so the only good thing that I would always say about that movie is you've got Coulson and Fury, but the whole thing about how his eye got scratched was so stupid. But
exactly.
It was.
It was stupid.
Yep. That's not what we were expecting. But again, everybody shat all over that. But if you actually just sit down and watch it, I mean, it's just a sci-fi movie. It's got some cringe moments in it, but at the end of the day, it's no worse than some of the shit we've sat through the wokeness of Hollywood.
It has some great '90s references, though.
Yeah,
it really does, the blockbuster thing, but anything usually with Coulson in it is going to be pretty good. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Phil, I just want to let you know you forgot the end and cancel. So because I knew you wanted to talk some smack. I know you're still around somewhere, Philly boy. Yep.
You know he's always lurking. He's always in the shadows.
Oh yeah,
he's always in the shadows, man.
And that's another thing about doing YouTube. You never know who might be lurking, who might be listening, who might be watching.
Yep.
Especially on the playbacks, because that's the thing. Like we're doing this now, but maybe like I will. Okay, I haven't had cable since about 20. I don't know. It was when True Blood ended. So 2015, 2016 kind of time frame ish was the last I had cable. Everything's been, YouTube and or streaming and whatnot for quite a while here. But there's nothing like throwing something like I would if I wasn't on here with you guys. I'd be in the gym working out, but I'd still be watching. And there he is, as I would be doing a cool down break, I would comment. But I have like a 42-inch giggity TV in my garage. So, like, I legitimately watch YouTube stuff as I'm working out. Now, what's real bad is when you got guys like us and start telling jokes and you're in the middle of lifting, like, 45 pounds, and you're trying not to laugh and you're lifting, and then you got to stop lifting because you're laughing so hard. Yeah, that sucks, I will say. But, again, for me, the second half of my life, now that I'm actually living it, when you do the giggity, I did say do-do, bringing people on and whatnot, I'll get more into my story and whatnot, because maybe people will want to hear about, because I've been diabetic since 84, and I was told I wouldn't live to be 21, and this is not a joke. This isn't just for views. This is legit. It took me a long time to finally realize that the doctors don't know fuck all, and they were wrong, because I'm 47, so I'm still here.
No, they don't, because I was born in 78, and I was born premature, and the doctors told my parents I wouldn't live.
Yep.
And I'm still here.
You know what I'm talking about. So I'm not saying that all of my bad choices are the fault of someone. No, I made my own bad choices, but I was also held back because being diabetic and being different. And Dianetics was out, by the way. Fuck you, L. Ron fucking Hubbard. He released that book, and everybody thought I had Dianetics. I'm serious. But yeah, man, being young like that, and you can't eat sugar, and they act like you're fragile. If they touch you, you'll break. And granted, I get it. It was a different time, but I couldn't play football. I couldn't play sports, and because I was different, do you think kids were nice? Fuck no.
No, they weren't.
Oh hell no.
No, they weren't, because
but yet here I'm here playing with every single one of you, and that's all I cherish is the friendship that I make from people that realize these things don't matter. The ideals that you have don't matter. Yeah, I'm different. I'm way different. I'm a fucking cyclops. I've got one eye, got the beatus, not even supposed to be here today. And I told this story to the Clues people, the cast. sat there and told them what that movie meant to me personally, because I didn't have very many friends. But to watch those guys throughout the years stay together, and I'm sitting there talking to them one-on-one. It was great to corner them, and I did. I cornered them at the con, paid to have my shit done, but they heard my story, all of them. And it was great to have interaction with them as I have with you, because they wanted to listen. Whether they maintained any of it or retained any of it doesn't matter. In that moment, they got to hear the story of the superfan and what those guys meant to me, as Lou Ferrigno does, as Adrian Paul does, as Sam Flash Gordon Jones did to me as a kid, as we talked on this stream, and all the importance of things we grew up with, man. And that's the thing. That's what needs to stay. These stories.
Yes, I agree. Well, I mean, I haven't had problems like you guys. Like, we all have issues. People who think that they're perfect are funny to me. But I mean, I grew up with migraines. Migraines are horrible, man. And when people tell me like, you don't understand pain, like what Prince went through, I said, oh, really? I don't understand pain? I remember I got into an argument with somebody one time and says, let me tell you what I got, buddy. Yeah, shut your mouth.
I mean,
you want to deal with migraines? You want pretty much all your life? Then
bad sinuses, and I've had a few. And no, sir, no, thank you. I'll pass.
It's not fun, but yeah, we got into this argument about Prince because I was saying, well, Prince he got a dig. This guy got so irritated. This was some random guy on Twitch. I guess I'll tell this story. And I was hanging out on my friend's channel, and we got talking in there in the chat about Prince, and he's like, yeah. I said, well, Prince was a druggie, and he's like, no, he wasn't. I'm like, he's like, no, he got addicted to painkillers because he had this hip pain all his life. And I said, well, that's still drugs, dude. Like, but this guy was very upset about it. This random guy. And he's like, well, you probably don't even know what pain is. I'm like, oh, really, jackass? Yeah. Like, it just, these people are they have their heads so far up their ass.
Hey, have you ever seen a grown man naked? Well, I fell 8 feet in a pool with no water. Trust me, I know about pain.
Oh yeah, I mean, someone who's suffering from chronic pain from my back and my neck, all that. And the one thing I have to sit back and say is, I'm glad I don't suffer from migraines, because the long suffering gets them sometimes. My grandmother has them. It's like, those sound absolutely horrible, and it's like, yeah, I know what pain is, but I don't want to experience.
If you get them so bad, they actually can make you want to puke. I mean,
they made my wife puke. She was driving. She had to pull. My poor wife was in Minnesota visiting family, oddly enough, because seriously, she is from Minnesota. It wasn't a joke. I mean, I'm funny, but fuck, not that funny. Anyway, they had to go about 8 hours from Minnesota to deliver the puppy. No, I'm sorry, 5 hours. And it took her almost 10 to get just to the hotel, because she would drive for a couple hours, have to pull over because the migraine was so bad, throw up, sleep for a couple hours and rest till she felt better, and then drive. So yeah, and that's the thing, people don't understand what migraines. Yeah, everybody's had a headache, but when you have a severe migraine, light can make you sick. The movement will make you sick. You can't. It's no fun. Like light migraines, nothing like what you're talking about, bud. And yeah, I have nothing but sympathy for you, because I know that, and it's not like you can just take an aspirin and it goes away.
I mean, it does. It's better now. They have Excedrin. Like, it'll go away.
Yeah.
But you need that headache medicine. You can't, or your doctor prescribing the medicine for you. But it can be bad. Like, you don't get enough sleep or something. Like, I know people get headaches, but when you have migraines, it's ugly. It can get bad.
Yeah, my grandmother used to have to lay in bed in a dark room when she got
that's
some
my
people.
wife.
Those are the chronic ones. Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah.
I get migraines, but I haven't gotten the chronic ones usually.
Well, I hope you don't, dude, because I've dealt with it with my wife, and it sucks, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't had them, but it's like, I know I don't want it, and I feel sorry for everyone who does. Oh,
except for Joe Biden, he can have all of them.
That's right.
Well, I mean, he's not real like Australia, right? I mean, we are watching, Weekend at Biden's, right? That's how I always.
Pretty much.
not to bring it to like anything like that, but just say it. I mean, it's it's been Weekend at Biden's. We're all still here. For how long we don't know, but I'm sure YouTube will find something we said. It'll all be Phil's fault. It's the
No.
Coopmans. Phil and the Coopmans.
That's right, Phil. If you're listening, it's your fault.
Yep.
Remember, when you get into your 40s and definitely in your 50s, never trust a fart. Someone's got to tell them that.
And I want to thank everybody who stopped by during the stream. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. But I do want to thank Phil for popping in. I want to thank the long-suffering Mrs. Tag. I, of course, want to thank the Paddle Wannabe, DJ Ronnie G, Lord Crit, also known as Everest Productions. And also want to thank you, Adam, for coming on the panel, popping in the chat. Thank you very much, brother. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. Glad to be here, and if I'm not on the panels, dude, I'll be in the chat anytime I can, and we'll talk after air. Because once I end on my stuff on Wednesdays, I'll make sure I start plugging you to help, send some people your way.
I appreciate that, and I'll do the same. It's just like, with Cash. We want to get the Phantom Hooligans up to 100 subscribers.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 96 and have been for a long time. And my best thing is, like, I would love more. But again, I'm not worried about subscribe. Yeah, we would all love more. But like for me, again, that's just part of the more that way you kind of are noticed more. Not that we're wanting to grow, but because it's not fair that we are suppressed as much as we are being smaller channels.
It's just I learned a lot from Twitch, but people need to understand that it should be always about community. It should not always be just about one person, even if they're the one streaming on there. It's about everyone. Answer questions. Somebody comes in, don't be genuine and actually be genuine. Don't be fake. There's still a lot of people, even some people that Pacific and I know in this community, they just seem fake. The things that they come out of their mouth about stuff, and it's like, just be more genuine. The fact that they say like, oh, well, we better help the algorithm. Who cares about the algorithm, dude? Like, who cares? Just do what you want on your channel.
Well, when you're worried about super chats, that's when you worry about the algorithm. No, that's the problem. That's
silly,
chasing
dude.
that dime that you were bitching about. You have now become evil
It's
that you were complaining
ridiculous.
about.
Just ridiculous about people caring so much about super chats and this and that. Just put on a really good show.
And that's why, like, if Mike were to never let me on again, and I know that's not the case, but where I was saying, look, anybody can be a YouTuber. You're not special for being like that. Could have been. I'm not saying that it was, but I'm sorry. That's to me, because sometimes a person just doesn't gel with the group. It happens, unfortunately, but it's the truth. Anybody can do this. Just because you're doing this doesn't mean that you're gonna get 20, 30, be able to buy a house off of your super chat.
No.
Yeah, that's a great dream, but there are too many people that are too dumb to realize that's not for everyone. A lot of the bigger channels got big because they were lucky. They hit that lightning in a bottle, right? And they're still trying to chase it. But the downside, as we said, is it also was a negative because it's always negative. Super chat, super chat.
Right. It's negative, or these people, like, you got the biggest Star Wars channel in the world. I'm not going to mention his name.
Right.
And these people change, and they don't have to change. They should, if you've got a big channel of something that you like, Star Wars, whatever, help other people. Oh, well, I helped other people and they screw me, fine. But there's still other people out there who are willing to help you, and you can help them help each other.
Don't pull that ladder up behind you when you succeed. Bring those with you from underneath. And that's what I've been doing. Like I said, I mentioned the men's room. I was lucky, and I've been on at Exiled Opinion. I met a whole bunch of people. I've been on with Lethal Lightning, met a bunch of people. I've met a lot of people that are now way higher than I am. So not that it's all about name dropping, but at the end of the day, I've been around for a long time. Never planned on YouTube, but met all you fine people through, again, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective is who I have to thank for finding you guys here and having this wonderful Sunday with you gentlemen. This has been a fucking blast. But it never would have happened had Tommy and I not met on Odin's movie blog and become friends in the chat, to trying to stream and become friends on Facebook and then friends on Twitter and all that shit. So you can DM each other. And again, like I said, I'm not that I'm trying to make us go. I am learning the Twitter, hence how I am here now. So, again, I have nothing but great people to thank for getting into these groups and meeting new people and coming on and being able to have discussions and learn new things. Because again, I didn't really know much about some of the items that we've talked and touched on here that's made me go, well, maybe I do want to really watch that Blade Runner final cut and then watch the new movie. Maybe I'll feel a little bit differently. Check out that TV series because again, I mean, I've tried watching it, but again, I just really wasn't in it. And it does seem to be a movie you kind of really need to be into, like the first one. And pay attention to rather like, I'm running and getting laundry. I'm running and dealing with dogs coming in, rewind. I need to sit down and watch it, but I'm going to watch the other one first. Had we not had that conversation, I probably would sit here and just go, yeah, I'm just not going to bother. But now because of that, I am actually like really want to go back and watch the movie after seeing the other one that I haven't, the original, the finale cut, the final cut, because I only remember the theatrical. And then the shit you see on TV. So, but yeah, man, again, it's been great being here with you guys and being able to do all of this. And I don't know why it is that so many people, and I'm going to not name names because, I don't know who all you guys follow, but we'll have a nice discussion, backstage. But there are some people that they took that mantle and they've rose themselves to other areas where they feel like now they are a god. Yes. And unfortunately, when this all comes crumbling down, they will be the next mundane Matts and people that nobody even knows who the hell they were or are.
Right.
And it's sad that we can't all just be a community of YouTubers that no matter what we're saying, whether you agree or disagree, we can all play together nice and have fun.
Yep.
It's sad. It is. It really is.
I mean, one of the ways...
Bringing the happiness. Again, bring it back up the other way. You did it the opposite. You just brought my ass on here not really knowing much about me, and I appreciate that, and it shows that you are as we are trying to basically rebuild YouTube, even though on their crappy platform the way it is, by helping one another out. So, and
like I said, I've had people saying, Mike, you sure you want to do it that way? You never know who's going to come on. Yeah. I said, I'm willing to take that risk. And like you said, I've got the trigger power. So I can pull the trigger and say goodbye.
I had to remind Myra Kitty of that last night because she's like, I don't know, Raquel, I might not put it in the chat. And I'm like, why? You have the button. Like, you can bounce a mofo as soon as they get in there if it's not what you want. There is no real threat, If somebody comes on and you don't want them on there, well, bye. But then again, it brings the people from the chat, gives them the opportunity to even see, like, other people. Let's say you've had a couple people watch it for a while that have been leery of coming on. Then all of a sudden I just pop up, right? I'm in the chat out of nowhere. Oh, hey, I start telling you, hey, found you here, okay, da, da, da. And then I popped on and we've all had great conversation. Maybe this will be what brings them on to have the courage to maybe come on and test out their equipment or see if this is, because that's kind of what I do on Wednesdays. It's just an open forum. We talk about a lot. That's how we got shut down from Tim Pool. But again, it was showing Tim Pool's tweet and, basically barely talking about it, getting taken down. But that just proved that, look, you can't just go say what you want, but that he's claiming you can, or they're claiming you can, because they're still, watching what we're saying. Maybe at some point we will have freedom of speech again. I don't know. But until then, I really don't know, Mike. I think this is the best way to rebuild this platform, especially with people that can then stick together no matter what. Because if you truly, you as a Cubs fan, me as a White Sox fan can be on the same platform together, let alone stream together. Why can't the rest of the world do the same thing?
Exactly. I mean, it's not that hard. It really isn't that hard to sit down like we are in our respective areas, wherever we're doing this, and actually have a conversation.
Exactly.
I mean, I think back to when I first met Baron. It was on a member stream for a YouTuber.
Yep.
That's where I first met him. I'm not going to name the YouTuber here on the channel, but we were both members of this channel, and that's where we met.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what had me laughing when they were like, show Doomcock the picture of Frank. Like, I sent it to him before I even uploaded it. Like, he was like, that is awesome. So, I mean, and that's the thing. Again, I don't expect, not everybody's going to know who I am. I don't have that kind of mentality. If you've caught my channel, great. If you're a part of the channels that I'm a part of, you know who I am. But again, this is branching out not just for me, This is branching out for everybody. This is to bring us all together. Yeah, sure. If some of you guys get into Vinny Tartamello, go to Vinny Art and check out his stuff later on. Maybe you'll get some of his books. If Vinny's not your thing, there are so many different creators. Red Gaze, that I also know. And then again, like there's a lot of people that might be turned off by another certain one or two people here or there, and then you got to worry about the other fighting from other YouTubers to YouTubers, and like not here, not you, not me, not anything that we're doing. But you get that kind of kindergarten BS on YouTube. And it's like, really, guys? Again, we can make our own channels up, stream when we want to. And those that really want to hear what we have to say will come and watch and comment, like, subscribe, and beware. By the way, when you end streams now, my channel's been getting the sex bots leaving comments after the stream's over. So be sure you check your...
do it regularly.
It's been real bad lately. But yeah, I mean, other than that, though, like I've gotten, I brought people together that have been in the chat and never talked before. They were able to, get that connection as what you have done. And in this, as weird as it's going to sound, like I wasn't 100% sure what I was going to do. I was just going to do what I always do. But by pushing what I've been saying, because I believe in it, and here you're doing the same thing. Now we're united. See, this was meant to be. And it's all that damn guinea pig's fault. Damn you, Tommy. Nibble, nibble.
You never know who you're going to meet by going on to different panels. You might meet someone you may have looked at from afar, or you may meet someone who becomes your best friend.
Did we just become best friends? I didn't know if you had a Step Brothers clip or not. I was going to try to...
No, I don't have one yet. I don't even have one from Talladega Nights yet.
Okay, brother. Okay, just in case, because I know you've got a lot, as you had said. So I figured I'd set it up. Yeah. But it feels like that, man. It feels like that when you find other people that have, even one thing in common with. You can build from that. You can build a relationship and a friendship if you're not doing it for the wrong reasons. Again, everybody on this panel, it has been a wonderful conversation, getting to know you guys and just to hear a lot of the same things and or different, a younger generation that are kind of speaking on different behalfs of, to hear it's just really intriguing to me. And I love to see I'm not the only one doing it. Like to just by accidentally checking the Twitter, to then find you and come on here and get to meet all of you. Like normally I'd have been in the gym 3.5 hours ago, and granted it's in my house. It's not like I can't just walk away, but it's been so much fun to be here with you guys and get to know you and be able to talk and all of us just throw the ideas and have fun. So again, I'm going to thank you again, Mike, because this has just been awesome, man. But again, I do think this is what we need to do. More people need to be doing this. Whether if you love Disney products, then make a channel and talk about what you love about it. Nobody's
one of the people that came by today, Cobra Disney Jedi. He loves Cobra Kai and he loves Disney. And he loves Star Wars. I'm not going to look at him and go, wait, you still love Disney? You still love Star Wars? No.
Go away.
That would make me a hypocrite when just on the 8th of this month, and Baron was there, I did a stream celebrating Star Trek, the original series Enterprise. Because that's my favorite era of the franchise.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I know who I'm leaving all my Star Trek shit to now when I die, so it's going to you.
Oh, wow. You got lucky.
Yeah, because I've got the Mirrored Universe Migos in box, mint.
Oh, cool.
Granted, it's the newer ones, but I still have it. But yeah, I've got the old school Star Trek where you get the books at the cons and it's in the folder. It says Star Trek on it, and it was the pages, and you'd flip through all the ships and everything. Oh yeah, I've got the good stuff. Well, what I consider good stuff. But yeah, it was the OG, the original series. Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I didn't care that, I grew up with like Power Rangers. I didn't care too much, but I've actually learned some of the history from people like Jet and other people who have come on this panel. It's like, oh, it's pretty interesting. I'm still not a huge fan of Power Rangers, but learning about this stuff is very interesting. So.
Right.
Well, one of those panelists is the Smoking Patriot. He's a big Power Ranger fan.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, the Appalachian American from the men's room. He is too. Like again, that's because he wanted to go meet. He thought because he's trying to get what's left of the original cast to sign stuff because he's a huge Power Ranger fan. And again, when I went to that con, I was just gonna go. It was my first con ever with my brother. I'd never been to a Comic-Con. I've been to local events, but not a Comic-Con. And it was a Comic-Con in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So it was my first ever one. My middle brother and I got to go together, so that was epic. And again, we had a blast. And the fact that the Power Ranger my friend hadn't met yet, which he did get to meet this year when he came to the Comic-Con by him in Virginia, because he's from West Virginia. But yeah, it was really cool because I was able to meet, because I remember the Power Rangers because my kids watched them too, and I watched a little bit of it when it was first on too, because it'd just be on. But the kids watched it a little bit, so I remember a little bit here and there. But I learned more through a 30s generation guy in his 30s about it, and was able to have conversations where it's like, okay, mine was more Transformers than this, but okay, cool, or G.I. Joe or He-Man. But yeah, I was like, okay, cool. So it is kind of interesting to see and understand. And then when you learn that most of it, the only part that US made was the bit with the US people, all the other stuff was actually from Japan. Like, that's just crazy. But again, yeah, it's like we all know people that are like fond of other things that we can get the knowledge of. And then like, I love bringing people together. Like the men's room is a great place for people to start out. Channel Dad Brian Lape, who also was part of, World Class Bullshitters in the highlight in the big days. He had the fan cast and it was a show about the show, and then it kind of turned into its own thing. And then people would kind of come on and get to feel how it was to try to YouTube to see if you wanted to. Names like Etepakuli and The Place to Be Reviews was on there. Tony Tone, all these guys came on the men's room as well. And then, these are all 1K channels now. So, people were able to test out their crafts. And I feel that there has been a very big down market in that, as we've talked about. And us being here going, hey, look, man, come on, try. You got a mic? Brutal Morningwood was talking how he didn't even, he thought about doing this, but because of everything going on and you got to watch what you say, well, maybe I won't. But he came on my show and then it got shut down. But then he came on the next one and he got to stay and we didn't get taken down. So we couldn't blame Brutal anymore. But he still got Brutal Morningwood. Best name on YouTube. Sorry, I hate to say it, but Brutal Morningwood, can you top it? So
I can't.
But yeah, man, I mean, it's as simple as that. Getting those people to come on and try, it's awesome.
It is. I mean, if I hadn't decided to do this, because I wasn't sure what I was going to do for a YouTube channel, I knew I wanted to talk about the Cubs. I knew it had to be something where I talked about the Cubs, but I didn't want to just keep it centered around the Cubs. I didn't want to stay in a box. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll start off talking about the Cubs. Then, I'll do, reviews of some type of either a movie or a TV show. So I end up doing both movies and TV shows.
Right.
And then I was thinking, okay, I already have a Twitch channel, but I still want to have game streams on my YouTube channel as well. So I did that too. And I still do that. And then, of course, being inspired by some of the YouTubers out there who do pop culture shows, I was thinking, I want to do my own show, but put my own spin on it. Sometimes it's chaotic. Okay. A lot of times it's chaotic. But I try to have fun.
Well, that's the important thing. They can tell if you're having fun. They can tell if you're doing things for the love of it, and that's where you start getting the viewerships, and and that's what you have to remember when someone gets monetized. Don't change it. Don't change what you're doing. That's what got you there.
Exactly.
In fact, be more like what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But then you start chasing that page, and that's like, if I were to ever become monetized, 95% of my videos would be done. They'd be like, nope, because I will push that button because I believe in freedom of speech.
Yep. So do I.
But I also, as I've said time and time again, I believe we can come on here and have these conversations and it not just all be hate. And when you are passionate and you show people the passion, and maybe it's something. Again, all these movies that we don't like, there's a reason that we don't like them. If you don't understand why we're saying we don't like it because we read this comic and it did, that's just our opinion. That doesn't mean that is law. This is not a coup. We are not living in Samurai Jack. So again, it is just to find more like-minded people that feel the way I do and be able to connect and share and grow together and keep it this way from now until eternity. That is the game plan. We've seen where others have fallen and slipped and maybe had some accidents and what's worked and what hasn't. And again, we got to all walk our own path. But right now, I'm very, very proud to have found and met every single one of you. This is, again, it's been a ball. Giggity.
Yeah, this has been a great experience. I mean, especially today. I mean, okay, we've been going on for almost 8 hours, but it's flown by.
Yeah, and you don't normally go this long, do you?
No, I plead the fifth.
No, it's okay. But I mean, it's one of those. But you weren't really planning on an 8-hour stream, I guess, is what I should have said today.
No, and I've even told Cash, and Baron knows this, that the Wednesday shows could go just as long as the Sunday shows. And I said to Cash, I said, because it's a weekday, I know I've got to start cutting down on how long the Wednesday show goes. But as far as the Sunday show goes, I want to keep it in the original format.
The insanity.
The madness, sure.
And I've already mentioned how on the 5th of October, that edition will only be an hour on that Wednesday because I want to do the season finale of the box score. Because I always try to recap the last game of the season since I've started doing it. So I'm going to admit it right here, right now in front of everybody. There is going to be a point in time where I'm going to be, of course, giving you the pop culture news for that day on Pop Talk, but I'm also going to be watching the game too. So I know what's still going on. So when I'm talking about the game afterwards on the box score, I'm not talking with my head up my ass.
Yeah.
So that'll explain why the sudden outbursts of foul language is because he's watching the game while he's on the show. Just want to let you know.
Well, who knows? People might like that.
Yeah. Wouldn't bother me. It's like, oh, does Mike have Tourette's too?
Oh man,
Cash will be there lurking, going, "Mike, you should be a Dodger fan." No.
I never said that. So
Cash, I'm being funny. Come on, man.
How dare you, man? How dare you? I'm just kidding.
All the time.
But this has been a hell of a lot of fun today, and I mean, seeing Cav come here, Kitty Bear come here, and Jet Sparks comes back and notices that we're still on. Yes, we're still on. You should know Pop Talk by now. We're still on the show that never ends. We had the Padawan to be.
The gift of gab, we have it.
It's the show that never ends.
And it's the show that's about absolutely nothing.
And during this show, I also found out what Mike's trigger words were that can actually get included off the streams.
And Mike learned that, hey, when you bring a super fan on, he reminds
That's
you.
the
that
third
you have
time, Mike. I'm going to get you back on my stream when you're on, dude.
I know you are.
Did I just start a stirring pot of fun? I think I did. There's going to be people bouncing each other here and there. They're going to be like, it's that damn Superfan's fault. That damn NWO guy.
Yep. You got it.
I got broad shoulders. It's okay.
Oh,
and remember, it's all right because I have a clan of wiener dogs, and it will be death from the ankles down from Frank.
Oh, yeah.
And Doomcock's wiener dog army.
You don't
death from the ankles down, my friends.
You do not want to mess with those doxies. I can tell you that.
No.
They're fearless.
Well, they are German, just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Originally, so.
Well, badger hounds, they go after badgers, for crying out loud.
Darn right, baby.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, dude, it has been a blast. And again, I can't help but thank you and everybody watching, anybody on the playbacks. It's this is a step I feel in the right direction. And again, there's going to be people that I watch and like that you might not like and or not have heard of. That's always going to be the case, but that shouldn't affect us streaming together or being friends outside of to each their own, man. You'll have those people that are just like drank the Kool-Aid. Now it doesn't matter who says what. Like some of the guys I stream with, like they're not big Doomcock fans at all. As a matter of fact, they've made fun of them, but it's okay because the fact that I still am I don't Patreon anybody anymore, but I did back in the day. A lot of us, that's where a lot of us met. We're a Patreon page here or there, also along with the chat. So, but that was just part of the early days of YouTube. But again, I haven't been with a Patreon on Doomcocks in quite a while. And anytime I DM that guy, he's always been kind enough to, I'll send him pictures of the puppies, the new puppies and stuff. He's always stayed in contact throughout the years, and again, we all have lives outside of this. We're all still human beings and have our families and other stuff. But I can only say Doomcock has always been very nice to me and responded back and we've messaged and he's never been like, well, fuck you. You're not paying me. I'm not talking to you, anything like I've never had like an experience like that with him. I'm not that anybody else has. I'm just using him as an example, though. I stand side by side with Jeff Hicks every year at Whorehound. I'm part of the second floor crew, not to mention part of the road crew for WCBS. So I mean, yeah, and like if WCBS isn't for you, that's okay. That doesn't mean we can't still be friends. If there's like if you don't like, say you don't like Dion or Kendo or Nick or Jeff, I don't know why, but at the end of the day, there are people that maybe their style isn't yours, but that doesn't mean that maybe something that I'm doing like on here should drive anybody away either. Again, we're all individuals. We all have individual tastes, and well, I mean, some people need coupons for that, but it's okay. We love you anyway,
Coupons.
Well, another thing is, you're watching a video. You don't like the video for some reason or another. Doesn't mean you have to leave a dislike or a nasty comment. Just leave and come back to the video later.
Go to the next one, brother. That's how if you don't like what we're saying, then don't listen. Like, no, right. we're not. Look, you're not with Yuri Grabovich in the CUNT television productions where they got a gun to your head because they're Russians saying you will say this or we will kill you and your family. No, we're not there yet. So you're safe to say what you want and do what you want as of right now. But yeah, man, why not? Let's have fun. Let's do this and have fun. And at the end of the day, if you're being positive, if you can put a better version of yourself out there and just be a better person, it doesn't mean you got to save the world. But like I help my elderly neighbors next door. I've been doing it for years, but I'm old school. That's the thing. Like I've been called old school. Temple Cooling, the place to be reviews. I gotten him something. I got his son something. But I hadn't gotten his wife anything. So when I went to this man's house to meet him for the first time in person and his son and his wife, of course, being old school, like I went and got her some flowers because I don't really know much about his wife, but what woman doesn't like flowers? So I went and got, just some daisy, just a little mix of flowers. And I got some cars for his kid that I had some extra Batman cars. I'd bought Hot Wheels and stuff. And a necklace I'd gotten for Temple Cooling, way back when. So it was one of those, we met up, had lunch, hung out. Then when the Comic-Con happened, like we split the hotel room, hung out. I had been to a bar in 2.5 decades. I had been to the bar, but we were at the bars together, and these little guys were serving me these little sugary drinks and whatnot. Yeah, well, by the way, I'm an old school drinker. We're having Four Horsemen. We sat down, and when I paid for the shot, yeah, we did Four Horsemen top shelf. So yeah, that's how I roll, son. And those guys, I was like, y'all better go get some Cokes to chase it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but again, we had a blast. Met Phoenix Animation, somebody I'd only really saw in the chats, didn't really know a bunch about. Met the guy, great guy. Met some other great people through him, as I've met many through here as well. And again, I see this as the beginning of a great friendship and us moving on to great and better things all together, hopefully united, and staying together, man, and not losing anybody as best as we can by not changing.
Mm-hmm. That should always be the goal. Yeah. I agree.
Definitely. Stay true to yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Old man just got home. No, I've been home all day, old man. I'm still here. I'm an old man. Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's always nice to see you, old man.
We love old man here, Gigi. Phil really loves them because they have coupons too. He wants your coupons.
Oh, nice.
Oh man, look out! Phil wants your coupons. Phil, from here on out, you're gonna be the coupon king.
And to wrap this up, I do also want to continue to thank everybody who showed up. Cobra Disney Jedi, Deranged Lunatic, aka DL. Thank you for also hopping on the panel. Already mentioned DJ Ronnie G. Kathy Skywalker, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. And Fun University, thank you very much. Welcome to my madhouse. Thank you very much. And we had Frank and Doug.
Shawhan, Wiener Dog Clan. Yes, all three of those are my channels. You are very welcome.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the Wiener Dogs have their own channel and are watching you. So I hope you're not scared of dogs because you got like 20 of them watching you right now.
No, I'm not scared of dogs.
Oh,
I like dogs. I like all animals.
But we know you're scared of my Wiener Dog Clan. Everybody's scared of Frank and the Wiener Dog Clan. It's okay. Don't worry. You're not alone. The fear of Frank will set you free.
And I also want to thank Joker Voice. Thank you for hopping on the panel too, brother. And we also had Mora Kitty in the chat as well. Nice to see you here. I was actually on 2 panels with her with Potato Revan.
Yeah. Potato Revan's going to be a pretty cool cat. Like I was, because I know Raquel real well. And so when I was throwing shame at her, because it was met with love, like she was giggling, but all you guys probably thought I was an asshole troll. Because I was like, why are you on this panel? You know, fuck all about movies, let alone nostalgic movies. And like, oh boy, even Potato Revan, he's like, well, I see this thing of an anime character, and I just invited her, and I was like, I love you, dude. This is great. Like, it wasn't meant like negative, and like Raquel knew that because she was giggling and laughing. But DL and myself and a lot of the They Call Me Nobody, Mr. Peabody, we've watched movies with Raquel and brought her some of the, brought to her attention a lot of the older movies that she has not seen and whatnot. And so yeah, she's my number one girl. She's a great person and a lot of fun. But that was the inside joke because he's like, well, welcome Superfan, and and then when I did that and she started giggling, I was so happy because I swear to God, every one of you on that panel, if you read it at first before she did, we're probably thinking this guy's a fucking cunt.
Well, I wasn't sure because a lot of times I'm not there for Potato's live streams.
Right.
And when I do get to watch it, I might watch a little bit of it, but I don't watch the whole thing all in one sitting.
Right.
So when I saw that pop up, I was thinking, all right, I'm going to see what else this person says.
Oh yeah,
because I wasn't ready to.
As you saw, I explained like it's a joke. It's not, and of course her giggling, like she knew because somebody got kind of grumbly on that panel, like what the fuck is he doing? And I almost think I know who it was, and we're not gonna say any names. But I was just like, look, if I'm directing something at somebody and that person's laughing, but you're mad about it, I think you should check yourself first and foremost. The said person's laughing and giggling because she got the joke. And it was really, again, okay, yeah, it wasn't a troll move. To an extent, it could be looked at, but it was really just me picking on my friend. I was ribbing her. Because it's great to see her on the panel, but she doesn't know fuck all about nostalgia movies, at all. And it's not her fault, but we've been bringing her the older movies to watch, kind of a thing. So, and that was it. But yeah, exactly. As you said, Mike, you at first you're going, well, wait a minute. Let's see where this goes. But so many people don't even have the balls to do that anymore. Like, I'm amazed I didn't get bounced from the chat. Luckily, Potato Revan, he read, waited, and then understood as well, based off of her, that it wasn't a negative thing. So I do talk to him, let him know. I myself greatly appreciate that because it was all meant in comedy, for fun. And I got her to laugh on his stream.
Yeah. Well, it's just like Phil giving me a hard time on the stream, or Cash giving Phil a hard time, or any of us giving one another a hard time. Somebody who's not familiar with our dynamic will be coming in and say, "Gosh, why are these guys even streaming together? They must hate each other."
It's
yes, Bear. That's perfect.
Like, good for the goose is good for the gander, because I make fun of myself, let alone I'm fucking Cyclops, got the betas. It's like, Jesus, I can make fun of myself all day long. Don't worry about it. But yeah, when you find the right group, you find the guys that can, I jumped in here, don't know hardly anybody here other than a very, very, very few streams here and there where I've seen the names and whatnot. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, because we just haven't bumped into each other till now. But now, having ran into all these great people, and making friends and new discords and sharing stuff out there, and again, we're going to build fun here together, I feel, and get to know everybody, become really, 2-3 years from now, where we're all hopefully still together, because again, we're not going to change. We're going to stay as we are. As we is, if you will. So, yeah, man. I appreciate it. I do, and thank you for being another one. Potato Rev, and you see the little bit that I got to see you the other night, because I was streaming, then I found out that she was Raquel was on, so I jumped and seen, and they were pretty much wrapping up there at the end. But again, it was a lot of fun, dude, and I'm appreciative to meet all these new people and get to know y'all better, and you'll be able to be like, tell me what you like, don't like, all that, the friendship that started here that can grow from years from now. So that's what I look forward to. We got
we should all look forward to, expanding our horizons, because that's what you also get to do doing panels like this. Expand your horizons, learn about other people, learn about their cultures, where they live, and it gets somebody out of that box or the bottle, makes them realize there's a bigger world out there.
I'm not laughing. I'm sorry. I was reading Old Man's comment. It just made me giggle. That's cute. Right on, dude. Right on. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah.
Yep.
We appreciate it, Old Man.
Thank you very much, Old Man. Really do appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. And again, being new to you guys, I feel it. I feel, you can feel it, and it's lovely, man. It's great to find other people to be able to talk about stuff, and whether again, where I was able to mention just a little bit of the positive sides of Thor as for children, because again, I have a special needs brother-in-law, so when I'm doing a lot of this stuff, if I'm talking with ETEP about is it Trey or Nate approved, it's because Nate's special needs and Trey is like 7. So, is it kid approved? So as an adult, yeah, we have that right to not watch it. But in the case of like Nate or Trey, they should also still have the right to see it and make their own opinion. As a parent, you have the right for your children to do as you wish your children to do. Let me state, Susan. But in my opinion, like ETEP will let, Trey let his son watch certain things and not other things, obviously. And like I told him, hey, I felt it was him and his wife and Trey watched it. And even she, Normie, was like, okay, this shit's getting ridiculous. And she's a huge Thor fan. Everybody loves Thor. The ladies do like that crazy little Ozzy. So, and even she was saying, okay, this is getting to be too much for me. So, but Trey still kind of liked it. There were parts that were kind of weird and he didn't like, but from a 7-year-old point of view. But that's where I'm coming from, right? Like I've had people that, well, you just shouldn't support it. Well, I have a special needs brother-in-law and I'm already buying the shit. So if you don't like me because I do that for him because it makes my life easier, fuck you. We're not going to be friends because it shouldn't matter what I do. You should worry about you and not me. And maybe if I've got an insight, like I just said, to, okay, this is kid friendly. That's a good thing, in my opinion. I can give you that. Yeah, I watched it. No, I didn't love it. Yeah, it was crazy, but it's again, I'm not getting rid of my Disney Plus because I watch too much stuff on Disney Plus. The 78 cartoons or the 79 Spider Woman's on there, and the 80s Spider-Man, and all that stuff. Kid growing up, like I watched that in wrestling and and other stuff, and then YouTube videos. But yeah, man, I'm not gonna get. For what, $10 a month? I think it less than that. No, I'm keeping it. I'd rather have that and have control over what I'm watching than pay for TV and have channels full of crap I'm not even going to watch telling me I'm bad because I'm white and I'm a Nazi and every other thing. So yeah, that's my take on it. And again, all you are welcome to have your own opinions. I'm not going to judge you for what you have and watch and like. I'll have my opinion, but remember, boys and girls, an opinion is like an asshole. Everybody has one.
My late mother was a registered nurse, and she actually told the patient that one time. She's all, you know, I've seen plenty of assholes in my career as a nurse. And you want to know one thing about assholes? Everyone's got them, and everybody's shit stinks.
Yep. And you ain't no better than the last one. Exactly. I just, the entitlement era didn't help matters, and this Hollywood nonsense doesn't help matters. And we're all sitting here waiting for something good, because if you give it to us, we're going to watch it. And I'm a big fan of The Boys. I like The Boys. It's been, to me, it's one of the best TV shows we've gotten in a long time. I'm loving again, I'm enjoying as well with Dragons, man. I'm loving House of Dragon. It's like, okay, that's big. I have watched The Ring of Power, and it's just like, not so much. But then again, I'm reading comics from, again, like I said, creators that are making these brand new universes that aren't what the current products are out there. And that's, I've got a pirate story. I've got a Into the Woods through Vinny, which is a hardcover book that I started reading, and I'm really digging it. It's a lot of fun. These gentlemen that I have been blessed to have met and get their work and stream with on time to time and have one-on-ones with. That's not why I bought their product. I was interested in their product long before streaming with them. Like I told them, I'm not going to, if anything, I'm going to make you work even harder for my money, because you know me, you know what I like. So if you make something I don't, and I am a brutally honest person. Well, I thought this part was really good, but this is shit. What the fuck were you thinking? That would come out of my mouth. And I would do it not to be mean, but just as this is my opinion of how I partook. Maybe I would have done this. But then again, this isn't my story to tell. It's yours. So I'm going to tell you what I liked and what I didn't like. And if you can't take criticism, maybe you shouldn't be a writer. And this isn't going at anybody. This is just, how I am when I read something. I would assume you guys are pretty much the same way. You're going to buy stuff that you like, not what you hate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of how movies are the same way. Music, everything we've touched base on, which was completely pop culture. So you should get an extra sticker for this one, man. Because we went all over the place, Mike. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if you normally go this long or if this was the plan, but if this is normal, great. If it wasn't, I hope that everybody really enjoyed themselves and that are watching this and watching the playback have as much fun as we've been having doing it.
It wasn't the plan to go this long, but as I've told Cash and a few other people, if I see that folks on the panel and the chat are enjoying a conversation that's going on, I'm not going to interrupt it. I'm going to let people enjoy their fun. Yeah, I might, try to drop a little hint saying, okay, let's move on to the next one. But, talking about music, you all were having fun talking about music, and I was having fun listening to you guys talk about music.
Well,
I consider myself.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up to you. I'm like, if we're killing the stream because you're like, no, go. Like, but that's the thing, though. Like being a host, and if you have etiquette, like we're all going to talk over each other. It's going to happen, right? Like realistically, it's going to happen. You've got a lot of people got a lot to say. What you will notice is that when one of us is talking and somebody starts talking over the other one, most of us will shut up and the one person will get to speak, but then you'll get on streams where that person doesn't. I know I've kind of been rambling a lot, but again, I'm super excited. This is a lot of fucking fun, and I'm glad to meet new people that see things, and the love of sci-fi to music. I mean, we covered everything, man. If this is what you normally do, awesome. I'm very glad to be here. And even if it isn't, if this is like a one-time thing where this is where this started off as, and then it goes from here. But yeah, man, this has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. And I can't believe it's been as long. Again, I know I missed like the first hour because I didn't get it's like, oh, I'm going on at 11. I'm like, well, it's almost noon. And then I got it to play and I was making my coffee and listening and then kind of typing in and listening. But no, this has been a lot of fun. And again, I greatly appreciate it because, this has just been awesome meeting all of you guys and the chat and old man. I still see you. So it's just great.
It is because, like I said, with the Wednesday edition, it used to go this long. Now I am trying to cut it back because it is a weekday and I can't expect anybody to stick around for 5-6 hours on a weeknight. No, that's just not possible. But on the weekends, the original format of the show, it's still going to go.
Nice.
And that's why, another thing I was thinking, I could have two intros, and I'll show you the one I'm going to be using on Wednesdays now to help differentiate. Okay, this is the Wednesday show, so it's going to be maybe 2.5 hours. So just play it real quick.
That's because of me.
It's because of me. But I mean, that's the newest intro that I made. But that's for the Wednesday show. Well, this next one. But that's the original one. Now, I did add a few new elements before the intro actually starts playing to, kind of refresh everything, to update everything. But I figured I could have one intro so the audience knows, okay, this is the Wednesday show. Then the other intro, it's got the original, but it's a Sunday show.
Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah.
And I'm not a professional when it comes to doing stuff like that. It's stuff I've had to watch one YouTube video after another to learn how to do it. And I'm still trying to teach myself how to do it. But I'm enjoying doing it. That's the whole point. You have to enjoy doing this. Being on panels, having your own channel and talking about whatever that subject may be.
Oh yeah. You better believe it. And look at how much fun you've had. We've had. All of us have had,
Me?
Doing it.
Hi.
Wait, Baron. Wait. Are you saying you're not having fun?
No, I was wondering. I don't know if I froze up or someone else did.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I wasn't buffering on this side. Anyone else buffering?
Nope.
Okay.
Maybe it's me.
Could be you. Might
Yeah.
be.
I didn't understand that.
That's my phone.
Of course you didn't.
Yeah.
Of course you didn't understand that.
Stupid phone. Okay.
But of course, to end this stream, I want to thank Bush McFadden for not only being in the chat, but also hopping in on the panel for a little bit.
Yeah. Boosh.
And of course, we had Gap After Dark. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
And
It was
then
good.
we also had.
This stream was the first time I got to stream with Gap. I've seen him on a lot of the other channels. I'm either in the panel or in the chat. So it was really cool to get to stream with him, with you for the first time for me and him. That was really cool.
Yep. And that's all about coming together. We grow together. We meet new people.
Yeah.
Just like seeing Sir Blue Wolf this first day I've seen him in my chat. So want to make sure that Sir Blue Wolf and anyone who's new and even folks who aren't new are welcomed here, because I try to start off all my streams with welcome one and all, because it doesn't matter if it's one person watching or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 50 people. Everybody's welcome.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Well, as I shared in the chat real quick, Vinny is doing a stream. It's at 9:05 Eastern Standard Time tonight. I will probably be on the panel, and then if I'm not, I will be in the chat for anybody that wants to see some of the work I was talking about, or some, because he's having his Sunday chill out stream as well this evening. So again, he's another one that I do a lot of work with on Fridays, because I do my show, then it goes to his show, then to Tony's. Kind of like programming, if you will, and it's just great. Again, it's the more that we all help each other out, the more we can grow. And if we stick to, and you mean what you say, as we do, which is we need to do this and stay together and stay the same and not change just because of money, then we will succeed.
Oh, it's just like Cash and I. We've collabed on a couple of things. We were talking about The Old Man because I was watching that series. It's a series that has Jeff Bridges and John Lithgow, and it's a cat and mouse chase.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a spy thriller, but it's mainly a cat and mouse chase. And I was telling Cash about the series. I said, you got to check out the series. You got to check out the series. It's good. So he checked it out. I did some reviews of the episodes here, and then we talked about it on his channel, The Phantom Hooligans. And then we also streamed the Cowabunga collection of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games on both channels. And we're also going to be talking about Cobra Kai here soon.
I probably will be the one person y'all hate when you talk about Cobra Kai.
Oh, come on. We just made friends. Don't make me play it. I don't want to have to play this.
Well, if they wouldn't have made Johnny so weak, that I'm just going to say, in my opinion, they made him very, very weak over the last 2 seasons. And I will keep it at that. But no, I did really enjoy the first 2 seasons. Third season was a little bit different. The last 2, not a big fan, but I'm not going to say anything else. I will wait for the stream because I really think that you. It's not hate as in hate because of. It's just I don't like what they did with the writing, and it just seemed really lazy. But I'll be able to explain more when we actually have it. I don't want to let anything out because a lot of people. Once I started saying stuff, I got attacked. But when I got the right people that wanted to hear why, then they kind of understood what I was talking about. It's not like, oh, it sucks because it's popular. And I'm not saying that it sucks, but there's the same moments in this season from last season where you get the girl moments, where now the wife and the daughter and all the girls are this. And we had it in the last season as well. The little, in the season before that, where, his daughter goes to meet the one girl that was in Cobra Kai and left and has a better life. And it was, well, through the training, I was able, it was those kind of wokey moments that are in the show. I'm sorry, they're there. They're not overly, but it just, again, I thought when this show started, I will say that I thought when this show started, it was going to be more about like the karate tournaments and stuff. This season, we don't really get a tournament. And I'm sorry, last season, the tournament bit we got for 2 bits was bullshit. I think at least 4 episodes should have been more about tournaments and tournament stuff. And granted, I know we had the building up of the characters, and you all see what, if you have not seen it, of course, I'm not spoiling anything or saying anything. This season, you'll get some stuff, but I just really felt this season lacked compared to what we've had in the past. But again, this is just my opinion. And again, I'm not saying it's horrible, but to me, if this is the path that they're going to go on, because this is now 2 years of Netflix writing, the first 3 weren't, this is. I really hope that this is the last season, or the next season that they do will be it, so they're not making up anymore. And again, I've got very good points on this. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, and I want you to be able to have your panel and your talk, so I'm going to shut up. But again, I will be, if I'm not on that panel, I will be in the chat. So just to let you know. And I think you guys would respect at least or understand where I'm coming from when I get to said points. But again, it's not a horrible series. I'm just a little let down from the last 2.
I understand that because I'm a big fan of the Orville bit. Even this 3rd season, there were some episodes I wasn't really crazy about.
Gotcha. I haven't seen I saw the 1st season. I saw bits of the 2nd, but then of course I was like, are we going to get the 3rd? Are we not? And I just haven't ever caught back up on it. But it's good to hear that though. This is the thing about knowing people where when you get to really know somebody, and it's like, there's bits on here I didn't like. You're not saying, oh, it's all shit. Just like I didn't say that Karate Kid. It's just parts I had. So you understand, and that's the thing. If you love film, you're going to kind of understand what I'm talking about. This is more of a film perspective, and what they're doing with the series that they could really make it better, in my opinion. There are people that absolutely love what we saw, and I'm looking at parts going, all right, man, I'm sorry, but home invasion, you got shot. Like this whole karate ninja. No, if you're breaking in somebody's house or business or whatnot, your ass is getting shot. Again, for the show, some of the stuff they did with the Protect the Egg was great. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoyed Protect the Egg. I just didn't enjoy what LaRusso does because you're going to forget that you trained him that back in the third movie, yo. Like, that's lazy writing there. I said it. Lazy. And those of you that saw it, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those of you that didn't, I didn't spoil anything. See, I know how to play this game. But yeah, that's my 2 cents right here, right now. And there's other things, but again, I honestly, to see that series get picked up and the love they gave it to the fans and whatnot when it started off, even now, even with the nitpicks I have, I just don't want it to keep going on and them to keep making, because I feel that they're just making stuff to keep the show going on. Like they don't really know what the F they're doing. And again, we can only have these kids as kids so long and parents as parents so long. Like in the real world, Daniel's going to be having to be working on the cars, right? Like he's still got that business as well, not just the karate, And then from the last season with the judge stuff and everything like that kind of pissed me off. I'm like, really? Come on, guys. But again, it does go with the story. And again, this does wrap up in this season too, but does it? Like when you see the ending, and I'm a big Reese fan, like the third season, I think it was, where we got more of the flashbacks from Reese. Was it the third season?
Yeah. It was
like,
third season.
That's what saved the third season was him. And then the fourth season, I'm watching, Ponytail Terry here a little bit. And I'm watching the Cobra Kais and, and then the betrayal happened and whatnot. So you knew some shit was going to happen from the previews. But we don't get that till what? Episode 8? I felt the first 3 were a wee bit longer than should have been, but again, I'm going to stop because I'll keep going all day. But yeah, when you have that panel again, I will be in the chat, or I will be, I will gladly jump on with you guys, because I haven't spoken about it. I've kept it real quiet. You guys have gotten more out of me other than the few people I've tweeted with, DM back and forth. People that were like, well, can you tell me why you don't like it? I'm like, yeah, I sure will. This is what I didn't like. This is what I did like, and it's the same thing. I've reached out with a couple other people and they're like, yeah, I'm going to watch everything. And then, I'd love to have a conversation with you. I'm like, hey, man, we can do it on air or off air. I'd love to have a conversation. So, yeah. This is what needs to happen, I feel. Again, I'm going to say it again. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be out there. The positive, the negative, the indifference, the love, the hate, all together, all in one. And then you make your decision. You do you. I'm going to do me. But this is a group. This is how I feel on this panel. Then you're going to have yours and so on and so forth. And of course, Phil's just going to ask for more coupons. So, and McDonald's. Has anybody ever like Uber eated his ass and sent him fucking like McNuggets while we're live? I would do that. But anyway,
not that he said.
Okay.
Not that I've heard either.
There you go. There's a thought. There's a super fan putting thoughts in your all's minds. At some point we do have all these. If somebody actually does know him and whatnot, it would be kind of funny maybe to send him some chicken nuggets. I don't know. But yeah, man, again, nothing but love for everybody on this panel. People in the chat, it's been great. It has been an honor to be here with all of you. And again, thank you. Because without all of you, we're nothing. We're just a bunch of guys that would be talking off air. So thank you, everyone that's tuned in. Like, subscribe, share. Check out the rest of the panelists. See, if we're your cup of tea, great. If we're not, hey, no problem. We won't hold it against you.
And I already have everybody's link in the description in one way or another, whether I added the person or whether I actually copied and pasted the link into the description. They're already there.
Awesome. Look at that. You're a professional YouTuber. You're a professional YouTuber.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, we told you.
I know that's, kind of a lame response, but how can I argue that?
But you understand where I'm coming from with it, as because I explained it earlier, and you get it though. You feel the same way I do. Start your own channel. Talk about grass. I don't care. Go talk about snails. Somebody.
You're kidding? I watch YouTubers who mow grass for a living.
Yeah. I get high and ride on my rider. I'll film that shit. Maybe if I don't drop the board and run it over. But yeah, sure. Why not? But yeah, that's what I mean though. Like if you're passionate about something and you want to do something, do it, because eventually people will find you. And again, like I said, I just made a whole bunch of new friends and people to start checking out channels and other stuff and other views. And everybody on here was just really, really nice to come on here with a group of newer people and be able to shoot the shit and have this kind of a fun on a Sunday with y'all.
And I appreciate it because that's ultimately what I want Pop Talk to be, a place where everybody can come regardless of what they believe as far as, Hollywood is concerned or, anything else that's going on in their life. I want everybody to be able to come here and just have a nice conversation and laugh. And, at the end of the day, go, I'm glad we did that.
Heck yeah. I know I am. And again, thank you for doing it, man, because I think creators need to be thanked properly. I mean, I'm so old school that when I've had guests on, and this isn't a shot at anybody, so don't anybody take it that way. But I'm so old school that I've even, because I'm learning the Twitter thing, like Twitter messaged them, thanking them for coming on. Because, back in the day, if you got a letter, you'd write back or you'd send a thank you note or whatever. So I did it. I modernized it and did it on Twitter. And a lot of people weren't expecting that because people forgot about, that thing called banners.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes two of us. After every stream, whoever was on the panel, I try to thank everyone who was on the panel. Yeah, and if I forget somebody, then I'll put it in the comment section. It's like, oh, wait, did I mention so and so? No, I didn't. I better put their name in there.
Well, the only time that's hard to do, like with Twitter, is if they don't follow you back and you can't. McChicken, yes, McChicken for Phil. Yep, and he's here. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Like to me and you, that whether like for me, it was I was able to DM them. The people that I don't have on Twitter that I have like on Facebook Messenger that I can, it's the same thing though, because I do. As a host, I am very appreciative for anybody that comes on and will speak their mind and or hang out and do the stuff as we have been doing now, as you've been doing for 8 hours. So to me, that's the least I can do is to send you a message to say thank you. But again, I'm old school and manners matter. And, like I said, I bet when I go up to meet somebody that I bought him a gift and I had a gift for his son, I stopped and bought flowers for his wife because I would find it very rude and quite cunty to show up with 2 gifts and then you don't give the wife anything. That's just an asshole move. So,
yeah,
but there's so many people that wouldn't even think of that. And when I got the compliment from ETAP on air, even he's like, dude's old school. Like he's cool. He brought my wife flowers and stuff for my kid and this necklace for me. And it was just it's a huge necklace. It's one of those big like gaudy football ones, but it's got his emblem on it for the Place to Be reviews. And he was just very appreciative, of course, of it, but it's not like I used that to get on his channel or not. Like we became really good friends. And yeah, I jump on his channel, but I'm in his chat every time ETAP Wakulian is streaming. If I'm not on the panel, you can almost guarantee I'm on the chat. You might not see me all the time because I'll watch from the TV and have to do it from the phone. But if I'm like here on the PC, like I am now with you guys, because of course, yeah, I'm watching, I'm right here, I can type here. So I'll do that, obviously as you're in the chat, as you're live, and I was doing earlier, but I do that for these people that I'm promoting. If I'm not on Vinny's panel, I'm in the chat. If I'm not on Tony's panel, I'm in the chat. If Chris Fisk has a panel, it'd be the same. You know what I mean? It's like that for all of you guys. Like if you're on, let's say you don't have room, I'm not going to not watch just because I can't get on. I'm still going to want to watch to see what you guys are talking about and doing.
Oh, I'm petty enough not to come watch. I'm very petty. Incredibly petty.
Incredibly petty.
By the way, Baron, I wonder who your twin was.
It was me. It was me. What happened was my internet went a little bit, and when I came back on, my ghost was here.
Oh,
interesting.
So that was like Gandalf the Grey. I'm Gandalf the White. So I fell.
So you're able to be in 2 places at once. Just
sometimes, yeah. So better be careful.
Learn something new every day.
The powers I have.
If only you knew the power of the dark side.
Exactly.
And if you don't know the power of the dark side, let's see if I can find it. I know I said I had a lot of clips, and I do. And you don't believe in the powers of the Force, well,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I do.
Very nice.
so thank you everybody for watching. If you like what you saw here, be sure to leave a like. If you didn't like it, leave a dislike. It still works. It still goes into the algorithm. Leave a comment after the live stream is over. Share out this live stream with your friends. Be sure to go into the description and subscribe to everybody who was on the panel. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all around guy. Have a good night, everyone.
.com.
I think we have a few more .coms.
Right? I like the dogs are going off. I was like, that's funny. .com.